You are clearly the sole heir of the carefree sword-drinking immortal. Yet because you cannot wield a sword to cultivate, you are about to be expelled from the mountain sect. But not only are you in no hurry, you also spend your days poking ants with leaves and even grinning foolishly at your junior sister every day. This leads everyone to believe you are not only a useless waste but also an idiot. Even the sect's big yellow dog feels embarrassed and avoids you by taking detours. The elders kneel in unison, praying for you to leave the mountain sooner. Hoping to restore the sect's dignity, little do they know that the demon Ancestor, upon hearing of my descent from the mountain, immediately dons monastic robes, abstains from meat, and chants Buddhist scriptures to cultivate Dharma. When the immortal king learns of my departure, he promptly erects a celestial temple, offering incense and prayers to ensure peace in the Immortal Realm. All because I cultivate the formless sword art, using the sword path to seek eternal life, ascending to the 9 heavens and descending to the netherworld. Though the sword is formless, a single strike can cleave open the heavenly gate. Until one day, a wicked old man, rotten to the core, you ruined your senior sister in the sect competition. The next moment, your sword strike shocked the world, slaying all living beings with a mortal's body. When you learned that your senior sister had been beaten and injured, you immediately channeled all your cultivation techniques, dashing toward the martial arts plaza like a purple bolt of lightning. There, you saw senior sister by Xian, her cyan robe riddled with gashes, kneeling on one knee with a pale face, severely wounded. With murderous intent in your eyes, you glared at the young man named Qin Shao, who had fought her on the plaza. His cultivation was on par with hers, and had she lost in a fair duel, she would have accepted it. But this defeat she refused to acknowledge it. What's so great about that Qin guy? He's just relying on external forces. The menial disciple Zhu muttered angrily while bandaging Bai Xian's wounds. Bai Xian clenched her teeth tightly, remaining silent. A sword light flashed across the horizon as Zhang Zhenyuan returned, flying on his sword. He is the disciple who went to Jianfeng to inform Wang Huitian. Awake! Good, your junior brother is almost here. He'll take you back. Bai Xian reached for the long sword leaning beside her, her delicate body trembling slightly from the pain. I haven't lost yet. Zhang Zhenyuan frowned deeply. He had initially admired Bai Xian quite a bit, but he never expected her to be so stubborn. Senior sister, losing is losing. There's no shame in losing to senior brother Qin. Zhu hurriedly helped Bai Xian up and glared fiercely at Zhang Zhenyuan. Though she was merely a menial disciple, she wasn't afraid of him. Zhang Zhenyuan scoffed and turned his gaze toward the square. At this moment, Qin Shao defeated another opponent once more. He drew his sword and swept a glance across the spectator stands. Come and fight! A roar infused with spiritual energy rippled outward, startling flocks of birds into flight from the mountains. His upright figure already carried a hint of an invincible aura. The elders from each peak nodded in approval. Truly worthy of being the ghost blade of Canlan Peak, what an overbearing sword intent. After sweeping his gaze around, Qin Shao slowly sheathed his blade. At this moment, all eyes were on him. At this moment, he stood as the foremost disciple of the myriad pet sect. What sword peak witch? What green-robed white-clad? Even the capital of myriad dull arts, all shall be trampled beneath his feet. Among the tens of thousands of disciples present, not a single one dared to step onto the stage again, nor could anyone meet the gleam of his blade head-on. If no one else steps forward, Qin Shao shall assume the position of this term's Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. As the elders' words fell, the entire Tianshu Square erupted in cheers as towering as mountains, yet no one noticed the faint whisper of a sword hidden within the jubilant clamor. The sword's hum was faint, so faint that everyone overlooked it, yet exceptionally crisp, like a mountain stream dancing. Qin Shao, standing in the center of the square, had just taken the enforcement hall token when he suddenly felt a pang of unease. The sensation was akin to being locked in the gaze of a wild beast, poised to pounce and tear at any moment. Clang! He instinctively drew his long blade, his golden core stage divine sense spreading outward. No aura. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy carrying killing intent. Qin Shao spat out a mouthful of blood, the token in his hand fell to the ground, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked toward the mountain path at the plaza's entrance. At the moment the sword struck, he finally located the opponent's position, but it was already too late. The sword had pierced straight through his shoulder, leaving a bloody hole in his body. The deafening cheers came to an abrupt halt. No one reacted in time, not even the elders from each peak seated at the judges' platform. The main reason was that this sword strike was utterly silent, completely devoid of any momentum, and carrying not a trace of spiritual energy. Who is it? Elder Zhao Kuofei from the Canlan Peak swiftly descended from the stands to support Qin Shao. Everyone turned their gaze toward the mountain path, where a young man was slowly approaching. His long hair was casually tied back with dried grass, and he wore a faded blue robe, appearing utterly unremarkable. No! This person actually has no cultivation. How could there still be someone on Wangdao Mountain without any cultivation? Zhang Xinyuan's face was filled with astonishment. Ha! Your junior brother is here. Bai Xian looked at Wang Huitian on the mountain path, her face revealing no emotion. Her impression of this junior brother was that he was foolish. From the day their master brought Wang Huitian up the mountain, she had never seen him calm down. Either he would foolishly watch ants or stupidly stare at leaves. Sometimes, he could spend an entire day fixated on a dead fish. After Bai Xian formed her golden core, she began frequently leaving the sect to carry out missions, and naturally had even less time to spare for this foolish junior brother. Wang Huitian wiped the sweat from his forehead, ignoring the gazes directed at him. With just a glance, he located the viewing platform of the Sword Peak. Each platform could accommodate over 1,000 people. While the other peaks were packed to capacity, only Bai Xian sat on the Sword Peak's platform, with 2 servant disciples bandaging her wounds, and Zhang Zhenyuan standing calmly by her side. It's truly as desolate as that old bamboo grove. After stopping Qin Zhao's bleeding, Zhao Kuo glared at Wang Huitian. Who are you, sir? Why did you ambush Qin Shao? Wang Huitian wore a smile on his face. Wang Huitian from Sword Peak is here to challenge the current Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. As Wang Huitian spoke, disciples from various peaks began to buzz with chatter. What the I thought Sword Peak only had Bai Xian. There's also Mu Qinshe. That place is always so desolate. Last time I passed by, it felt downright eerie. Speaking of which, this guy has no cultivation at all, yet he dares to challenge Qin Shao. Don't you think it's ridiculous? A crowd burst into laughter, all thinking Wang Huitian was just here to act cute. But Qin Shao couldn't laugh. The wound on his shoulder still throbbed faintly with pain. Zhao Kuo also wore a grave expression. Despite his nascent soul stage cultivation, he hadn't even sensed the sword strike Wang Huitian had just unleashed. This young man is anything but simple. The sect competition has already concluded. If you want to challenge someone, pick another day. Wang Huitian ignored Zhao Kuo and instead turned his gaze towards Bai Xian. Did he hurt you? Bai Xian nodded. She was now very curious about what her junior brother intended to do. Seeing Bai Xian nod, Wang Huitian's eyes gradually solidified with killing intent. He extended his 5 fingers, as if sword energy coiled around his fingertips. Bai Xian is the apple of Jian Feng's eye. Every time Bai Xian makes a mistake, the master would beat himself. Such a treasure that even the master can't bear to scold was actually bullied by outsiders. Who can tolerate this? I have trained on the mountain for 8 years and mastered 8 sword techniques. I seek your guidance. As Wang Huitian pointed with a finger, the crescent moon in the sky seemed to split apart. No. The entire world seemed to split apart. The first sword, severing thoughts. Qin Zhao's pupils contracted violently as he instantly unleashed tens of thousands of blade energies with his long saber. He knew Wang Huitian had already made his move, but he couldn't see if there wasn't the slightest leakage of spiritual energy. Block. How to block? When even the opponent's sword edge is invisible, where does one block? Tens of thousands of disciples in the square looked at Qin Shao, who was swinging his blade wildly, with astonishment. They could sense nothing, only feeling that Qin Shao was exaggerating his performance. Standing beside Qin Shao, Zhao Kuo roared furiously and swung his blade at Wang Huitian. Youngster, how dare you? The violent blade energy transformed into a massive dragon, lunging toward Wang Huitian with a ferocious bite. Bai Xian tried to get up with the support of his long sword but stumbled and fell to the ground again. Elder Zhao, as a nascent soul cultivator, you dare to strike at my mortal body from the sword peak. Aren't you afraid my master will come to your cannon peak with his sword? Wang Huitian watched the long dragon and immediately bit his fingertip, flicking out a drop of blood. Second sword, blood slaughter. Qin Shao, who was wildly swinging his sword, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart and fell headfirst to the ground. Zhao Kuo hurriedly reached out to check Qin Zhao's injuries. Apart from the wound on his shoulder, Qin Shao had no other external injuries. Where exactly did that sword strike severing thoughts land? Zhao Kuo felt like he was going crazy. Wang Huitian's sword was too bizarre in all his years. This was the first time he had seen a sword that left no trace of blood. Before he could assess Qin Zhao's injuries, Zhao Kuo felt a sudden chill run down his spine the next second. Wang Huitian's second sword strike was aimed directly at him. By this time, Yu Yao and the old man had also arrived at the square. Seeing Qin Shao being struck down by a single sword slash, the old man was so shocked he forgot to drink his wine. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and he nearly danced with exhilaration. Yu Yao only saw the dragon-light blade aura charging toward Wang Hui, her heart leaping into her throat. Old man, please save my senior brother. Why save him? This old man hasn't had enough fun watching yet. He grabbed Yu Yao and flew up to the viewing platform of Sword Peak. Bai Xian quickly bowed upon seeing the old man. Disciple greets Elder Doi. The old man waved his hand and continued watching the battle below. Bai Xian, observing Doi's intense focus on the square, began to entertain other thoughts in her mind. Rumors say that in his youth, he was obsessed with swordsmanship. He even stirred up countless storms of bloodshed to collect the 10 most famous swords in the world. Could it be that he was secretly teaching his junior brother swordsmanship? The more Bai Xian thought about it, the more convinced she became. The moment Wang Huitian's blood-slaughter sword appeared, Dao Yi jumped up in excitement. Holy shit! Holy shit! The blood-slaughter sword is so damn badass. Using oneself as the sword, without a trace of spiritual energy, just a pure sword intent to the extreme. Yu Yao stepped away with a look of disdain, suddenly feeling that this old man might not be quite right in the head. After unleashing the second sword strike, Wang Huitian lowered his hand. Zhao Kuo's blade energy slammed into his chest, tearing off a chunk of flesh, and his upper garment was shredded into countless fragments by the blade energy. He was merely a mortal body that had not yet cultivated qi, utterly incapable of withstanding the blade energy of a nascent soul cultivator. But just then, the blade energy suddenly dissipated. In the distance, Zhao Kuo was pinned by a blood-red sword at his spiritual platform. If the sword advanced even slightly further, it could pierce his spiritual platform and destroy his nascent soul. He had no choice but to disperse the blade energy. If Wang Huitian were to be shredded by the blade energy, the blood-red sword would lose control, and Zhao Kuo would undoubtedly perish as well. This was a fight to the death. How long can an ordinary mortal's lifespan be? At most 100 years. But Zhao Kuo, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, possesses a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Wang Huitian felt it was a fair deal. Young man, we're fellow disciples. How about we each take a step back? Zhao Kuo's tone was no longer as firm as before. Tearing off the tattered cloth strips from his body, Wang Huitian slowly approached the two. My senior sister can slay enemies above her level as easily as eating and drinking. How could she possibly lose to this guy? He kicked Qin Shao on the ground and narrowed his eyes to look at Bai Xian. Zhu Zhu, help your senior sister over here. Zhu Zhu hurriedly picked up Bai Xian and jumped off the spectator stand. As soon as she arrived, she began to complain. They targeted senior sister Bai, and this damn old man even attacked her during the match. Wang Huitian grabbed Bai Xian's arm in an instant. Pulse is normal, it just seems like severe blood loss. Bai Xian's delicate face flushed slightly. Although the two had grown up together since childhood, this was their first time having such close contact. I'm fine. Still fine. Your face is all messed up. Wang Huitian's eyes were filled with heartache. Seeing his senior sister bullied like this, if their master found out, it would be disastrous. He glared at Zhao Kuo, wishing he could cut the bastard down right then and there. Do you think the sword peak has no one left, acting like this? Zhao Kuo lowered his head, not daring to speak. Today, he had thoroughly lost face. As a member of the Elder Hall, he had actually been defeated by a disciple. The remaining 5 judges on the referee's platform also stood up, simultaneously revealing their formidable nascent soul cultivation. 3 at the early nascent soul stage, and 2 at the mid stage. Their domineering aura swept across the entire venue. This was the Elder Hall, where every member represented the foundation of the sect. Enough! Let's put an end to this matter. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at the 5. Are they planning to cover this up? No! Perhaps they were in cahoots from the start. The 3rd sword, Wind Rises. Splash! A sudden gale swept across the Tianshu Square. Unlike the previous 2 serene sword strikes, this one was exceptionally grand in its display. Countless sword intents rode the mountain winds, carving deep fissures across the surface of Tianshu Square as they passed. Holy shit! The 5 nascent soul elders hastily raised their spiritual energy shields to block. It was the first time they had witnessed such terrifying sword intent, unreasonable, capable of shattering gold and breaking stone. Tens of thousands of disciples in the square scattered in panic simultaneously. Although this sword strike was not aimed at them, the sheer force of the gale-like sword technique made collateral damage inevitable. Kid, stop! Dao Yi had been watching with great interest, but as this sword strike was unleashed, he finally couldn't remain seated any longer. Inside the bamboo hut on Sword Peak, Mu Qinshe was having tea with her old friend Hu Xiang, the tea in her hand rippling gently with the breeze. She hurriedly put down the water glass and looked toward the Tianshu Square. What formidable sword intent is actually harnessing the momentum of heaven and earth? Hu Xiang also nodded in admiration. I heard you've taken on another disciple? Mu Qinshe took a sip of tea, a smug expression on her face. Innate sword body. Seeing Hu Xiang's wide-eyed astonishment, Mu Qinshe was thoroughly pleased. This was exactly the reaction she wanted. The 2 were chatting happily when Mu Qinshe suddenly stood up. The Tianshu Plaza wasn't just swept by a sword wind, there was even a star-plucking powerhouse making a move. Is it senior brother Dao Yi? Hu Xiang was also taken aback. After all, Dao Yi had been silent for too long. The last time he made a move was when he went down the mountain to snatch the Heavenly Thunder Sword from the Lei family fort and was beaten half to death by the sect leader. Did Brother Doi get into trouble again? Mind your own business and focus on getting rich, just to pretend you don't know. By the way, how was that cultivation partner I introduced to you last time? The 2 chatted until the rooster crowed late at night. Only after Huaxiang left did Mu Qinshe realize Yuel still hadn't returned. Just as she was about to go out to search, a streak of light swiftly approached from the horizon. It was Huaxiang, returning after leaving. Master Qing, hurry to the 100 Eyes Hall. Your disciple has caused trouble. Mu Qinshe's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was whether Bai Xin had killed someone during the sex grand competition. She hastily mounted her sword and flew toward the 100 Eyes Hall. While hurrying on his way, he had already prepared his excuses in his heart. In a duel, weapons have no eyes. Bai Xin is so kind and lovely, how could she possibly hurt someone intentionally? Inside the 100 Eyes Hall, nearly half of the 10 elders from the Elder Hall, the enforcers from the Punishment Hall, and the masters of the top 10 peaks had gathered. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe sat solemnly at the head seat. His face appeared calm and indifferent, yet beneath this tranquility seemed to conceal turbulent waves. He was none other than Lu Qinshan, the sect master of the Myriad Dao sect. Mu Qinshe knew immediately upon arrival that the trouble he had stirred up this time was no small matter. The gathering was far too complete. Qinshe pays respects to sect master senior brother. Lu Qinshan nodded slightly, and seeing Mu Qinshe arrive, his tightly clenched fist finally relaxed a bit. Little junior sister, you've truly taught a fine disciple. Though his tone was calm, Mu Qinshe could sense the anger in her senior brother's words. Senior brother sect leader, my Bai Xin is still young and lacks restraint in her actions. I hope you will investigate this matter fairly. Lu Qingshan's eyes widened instantly. After all this time, it seems this junior sister still doesn't know what's happening. Take a look at who's kneeling down there first. Lu Qingshan was taken aback. She had rushed straight to the sect leader upon entering the hall and hadn't taken a good look at the two kneeling figures in the center. At this moment, turning his head, he finally saw that the one kneeling in the middle of the grand hall was none other than Doi. Beside him knelt a young man, his upper garment tattered and covered in bloodstains, his head buried extremely low. Lu Qingshan suspiciously moved closer, extending a slender finger to lift the young man's chin. Now she could finally get a clear look at this blooded young man. Wang Huitian. Shocking! When did this kid get mixed up with Dao Yi? And what kind of trouble could a guy who can't even cultivate qi possibly cause? Wang Huitian shook his head to brush off Lu Qingshan's finger, glaring at Dao Yi with eyes full of anger. Dao Yi glared back at Wang Huitian without backing down. Judging by the tension, if they weren't both tied up, they'd probably be fighting right here and now. Senior brother sect leader, what happened here? Did you arrest the wrong person? Lu Qingshan quickly stood up. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was certain that Wang Huitian had been wronged. Lu Qingshan snorted coldly, his anger barely contained. Dao Yi, do you admit your wrongdoing? As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Elder Council, responsible for the loss of the myriad pet sect, you deliberately undermined the fairness of the sect's grand competition. Dao Yi tilted his head stubbornly, refusing to admit his mistake. I have my own considerations. As the elder in charge of the Council of Elders, can't I pull a few strings? Wang Huitian was furious. Struggling to his feet, he lunged to bite Dao Yi's ear. You scoundrel! After all the brotherhood we shared, you dare harm my senior sister. I'll bite you to death. Lu Qingshan hurried forward to pull Wang Huitian back. This was the 100 Eyes Hole. How could he be allowed to act so recklessly here? Lu Qingshan pointed at Wang Huitian, his anger boiling over. And you little rascal! What right do you have to act wronged? Do you know how many fellow disciples were injured by that sword strike? Over 10,000 disciples suffered minor injuries, 3 elders were severely wounded, and the Tenshu Plaza, a treasure of the Wandao sect, was sliced in half by you. And now you still dare to act violently? He spoke while viciously kicking Wang Huitian. Since the founding of the 10,000 Dao sect, the Celestial Pivot Square had always been its face, whether for minor or major competitions, sect receptions, or various grand events. All were held at the Celestial Pivot Square. Now, the square was as ragged as if it had been gnawed by dogs, no longer exuding its former majesty. After kicking Wang Huitian, Lu Qingshan delivered another kick to Dao Yi's waist. Dao Yi, you go first. Why did you scheme against by Xian? Speaking of this, Dao Yi's face showed a hint of pride. That kid spends all day holed up in the mountains bragging, saying he has a sword that can slash from Green Mountain to the northern plains. When I told him to prove it, he kept making excuses, so I tricked his senior sister, made him keep it hidden. Lu Qingshan frowned. Is that all? Dao Yi suddenly averted his gaze. Isn't the spirit test coming up soon? All that bragging, yet you still can't cultivate qi. Lu Qingshan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Now he finally understood the root of the matter. The 10,000 Pet sect conducts a spirit test every 8 years. Those who fail to reach foundation establishment are expelled from the mountain, and Wang Huitian couldn't cultivate qi. So Dao Yi was forcing Wang Huitian to take action. He wanted to prove Wang Huitian's worth. You want to protect him? Dao Yi snorted coldly. This old man simply feels that the rules are too rigid. Such sword talent will be a waste. Lu Qingshan glanced at Wang Huitian and sat back in the chief seat. A mere mortal, yet with a single sword strike, he slashed through thousands of disciples and severely injured 3 nascent soul stage elders. This was not just talent with the sword, it was a monstrous genius he had never witnessed in all his years. Yet, such a monstrous genius actually lacked a spiritual root. No matter how dazzling he was, in 100 years, he would still turn to dust. What a pity indeed! Everyone present fell silent, except for Lu Qingshan, who was still somewhat confused. What do you mean, tens of thousands of disciples were killed? What do you mean, the Tenshu Plaza was destroyed. What sword prodigy? She had no idea. Could there be a mistake? Her second disciple was quite dull, spending all day watching ants in the bamboo grove. Liu Qinshang let out a sigh. We'll discuss Wang Huitian's spiritual assessment half a month later. Since you two have caused such a mess, you can't escape punishment. Both of you, get the hell into the sword prison for confinement. Liu Qinshang came in a daze and left in a daze. Just as she reached the bamboo cottage, she saw Bai Xian, who looked worried. Bai Xian's injuries had already healed by now. As long as they weren't fatal wounds, recovery was swift with golden core stage cultivation. Master, where is junior brother? Your junior brother? He's in jail. Master, you must save junior brother. He was only trying to help me. He didn't mean to do it. Mu Qin slightly comforted by Xian by stroking her long hair, but halfway through, her hand suddenly froze. She remembered she still had a little disciple. Yu Yao had not returned since leaving last night. She had gone to find Wang Huitian. With her mere qi refining cultivation, could she have been killed in the chaos? Rest and recover, my dear disciple. I'll go look for your junior sister. With that, she mounted her sword and vanished into the horizon. By Xian. The junior brother is gone, so the master took in a junior sister instead. The myriad peak sword prison is so deep its bottom cannot be seen. Legends say that 1,000 years ago, when the northern plains invaded, the demon sovereign reached the sword prison. He looked down and felt his hair stand on end, as if being watched by an abyss. But the demon sovereign, consumed by his ferocity, vowed to enter the sword prison to uncover its secrets. Once he stepped inside, he never came out again. Dao Yi continued descending the stone steps while chatting casually with Wang Huitian. It's almost as if they're touting this sword prison as the most perilous place since ancient times. Phew! It's just a vertical hole, nothing more. Wang Huitian was in no mood to waste time arguing with the old man, as just the sight of him now made him furious. Seeing that he was still sulking, Dao Yi grumbled in a muffled voice. You have no spiritual roots. Your life won't exceed 100 years. Don't waste your time. Wang Huitian curled the corner of his mouth. Who says you can't forge your own if you lack spiritual roots? Originally, he too thought he might never advance in this lifetime until yesterday, when he met Ruo and saw the sword within her. As long as he could transplant a sword capable of sensing spiritual energy into his body, he would also possess an innate sword physique. Once this crazy idea took root, it became impossible to shake off. The only thing missing now was a spiritual sword that bamboo leaf would do those straight. It lacked spirit. Wang Huitian glanced at Dao Yi. This guy had quite a collection of fine swords. The old man was terrible with a sword. Those fine blades in his hands were practically wasted. To prevent the two from fighting again, Liu Qinshang confined Dao Yi to the 10th level, while Wang Huitian was locked on the 2nd level. From the very first day he arrived, Wang Huitian had been crouching at the cell door, staring at the vertical shaft. The entire opening was 10,000 meters in diameter, with smooth rock walls. No matter how he looked at it, the sword prison seemed as if it had been formed by a giant sword piercing through the earth. But how could such an enormous sword exist in this world? Although the two were imprisoned, the incident's impact within the Wangdazong sect only grew more intense. The idea of a mortal wielding a sword to slay a nascent soul cultivator was too fantastical. No one believed it except those who had been struck down. Some even ventured to Sword Peak, eager to challenge Wang Huitian. The once desolate Sword Peak was now crisscrossed with several newly trodden paths. By Xian, this is a challenge letter from my senior brother Yi Zhangtian, inviting your junior brother to a duel at Tianshu Square. Yu Yao skipped over and took the challenge letter. It was already the 28th one. And you? Are you here to deliver a challenge letter too? She cheerfully held out her hand to the young man beside her, who stammered as he placed a letter into Yu Yao's small palm. It's not a challenge, it's a love letter. Little Yu Yao immediately opened her mouth wide. For my second senior brother. No, for your master. Inside the small bamboo hut, the master and two disciples looked at the love letter on the table with varying expressions. The pink envelope was adorned with several hearts and inscribed with some overly sweet words. Yuel's small face was full of curiosity, while Baixing appeared somewhat uneasy. Mu Qinshur lowered her eyes with a blush spreading to the tips of her ears. Bai Xian whispered, "Master, should Yao and I step aside?" Mu Qinshur waved her hand dismissively. "What's there to step aside for? Some things need to be witnessed by everyone to avoid boasting about them later, with no one believing you. After decades, who knows which mountain peak's Lord finally saw the light? Don't leave, Master is a bit nervous. Help me open it and take a look." Bai Xian tore open the letter with suspicion. She received dozens of such letters every month and couldn't understand why her master was so nervous about this one. The letter was opened, revealing bold and powerful handwriting. Just from the strokes, one could tell the writer was extraordinarily likely a refined gentleman. Mu Qinshur wiped the sweat from her palm, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she read the contents of the letter. "To my beloved Qinshur, I don't want to stay in the sword prison anymore. I want to leave the mountain. Please plead with the sect leader for me." Seeing Wang Huitian's signature at the very bottom, Mu Qinshur stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. She had considered that it might have been written by the sect leader, or perhaps the sword Immortal Realm, and even guessed it could be from her childhood playmate Hua Yongxiu. The last person she expected was this damned disciple. "I'm going to chop him up today." Mu Qinshur kicked over the table, grabbed a long bamboo pole, and stormed straight toward the sword prison. Yu Yao stood too far away to see the contents of the letter clearly, but she faintly caught sight of Wang Huitian's name. She covered her small mouth in shock. So intense. The second senior brother wrote a love letter to the master. The sword prison cells were built along the walls of the large cave, spiraling downward in circles. Sitting in the prison cell, one could not only see the sky, but on unlucky days when it rained, water would also seep into the room. Wang Huitian quietly stared at the sky. The two adjacent cells also held disciples of the Wangdazang sect, though it was unclear what offenses they had committed. "Stop looking. Since this sword prison was established, not a single letter has ever been sent out." "Exactly. I get thrown in here for a few days every month, and I've never seen anyone leave early once they're inside." Wang Huitian couldn't be bothered with the two of them. He knew his master well. Once the letter was sent, the man would definitely come. "Kid, don't you see Brother Yao talking to you? Old Lu, teach this newcomer some manners." Brother Yao gave a meaningful glance to the disciple beside him. Old Lu smirked in understanding, casually picking up an iron rod as he strode toward Wang Huitian. What luck, ending up in jail and running into the prison bully. Old Lu stepped closer, ready to strike, but then furrowed his brows. "You're just a mortal." Mortals in the Myriad Dao sect were a rare sight. 17-year-old prodigies were everywhere, but a 17-year-old mortal. That was unheard of. He listlessly tossed the iron rod aside. "Brother Yao, it's just a mortal. One hit from this rod would probably kill him outright. What a damn nuisance." Brother Yao cast an annoyed glance at Wang Huitian. He wasn't afraid of killing a mere mortal, he just didn't want to dirty the place. Wang Huitian never glanced at the two of them from start to finish. He was in a hurry to leave now. Through deduction, he had already figured out a solution to the spiritual root problem, but it required a lot of medicinal herbs and spirit stones. Over these 8 years, he had longed to cultivate more than anyone else, and now he could finally see the dawn of hope. Looking down the deep pit toward the 10th layer, it seemed Dao Yi was studying the blood sword drawn on his chest. "If I cultivate qi, I can slay a divine transformation expert. If I reach foundation establishment, I'll tear off even your star-plucking leg." "Whose leg are you planning to tear off?" A clear, sharp voice rang out across the sky as Mu Qinshur descended through the air, her emerald green robe fluttering gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura. "Give me a reason to let you out. Wang Huitian, if you get hit, you should hit back. That's what you taught me." Mu Qinshur's face turned green. "So now it's her fault? I never taught you to slash through tens of thousands of disciples with one sword." Brother Yao, who was eating melons on the side, didn't quite catch that and turned to ask Old Lu. "What were they talking about?" "Something about slashing tens of thousands of disciples." "No idea, but that girl outside is quite pretty. Hey! Little girl, come in and have some fun with Brother Yao. Wang Huitian turned around and gave old Lu a thumbs up. Awesome! Even daring to flirt with the infamous tigress of the Wangzong sect. Lu Qinshi's face turned icy cold as she raised her hand and struck with her sword. Countless sword chi instantly pierced through the limbs of the two men, their agonized screams echoing throughout the sword prison. Ah! You bastard! My father is the master of Baiwao Peak. How dare you treat me like this? Wang Huitian from Baiwao Peak. Never heard of him. The Wang Dao sect's territory is too vast. Some small places are simply impossible to remember. Lu Qinshi was furious. He grabbed Yoga by the collar and slapped his face several times, sending blood and teeth flying everywhere, utterly brutal. Still dreaming of going down the mountain? Keep dreaming. Casually tossing aside the two who had already fainted, Lu Qinshi reached out and lightly patted Wang Huitian's face. The threat couldn't have been more obvious. Wang Huitian did not retreat, his gaze still firmly locked onto Lu Qinshi's eyes. If you won't let me leave the mountain, I'll fight my way out. Hearing this, Lu Qinshi remained silent, but Dao Yi, imprisoned on the 10th level, grew anxious. Though the distance between the 2nd and 10th levels was vast, it couldn't hinder the prying eyes of a star-plucking expert. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Wang Zayas, don't act rashly, that's defecting from the sect. Let me plead for you, I'll go. Wang Huitian glared at him. This old fool couldn't even save himself, who was he trying to fool? Lu Qinshi gritted her teeth in anger. For the first time, she realized how stubborn this disciple could be. Master, in the 8 years since I came up this mountain, I've never asked anything of you and you've hardly ever paid me any attention. Speaking of this, Lu Qinshi felt somewhat guilty. She thought that the child's extreme behavior was due to a lack of companionship, making it even harder for her to remain resolute. On that day, Lu Qinshi took up her sword and went to the 100 Ice Hole, where she had a fight with the sect leader, Zhao Qinsheng. Asking for mercy was out of the question. There was no reason for the adorable junior sister to plead with the senior brother. Poor Lu Qinsheng hadn't even finished repairing the Tianshu Square when another corner of the 100 Ice Hole collapsed. In the end, it took the intervention of the Grand Elder coming out of seclusion to separate the two. Wang Huitian was released early without incident, but Dao Yi wasn't so lucky. The Grand Elder emerged from seclusion and gave him another beating, reportedly smashing his wine gourd in the process. Rumor has it that Yu Yao was waiting at the mountain gate early in the morning upon hearing of Wang Huitian's early release. That sword strike was too dazzling, she wanted to learn it. Senior brother, over here. From a distance, Yu Yao jumped up and waved at Wang Huitian. Seeing Yu Yao, Wang Huitian was also extremely excited. His previously hesitant figure dashed swiftly along the mountain path, covering the distance in a few leaps until he stood before her. Just as Yu Yao was about to speak, she felt her small hand being grabbed. Her delicate face instantly flushed red to the tips of her ears, leaving her too flustered to utter a word. What are you doing standing here in the cold wind so early in the morning? What if you get rusty? Is senior brother concerned about me? Yu Yao's breathing became slightly heavy as she quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her head to stare at her toes without saying a word. Hearing Yu Yao's call, Bai Xin knew Wang Huitian had returned and hurried over. Just as she passed through the bamboo grove, she saw Wang Huitian teasing their junior sister. Junior brother, don't bully our little junior sister. Wang Huitian quickly wiped the infatuated look off his face. Senior sister, how is your injury? Hearing Wang Huitian's concern, Bai Xin felt a slight warmth in her heart. It's alright now, thank you, junior brother. Then could you lend me some spirit stones? Yu Yao witnessed Bai Xin's plump little money pouch being emptied firsthand, and she nervously clutched her own lotus leaf purse at her waist. Little junior sister, why are you panicking? No, I don't have any money. The three returned to the bamboo house and saw the challenge letters placed inside. Wang Huitian casually tossed them into the trash bin. Bai Xin stood to the side, sneering. They heard you're just an ordinary mortal, and they all want to step on you to make a name for themselves. Wang Huitian thought for a moment, then picked the challenge letters back up. Right now, he was short on spirit stones. Perhaps there was some room to maneuver here. Soon, those disciples who wanted to challenge Wang Huitian received a reply. Pay 100 low-grade spirit stones to accept the challenge. Pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to defeat Wang Huitian within 100 moves. Pay 3,000 low-grade spirit stones to defeat Wang Huitian within 10 moves. Supreme Package. Pay 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to effortlessly overpower the second disciple of Sword Peak with sheer aura alone. Add 50 spirit stones and get the Sword Peak Junior Sister Cheer Squad as a bonus. Clear pricing, fair to all, no deception. Waited all day, but none of the challengers showed up. Instead, it was Dao Yi who arrived. Looking at Dao Yi's face covered in bruises, Wang Huitian finally calmed down. Although this guy had done something inhumane, his intentions were good. Young friend, don't you have 8 swords? What are the remaining 5? That day, he heard that Wang Huitian had a total of 8 sword techniques, and for the past 2 days, he had been itching to know. So, he broke out of prison. After all, there were only a few on the Myriad Paths Mountain who could control him. Wang Huitian glanced at him and ignored him. How could such confidential information be casually disclosed? The 8th sword, I only want to know about the 8th sword. I'll trade you treasures for it. After speaking, Dao Yi cautiously glanced around. Mu Qin sure wasn't there, and by XIN was instructing Yu Yo in her cultivation. The environment was safe. Carefully retrieving 2 swords from his storage bag, his face was full of vigilance, as if someone might appear at any moment to snatch them from him. One was pitch black, with crimson blood mist swirling along its blade, exuding a terrifying aura. It seemed to be a demonic sword. The other, the moment it was drawn, caused frost to form on the ground, its cold gleam sharp enough to sting the eyes just from a glance. 2 of the 10 great swords of the world, Heavenly Demon and Frost Gleam. Choose one. Wang Huitian reached out and gently stroked the blade. It was indeed a rare and fine sword. Yet compared to Yuan, it still lacked some spiritual essence. He shook his head, somewhat disdainful. Take your sword back, it's just scrap metal. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The cold light sword began violently trembling, its sharp edge flashing as it whipped up vast swaths of sword energy, causing the mountain forest to wrestle fiercely. It's still resisting. Wang Huitian firmly grasped the hilt and pressed the trembling cold light sword back down. Dao Yi cast one last reluctant glance at the cold light sword before storing the demon sword back into his storage ring. The frostlight sword ranked second on the famous swords list. Back then, I chased after this sword for over 3,000 miles and even lost my shoes in the process. Wang Huitian glanced at the old man. This guy's swordsmanship is mediocre, yet he loves collecting famous swords. What a waste. Seeing Dao Yi's unwavering determination, Wang Huitian no longer refused. As he was about to descend the mountain to search for medicinal herbs, carrying a sword would save him a lot of trouble. Wang Huitian carefully put away the cold light sword and took out the bamboo leaf from his bosom. Alright then, I'll tell you about the 8th sword. This sword has yet to be named. Once forged, it moves with the wind. Have you ever flown a kite? It's like a kite flying against the wind. Once forged, it is also like a small boat, hidden among mountains and rivers. Dao Yi listened patiently, but he couldn't understand. It all seemed too fantastical. Is it powerful? Wang Huitian answered firmly. It can cleave the northern plains from the Green Mountains. Dao Yi swallowed hard. The northern plains were millions of miles away. Even a star-plucking expert would need half a year of full-speed flight to reach them. This boast is a bit too much. And how does this look like anything but a broken bamboo leaf? They're all over the mountain. Elder, don't listen to this fool's nonsense. I think he's blinded by hatred. Mu Qin had just returned from the 100 Ice Hole and happened to overhear their conversation, so she couldn't help but interject. Dao Yi didn't respond. After bidding farewell to the Sword Peak disciples, he returned to the Sword Prison. He had sneaked out and still had to go back to face punishment. Cannon Peak Main Hall. Qin Shuang's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His son Qin Shao still hadn't regained consciousness, while Wang Huitian had actually been released. Utterly detestable. So, have you identified the injuries? Several elders from the Cannon Peak shook their heads in response. After taking turns to examine him, they found no other injuries on Qin Shao apart from the penetrating wound on his shoulder. His breathing was steady, and his golden core was functioning normally, yet he just wouldn't wake up. It was truly one of the most bizarre incidents in the cultivation world. Peak Master, perhaps we should go to Sword Peak and seek Wang Huitian for treatment. Since he was the one who caused this, he must have a solution. Qin Shuang clenched his fists tightly. Losing to a mere mortal was already humiliating enough. Now, he even had to go and ask for help. How was he supposed to maintain his reputation in the myriad Dao sect after this? Zhao Ku stays, the rest of you go about your business. Only after everyone had left did Qin Shuang lower his voice to give instructions. Tomorrow, you'll carry Shao up to Sword Peak on a stretcher and leave him on the mountain path. Whether he's saved or not is entirely up to Sword Peak. Zhao Ku was speechless. Wasn't this just completely giving up? If they save people, that's one thing. But if anyone dies, I'll mobilize the full strength of my peak to make Sword Peak pay with their lives. Qin Shuang's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Now at the peak of divine transformation, once he broke through to star plucking, he would fear no one, not even Mu Qinshu. Moreover, his Cannon Peak was teeming with talent, several divine transformation elders and even more nascent soul elders. What could Sword Peak possibly use to resist them? Early the next morning, Zhao Ku and 2 disciples carried Qin Shao up to Sword Peak. After passing through the bamboo grove, they saw Bai Xian and Yu Yao practicing swordplay in front of the bamboo house. Just toss him here. The 3 of them threw Qin Shao onto the ground and immediately ran off. By the time Bai Xian and Yu Yao approached, all they saw was Qin Shao lying unconscious on the ground. Eldest senior sister, what are they doing? Bai Xian furrowed her brows, her expression turning grave. I'm afraid they're trying to gamble with our lives. Yu Yao's little face turned pale with fright, and she hurried into the bamboo house to find Master Mu Qin. After examining Qin Shao, Mu Qinshu's expression turned puzzled. Qin Zhao's body was brimming with vitality, showing no signs of illness, yet he remained unconscious. Where is Hui Tian? Yu Yao quickly replied. Second senior brother went early to observe the entrance trials. He said the Sword Peak lacks people and wanted to find a few good disciples for you, Master. Mu Qinshu suppressed the anger in her heart. This usually homebound disciple seems to have become somewhat restless lately. At the foot of Myriad Pass Mountain lies Wanshan City, where the influx of outsiders has surged dramatically due to the commencement of the Myriad Pass sect's entrance trials. Did you hear? Yesterday they discovered a heavenly water spirit root, and the elder of Carefree Peak took them as a personal disciple. That's nothing. The latest news is that this morning they detected a heavenly thunder physique. Inside the inn, everyone swallowed hard in unison. That legendary constitution that supposedly grows stronger when struck by lightning had actually appeared. In the corner, a young man shook his head disdainfully. His face was as fair as jade, and his demeanor carried a hint of aloofness, as if he had no interest whatsoever in the people being discussed. At this moment, a young woman entered the inn, and all the chatter abruptly ceased. The main reason was that she was extraordinarily beautiful, so stunning that one glance made it impossible to look away, and her figure was flawless, truly the kind that could topple cities and ruin nations. She walked straight up to the young man and smiled softly. This humble maiden, Huo Yuxiu, greets the sword Immortal Yi Bai. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the inn as everyone hurriedly bowed their heads, not daring to speak another word. Yi Bai nodded. I came for only one matter. Recently, there have been rumors that a young man at Sword Peak used a mortal sword to slay a nascent soul cultivator. Is this true? Huo Yuxiu dared not delay and quickly relayed the information she knew. The news was spread by disciples of the Wandazong who had descended the mountain for training. Because it was too astonishing, it soon stirred up the entire Great Qin imperial dynasty. It was even said that the Field Prince was heading south, intending to climb Wandazong Mountain for a sword duel. It's actually true. Yi Bai's eyes burned with fervor. After paying the bill, he hurriedly set off toward Wandazong Mountain. In the dilapidated Tianshu Square, a group of elders excitedly surrounded a young man dressed in fine robes. Wonderful! The heavenly thunder physique is a rarity seen once in 10,000 years. Would you be willing to become my disciple? 左冷风, get lost. What business does a blade cultivator like you have here? Young man, my Thunderflame peak happens to need talent like yours. If you join my carefree peak, I guarantee you'll reach the divine transformation stage within 3 years. Wang Huitian desperately squeezed into the crowd. Choose Jianfan Peak. My master is beautiful, kind-hearted, and still unmarried. An elder noticed Wang Huitian and gave him a slight bump with his hip, pushing him out once again. Wang Huitian grew anxious in his heart. These elders were utterly shameless, bullying him for his lack of strength and constantly excluding him. Young man, I advise you not to be ungrateful. After a heated argument, the Heavenly Thunder physique finally joined the Thunderflame Peak. Wang Huitian pounded his chest and stamped his feet, glaring fiercely at the elders, wondering if he should strike them with a sword after all. His strength was already exposed, so it didn't matter anymore. From a distance, Bai Xian saw Wang Huitian arguing furiously. His face flushed with anger. Junior brother, master wants you to return. Wang Huitian pretended not to hear and continued watching the crowd ahead being tested for spiritual roots, his heart as steady as an old dog. To cultivate one's own spiritual roots, merely referencing Yuyao's was insufficient. Observing more spiritual roots would increase the chances of success. Among the tens of thousands of people in the square undergoing assessment, only 1 in 100 possessed spiritual roots, and celestial grade spiritual roots were even rare 1 in 10,000. Are you ignoring me? Bai Xian pulled Wang Huitian out from the crowd and gave him 2 kicks on the buttocks. So it's senior sister who came. There were too many people, I didn't notice. Please forgive me, senior sister. Too lazy to listen to his excuses, Bai Xian dragged Wang Huitian back to Sword Peak. Qin Zhao's vitality has begun to wane, and Mu Qinshe is starting to worry that this guy might die on Sword Peak. Several elders from the 100 Herbs Hall on Sword Peak looked at Qin Zhao and shook their heads, indicating there was nothing they could do. If it were missing limbs or broken bones, they could treat him, but in this situation, they were powerless. Mu Qinshe suddenly turned her gaze to the horizon, sensing an overwhelming sword intent approaching. This sword aura was extremely domineering, as if it could crush everything in its path. Yi Bai requests an audience with fellow Taoist Mu. As the words fell, a sword descended from the horizon, piercing through the sky. Mu Qinshe's expression drastically changed as she, too, swung her sword, causing the entire Sword Peak to tremble. By the time the tremors ceased, a young man in white robes had already appeared in the arena. Without even glancing at Mu Qinshe, he reached out to check Qin Zhao's condition. Heh, interesting. Mu Qinshe's face turned livid. No one in the entire myriad Dao sect dared to disregard her like this. Not even sect leader Lu Qinsheng would slight her so openly. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Die, you bitch. Amidst the crisscrossing sword energy, the two engaged in fierce combat, while the 100 Herbs Hall elder hurriedly shielded Yu You and Qin Shao. Zai Xing unleashed his power, his spiritual energy running rampant and turning the heavens and earth upside down. After dozens of exchanges, Mu Qinshe gritted his teeth. Are you the star-picking mirror? With a single slash of her sword, she broke free from Yi Bai and flew towards the 100 Ice Hall. Can't win this fight, time to find my senior brother. Hey, Lu. Someone's bullying me, where the hell are you? Yi Bai, who had chased after them, hastily withdrew his hand. This had gone too far. If handled poorly, he might not be able to leave the myriad Dao sect today. Shaking his head, he flew back to the bamboo hut to continue examining Qin Shao, his brow slightly furrowed. Even a deity couldn't save this man. The thoughts are severed, just a walking corpse now. Having said that, Yi Bai thrust his sword into the ground, ignoring Qin Shao any further, and raised his head to gaze in the direction of the 100 Ice Hall. Soon, Mu Qinshe arrived with Lu Qinsheng in tow. Sword Immortal Yi Bai, isn't this going too far? Yi Bai bowed slightly, his face still cold and devoid of any extra expression. What did Lu Qinsheng matter? Yi Bai had built his foundation at 6, formed his golden core at 12, and now, at just 40, he had already plucked the stars. Forget the myriad pet sect, even the entire southern border wasn't worth his attention. My hands were itching, so I thought I'd test fellow Taoist Mu's sword. Liu Qinsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his ring-adorned fingers tapping lightly. Why have you come to my wonder-song? Yi Bai did not conceal his purpose, to see that sword-wielding mortal. After speaking, he glanced at Mu Qinsheng once more. If the rumors are indeed true, I believe fellow Taoist Mu is not fit to teach this person. In all the world, only I am capable. His words carried both disdain and immense confidence. Mu Qin's fingers gripping the sword turned white with tension. This was a blatant attempt to steal her disciple. An open and brazen theft. But she didn't immediately refute it. Instead, after a few seconds of contemplation, she said, Hui Tiang has no spiritual roots. Sword Immortal Yi, do you have a method to set him on the path of cultivation? If Yi Bai could do it, Mu Qin wouldn't mind giving up this disciple. Yi Bai shook his head. Since ancient times, those without spiritual roots could not cultivate. This was an ironclad rule. Though I cannot make him cultivate, I can make his 100 years shine with unparalleled brilliance. Bai Xian and Wang Huitian had just approached Sword Peak when they froze in shock. The bamboo forest on the mountainside was in disarray, and the slopes were riddled with sword marks. The two exchanged a glance, both assuming the Canyon Peak had launched an attack. It wasn't until they flew to the bamboo cottage that they saw the group of people arguing. Bai Xian hurried forward to pay respects to Liu Qinsheng, while Wang Huitian brushed past the crowd and grabbed Yu Yao's small hand. Yao Yao, are you okay? Yu Yao shook her head in confusion. Shouldn't they have greeted the master and sect leader first? Is second senior brother harboring ill intentions toward me? Second senior brother, I'm fine. Yu Yao awkwardly withdrew her small hand, her delicate face flushing red again. From the moment Wang Huitian landed, Yi Bai's gaze never left him. In his eyes, this young man appeared utterly ordinary, making him somewhat doubt the veracity of the rumors. Kid, draw your sword against me. Yi Bai pointed his sword at Wang Huitian and spoke softly. Liu Qinsheng and Mu Qinsheng remained silent, equally curious about Wang Huitian's sword, as they hadn't been present at the Tianshu Square earlier and had only heard about it. Wang Huitian shook his head. You will die. Yi Bai smiled. What a joke! He was the star plucker, the sword immortal in the eyes of the world. Wang Huitian's lips curled slightly. Earlier, he had claimed that if he cultivated qi, he could slay a divine transformation expert, and if he built his foundation, he could slay a star plucker. Now, he wanted to add, if that person stood still and let him strike, he wouldn't even need to build his foundation to slay a star plucker. Draw your sword. Let us see how you'll make me die. Wang Huitian abruptly unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam flashing as he swung. Without sword energy, nor sword intent, as if an ordinary person's casual swing. Yi Bai's figure instantly retreated violently, an extreme sense of danger lingering in his heart as his divine sense instantly enveloped the entire Sword Peak. Nothing is felt. Absolutely nothing is felt. But that swordsman's sixth sense couldn't be wrong. What kind of sword is this? Wang Huitian curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of arrogance on his face, an arrogance never before seen by those of Sword Peak, as if the entire world lay within the reach of his blade. Too weak. Block me first, and then I'll tell you. After speaking, Wang Huitian raised his sword and followed, slashing wildly at Yi Bai. Liu Qinsheng looked at Mu Qinsheng, his eyes filled with shock. He said Sword Immortal Yi Bai is weak. Even if someone doesn't fight back, you can't act like this. Do you really think Shai Xing has no temper? Mu Qinsheng gripped her sword hilt nervously, afraid that Yi Bai might lose his patience and draw his sword to kill Wang Huitian. Yi Bai was forced to retreat to the mountainside, his usually calm face now drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to call for a halt, he felt a tremor in his heart. In that moment, it seemed as if he had died. Before him, an old woman extended a bowl of soup toward him. No, wake up! Yi Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, gripping the emerald bamboo beside him as he gasped for breath. The sensation of death had been terrifyingly real. Had he not been mentally resolute, he would surely have been lost. Wang Huitian sheathed his sword and stepped forward to examine Yi Bai's face. This strike had deviated somewhat from his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that someone could forcibly awaken. Not bad, top-tier potential. This was Wang Huitian's assessment of Yi Bai. Whether in temperament or swordsmanship talent, he far surpassed his incompetent master. Yi Bai endured the excruciating pain. You still have one sword move left. Please strike. Wang Hui knew he was referring to the field move, Wind Rises. After all, that move had offended tens of thousands of disciples, crippled 3 nascent soul cultivators, and was even more infamous. I still have 7 sword moves, but why should I show them to you? Go find somewhere cooler to stay. After speaking, Wang Huitian walked back to the bamboo house and went to play with little Yu. Yi Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and caught up, his eyes no longer calm but burning with intense fervor. He bowed deeply to Wang Huitian. Your swordsmanship is peerlessly exquisite. Yi Bai humbly requests to become your disciple. The onlookers were stunned, never expecting the situation to unfold like this. Immortal Yi, my cultivation is shallow, how could you? Before Mu Qinshe could finish speaking, Yi Bai kowtowed to her. Yi Bai pays respects to Grand Master. Wang Huitian pointed at Yi Bai. I can't accept you. Don't call me that randomly. You'll make my master sound old. If master won't accept this disciple, then this disciple will kneel here forever. Lu Qinshan tried to persuade him for a while but to no avail, so he could only ride his sword back to the 100 Eyes Hall, where Luo Wuji was sitting on the threshold. Seeing Lu Qinshan return, he hurriedly went up to greet him. Master, have you avenged little martial ant? Lu Qinshan briefed Luo Wuji about the situation at Sword Peak before entering the hall. Luo Wuji lowered his head in deep thought, growing increasingly curious about Wang Huitian. Everyone in the Wanda Zone called him the master of 10,000 arts, for there was nothing he couldn't do: alchemy, talismans, formations, and even swordsmanship. Swordsmen are the most competitive by nature. So he was very curious about what kind of swordsmanship could achieve such a level. Luo Wuji muttered to himself, System, tell me, if Ghost Shadow Flash were to face his move Severing Thoughts, who would win and who would lose? The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host, don't doubt it, you are the strongest. Ghost Flash can't beat me, but I have an even stronger move here, one sword style, II Death Lion's Song. Luo Wuji turned and entered the hall, realizing he had indeed worried for nothing. With the system by his side, who in this world could possibly surpass him? Moreover, Wang Huitian was just an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation. On Jianfeng, Yi Bai built himself a small wooden cabin and registered as a disciple of the Wang Dao sect at the 100 Eyes Hall. It could be said that everything was done entirely by his own hands. Wang Huitian locked the door and secretly pulled out a money pouch from under the bed. It contained a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, all borrowed from by Xian. Yuel seems to be quite wealthy. He had calculated that he would need at least another million to purchase enough spiritual root herbs for planting. Most importantly, he was missing a sword that could serve as a spiritual root. Cold light was good, but not suitable. Alas! Short on money. As the sigh faded, Yi Bai rushed in through the door in a hurry, piling a large heap of spirit stones onto the table. A full 2 million top-grade spirit stones. This was the entire fortune of a star-plucking realm cultivator. Wang Huitian's expression darkened, his tone carrying reproach. Disciple, visiting so late at night, is there something you need? Yi Bai's face lit up with joy as he agreed. Had he known it would be this simple, why would he have foolishly knelt for half the day? Master, there's something about that sword technique from this morning that your disciple doesn't quite understand. Wang Huitian pointed at Qin Shao lying outside the bamboo hut. Foolish child, if neither spiritual energy nor divine sense can detect it, then feel it with your heart. If you can revive him, you'll comprehend that sword technique. Yi Bai, overjoyed, bowed farewell to Wang Huitian and rushed out again to study Qin Shao. What's called reaching the sky in a single step, this is it. Wang Huitian hugged the spirit stone on the table and kissed it wildly, unable to hold back his laughter, which sounded like a pig's squeal. Ah ha ha ha! In the neighboring bamboo house, Yu Yao felt goosebumps all over her body, and by Xian patted her little head. Focus your mind and do not be distracted by external things. Wang Huitian, ha ha ha, I'm rich. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. If I use this as a betrothal gift, I could marry 10 senior sisters and 100 masters. Bam! With a loud explosion, several bamboo huts were blown apart simultaneously. Wang Huitian's precious spirit stones scattered all over the ground. Mu Qinshe stepped on his waist, yanked down his pants, and raised a bamboo stick to whip him. Bai Xin hurriedly covered Yu Yao's eyes. Junior sister, don't look. Although she said so, she couldn't help stealing glances from time to time. It had been years since she last saw her junior brother naked, and without realizing it, he had grown so much. Time passed quickly in the mountains, and before they knew it, half a month had gone by. Wang Huitian, who had originally planned to descend the mountain, still hadn't made a move. He is waiting. Wait for Bai Xin to go out. Bai Xin couldn't get close to Yu Yao without leaving him, and there were still some things he hadn't figured out. Wang Huitian had no shortage of patience because he couldn't afford to lose. Crossing the river by feeling the stones, one wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. At 5 a.m., Wang Huitian woke up on time to practice his breathing technique, but as before, he couldn't store even a trace of spiritual energy. At 6 a.m., he went to the bamboo grove to meditate on sword techniques, continuing until noon, when he left to find something to eat. The dining hall was mostly filled with outer sect disciples, as most inner sect disciples had already achieved immediate. Wang Huitian entered the dining hall and went straight to the second floor. No choice, I've had some money to spare lately. Zuzu, bring the menu over. The little girl happily placed a menu made of jade pieces in front of Wang Huitian. Senior brother Wang, I heard the third prince of Great Qing has arrived in Wangshan City to challenge you to a sword duel. The menu slipped from Wang Huitian's hand, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Zhu, just bring any 2 dishes. After Zhu left the room, Wang Huitian clenched his fists, the fury in his eyes quickly rising to his cheeks. The third prince, one-yuan, a prodigy of the Great Qing's sword path and also Wang Huitian's cousin. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. Wang Huitian stood up and walked out of the room, tossing a high-grade spirit stone to Zhu. Cancel the dishes, I have urgent business. On the first floor, several drunken disciples mocked Wang Huitian when they saw him. Hey! That waste who can't cultivate. Yeah, such sword talent is completely wasted on him. What are you looking at? This isn't Tianshu Square, you think you can just cut me down here. Wang Huitian's eyes darkened slightly. Unable to cultivate, his lifespan was fleeting no matter how strong he became. It would be but a fleeting brilliance, like a shooting star. He couldn't wait any longer, he needed a sword worthy of him. Back at Sword Peak, Yi Bai was slapping Qing Zhao's face. Disciple, come with me to fetch a sword. Yi Bai was momentarily stunned. What sword are you talking about? Wang Huitian looked towards the direction of the sword prison. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a sword imprisoned there, a peerless blade that could rival Yu Yao. 100-eyed hole. Luo Wuji was sitting on the doorstep yawning. The terrain here was very high, and if one's eyesight was sharp enough, they could see all 32,000 peaks of the Wangzong set. Recently, some pit masters hadn't been behaving well, so Lu Qinsheng had assigned him to keep an eye on them. It was a rather boring task, and he was just about to close his eyes for a quick nap when suddenly, a sword light flashed from the direction of the sword prison. Damn it! Who the hell is causing trouble? Luo Wuji took a single step forward, his figure instantly vanishing from sight. His ability to shrink distances was actually faster than sword flight. In mere moments, Luo Wuji arrived at the sword prison, only to see the 10 elders guarding the cave entrance scattered and disoriented, grievously wounded. These elders were all at the divine transformation level of cultivation. From the moment he saw the sword light to his arrival, there hadn't even been enough time to take a piece. Who dares to break into the sword prison? The elder struggled to stand up and replied, Yi Bai. Luo Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly as he descended the stone steps of the cave entrance. To comprehend the sword domain was to be called a sword immortal, and Yi Bai's cultivation was peerless, yet few had ever witnessed his sword domain. System, do you think the one sword style Aido can break his sword domain? Upon reaching the second level, he saw Yi Bai. At this moment, The revered sword immortal was actually bullying two foundation establishment cultivators. Brother Yao and old Lu knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Last time, the two had just been beaten up by Mu Qinshu, and their injuries hadn't even healed yet. Now, that man had actually returned with reinforcements. Let me go. My father is the master of Baiwa Peak. Once I'm out, I'll have 10,000 ways to kill you. Brother Yao was still talking tough, while Yi Bai kept slapping him and looked up at Luo Wuji. This area is off limits. Do you realize what you're doing? Trying to act recklessly in the myriad paths sect your star-seizing cultivation is far from sufficient. Yi Bai raised his hand and struck with a sword. He was never one for idle talk. Luo Wuji hastily retreated, forming hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball exploded across the entire second-floor prison cells, instantly filling the air with smoke and dust. Byakugin, activate. Wang Huitian looked up toward the second floor, where various techniques flickered metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all unleashed in succession. His eyes brimmed with envy. This was the gap between them. Others had all the elements, while he had none. On the 10th floor, Doi, who was lying down, rolled over and took a satisfying sip of wine. What a sword technique, damn. Luo Wuji, don't chicken out. Yi Bai, chop his turtle shell. Wang Huitian glanced at Doi with a hint of disdain. This guy has no demeanor of a master at all. If someone comes down, cover for me. Just half an hour. If I don't return, please report my death to Jianfeng. Without waiting for Doi's reply, Wang Huitian continued downward. If his guess was correct, the reason it was called the sword prison was that it was built to imprison that sword. This indicates that sword is extremely fierce. Forcing control over it would likely lead to death. He didn't possess Yi Bai, the sword immortals, heaven-defying talent, nor did he have Luo Wuji, the leader of the myriad art sects, all-around genius. The only way for him to grow stronger was through sheer madness. Descending nearly 1,000 meters, the sword prison seemed bottomless. Starting from the 20th layer, those imprisoned were no longer members of the myriad art sect, but countless bizarre and monstrous demons. These demons were all bound by the formation, yet their roars could still shake one's spirit. Wang Huitian's gaze remained resolute as he continued downward. Upon reaching the 100th level, there was no path left, only a locust tree standing at the far end, its leaves emitting a faint glow. Ahead, no passage. From the branches of the locust tree, a little girl parted the leaves and raised a single finger toward Wang Huitian. Wang Huitian spoke, I need a sword. The little girl stood her ground. That sword does not belong to this world. Wang Huitian laughed. What a ridiculous reason. I was outside the cave before, and now I'm at the bottom of it. Would you say I belong outside or inside? Since the sword is in this world, it belongs to this world. The little girl buried her head in thought, her brows deeply furrowed, feeling utterly stumped. Meanwhile, the field prince one-yuan ascended Sword Peak. He clicked his tongue at the overgrown mountain gate. How shabby. Truly a backwater place. Master, what do you think Wang Huitian's reaction would be if he knew His Majesty has arranged a marriage between me and Bai Xian? One-yuan's companion stroked his beard with a sneer on his face. Nothing cuts deeper than destroying the spirit. What could Wang Huitian, a worthless piece of trash, possibly feel? Indeed, when his entire family perished in the northern plains back then, he felt nothing. What could a mere senior sister possibly make him feel? Passing through the bamboo grove, the bamboo house came into view. Mu Qinshu wasn't there. She had gone out with her old friend Xiang. Only Yueyao was practicing her swordplay, panting heavily. Kid, where are the adults in your house? Yueyao glanced at the group warily, putting on a fierce expression as she replied, Who are you people? Why are you trespassing on Sword Peak? One-yuan looked around and, realizing Mu Qinshu and Bai Xian were absent, turned to the old man and said, Teacher, since Mu Qinshu isn't here, why don't we go to the 100 Ice Hall first to pay our respects to Lu Qinshang? The old man nodded. That's fine too. Kid, when your family's adults return, tell them to come to the 100 Ice Hall to meet the field prince. With that, the two men and their numerous guards rolled their swords and flew away. Yu Yao stamped her foot angrily. She had never met someone so rude who completely disregarded Jianfeng from start to finish. At the bottom of the sword prism, countless branches of the locust tree rapidly grew and lashed out at Wang Huitian. The little girl, unable to answer, grew anxious. No matter what, no one shall pass through here while I'm around. Wang Huitian flipped to dodge, but his body was left covered in bloody welts from the lashes. His greatest weakness is having sufficient offense but utterly lacking defense in such situations. He doesn't even get a chance to draw his sword. You're unreasonable resorting to force when you can't win an argument. Fifth! Here, my word is the law. The little girl puffed her cheeks angrily, hands on her hips, commanding the vines to strike. The longer it took, the more anxious Wang Huitian became. Yi Bai and Dao it couldn't hold out for much longer, and soon experts from the other peaks would arrive. Once they were on guard, it would be even harder to scheme for this sword. Ignoring the attacking branches, Wang Huitian pressed one hand against the ground. Fourth sword, mountains and rivers. Countless sword auras surged skyward with earth-shaking force. This strike would have been unremarkable on the ground, but here at the bottom of a massive, deep pit, it was another story. As the sword auras trembled, the entire pit began to collapse. You bastard! The little girl could no longer spare any attention for Wang Huitian, hastily extending and retracting her vines to stabilize the cliff walls. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Huitian dashed past the locust tree, only to find 100 dong deep pool behind it. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped straight in. The pool water was icy cold, piercing to the bone, and the temperature dropped even lower the deeper he went. Just diving down a few dozen meters already made him feel icy cold all over, his consciousness fading. Ahead lay pitch-black darkness with no bottom in sight. Continuing like this would surely mean death. How powerless mortals truly are. Wang Huitian choked on 2 mouthfuls of water before drawing his frostlight sword and slashing downward. The water split open a gap several zhang wide before closing again, childhood memories flashing through his mind. That year, he was just 8 years old, accompanying his father to battle in the northern plains. That journey ended with his father's death in battle, his elder brother missing, and only him being brought back by Master Mu Qing. The Great Qing still stands, the northern plains still stand. How could he die? Sword 1. Severing Thoughts. Wang Huitian swung his sword again, this time aiming at himself. The Severing Thought sword specialized in cutting through the mind, capable of plunging consciousness into slumber and putting the body into dormancy. A dormant body consumes less air, undoubtedly trading consciousness for a few more moments of physical survival. At the 100 Eyes Hole, sensing the tremors from the sword prism, Lu Qinshang was about to investigate when the third prince suddenly arrived for a visit. Over the years, the myriad pet sect had been stationed in the southern border. Though they remained aloof from worldly affairs, they were still ultimately situated within the territory of Great Qing. Moreover, the Great Qing was no ordinary dynasty. Its vast territory spanned hundreds of millions of people, and every city was guarded by individuals with unparalleled cultivation prowess. The royal family even mastered the method of cultivating dragon qi, making them exceptionally powerful. Arriving at the front hall, Lu Qinshang's pupils slightly contracted upon seeing the elder beside the third prince, one of the 4 divine marshals of the nation Snow Demon. Apologies for not welcoming Snow Demon and the third prince properly upon your arrival. Snow Demon stood up and bowed in greeting. Master Lu, forgive our sudden visit and any inconvenience caused. Seeing Lu Qinshang take his seat, one-yuan then stood up and personally handed over an imperial edict. Headmaster, my father in the capital has heard of Bai Xian's extraordinary talent and beauty, and has specially arranged a marriage between me and Miss Bai. I hope the headmaster will grant his approval. Lu Qinshang's expression darkened slightly. Before he could respond, the Snow Demon added another sentence. His Majesty understands the difficulty of the Wangdazong guarding the southern borders and has specially dispatched young Master Lin to lead troops into Yalang City to join forces with Wangdazong in resisting the demon beasts. Lu Qinshang's expression turned completely cold. The Snow Demon and young Master Lin, 2 divine marshals of the nation, were mobilized simultaneously, a clear intimidation tactic against Wangdazong. If this marriage alliance is refused, it is likely that a massive military force will soon press upon their borders. Yet accepting it would signify Wangdazong's submission, leaving them at the mercy of the great Qin. By Xin is my junior sister's disciple. We still need to discuss this with her. At that moment, a disciple suddenly rushed into the hall from outside the door. Sect leader, someone is forcibly breaking into the sword prison. Liu Qinsheng abruptly stood up and glanced at the Third Prince and the Snow Demon. These two guys got into trouble as soon as they went up the mountain. He strongly suspected that this was the great Qin's doing, scheming against the Wangzong sect. The matter of the arranged marriage can be discussed later. If you two have nothing else, please leave now. I have some matters to attend to. By the time Liu Qinsheng arrived at the sword prison, Yi Bai had already been subdued, surrounded by a large group of pig masters and elders. Ignoring Yi Bai, he flew straight into the deep pit. The 10th floor's Dao Yi enthusiastically waved his hand. Greetings, sect leader. Forget about him being a junior, but as an elder of the punishment hall, how could you join in such mischief? Liu Qinsheng frowned as he stared at Dao Yi, an old troublemaker from the older generation mixed up with a young hothead. Sure enough, a recipe for disaster. Dao Yi gripped his long sword tightly, his face revealing a pleading expression. Master, I beg you this time, just once. I guarantee with my position as the head of the punishment hall, let him retrieve that sword, alright? Do you know what consequences will follow if that sword breaks free from the sword prison? Dao Yi lowered his head and fell silent, yet his body remained firmly blocking the path. If the evil sword runs rampant, as the head of the punishment hall, I will suppress it with my life. Hearing this, Liu Qinsheng was so angry he laughed. This was literally betting with one's life. Very well. He was determined to see just how much skill Wang Huitian, a mere mortal, could possibly have. At the bottom of the pool, a gulp of water flooded his lungs. Wang Huitian choked awake, his body plummeting straight into darkness. As if standing in the boundless universe, 7 chaotic black holes rotated in the sky, pulling in all light. He felt his soul tremble, as if about to be sucked into these chaotic black holes. With a loud thud, he finally hit the bottom of the pit. There was no pool of water here. At the flat center stood a straight long sword, bound by countless chains that locked it firmly to the pit's floor. Formless sword. A glint of sharp light flashed in Wang Huitian's eyes. The sword's blade was straight with concealed sharpness, its hilt long and sinuous, engraved with the characters Wu Xiang. Truly a peerless fine sword unmatched in this world. On par with Yueyao. Wait, this sword has 7 hollows on its blade, which should originally be inlaid with 7 gemstones. If we can retrieve those 7 gems, this sword would surpass Yueyao. Wang Huitian's eyes gleamed with joy. With these 2 swords in hand, given time, it was hard to imagine how powerful he could become. An intense desire surged within him, urging him to step forward and test if a single swing could cleave the heavens. At this moment, it felt as though countless voices in his mind were urging him to break free from the chains that bound the long sword. This voice is irresistible, carrying a strong temptation. Coincidentally, Wang Huitian couldn't resist any temptation. Without waiting for the inner voice to urge him, he had already stepped forward to pull the iron chain. Don't worry, I'll let you out right now. Wang Huitian grasped the iron chain with both hands, exerting all his strength to pull it upward. After a long while, the iron chain remained motionless. Wang Huitian fell silent, and the voice in his heart also fell silent. Ah! What a useless waste, put some strength into it. A dark spirit emerged from the sword hilt, its crimson eyes burning with fury. This was the sword spirit of the formless blade, appearing utterly ferocious. Trapped in this abyss for too long, it yearned to see daylight again. Finally, it had encountered a destined wielder only to find them incapable of even pulling these chains loose. The sword spirit suspected Wang Huitian was toying with it. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at the sword spirit, his gaze filled with undisguised killing intent. Since he intended to fuse this sword into his body as a spiritual root, this sword spirit could not be allowed to remain. Sword 1. Sever thoughts. He struck without hesitation, a cold gleam piercing forward. The sword spirit dodged swiftly, but when it turned to look again, Wang Huitian had already sheathed his sword. The empty cavern floor was left with only a faint breeze stirring the air. Is that it? Jielin stared blankly at Wang Huitian, who was standing still in a daze, utterly confused. Pfft, I thought we had a master here. Turns out it's just a mortal. No spiritual energy, no sword intent, just a gust of wind. Calling him a mortal would be an insult to mortals. This was nothing but an insect. Just as the breeze reached the sword spirit, a sudden surge of dread overwhelmed him, an inexplicable sense of extreme danger. But by then, it was already too late to evade. The gentle wind passed, scattering the dark sword spirit like mist. This sword is silent and imperceptible, specializing in severing thoughts, and is the bane of spiritual entities. Having dealt with the sword spirit, Wang Huitian wielded the long sword and hacked wildly at the iron chains, achieving quite some success. It must be said that the second-ranked cold light sword truly lives up to its reputation. Indeed, it is exceptionally sharp. Wanxiang City. Mu Qinshe and Waxiang were browsing jewelry by the street. Though these mortal trinkets lacked spiritual essence, their exquisite craftsmanship naturally appealed to the immortal masters. Behind them, Bai Xin followed closely. As the chief steward of Sword Peak, it was her duty to settle the bill whenever her master went shopping. Qinshe, I heard Qin Shao is still lying under a white cloth at your Sword Peak. You'd better be careful. If he dies, Qin Shuang will fight you to the death. Mu Qinshe set down the jade hairpin in her hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Don't be afraid. At worst, I'll just give him my second disciple to make up for the life. As she spoke, she picked up a large red flower from the stall and put it on her head again. Xiang, do I look beautiful? Huo Xiang rolled her eyes at her. She is indeed beautiful, but she's already at that age and still unmarried. Bai Xin promptly stood up for her master from behind. So beautiful, master looks the best. Mu Qinshe raised her head proudly. She was famously known as the beauty of Wangdao Mountain, the most beloved junior sister among her senior brothers. The world-renowned favored daughter of heaven, who at a young age has already touched the stars. Just then, a sword light flashed across the horizon. Uncle Master, your disciple has caused trouble. The sect leader wants you to return immediately. He said if there's another problem, he'll flip your skull open. Zhang Zhenyuan landed with his flying sword, his face filled with urgency. It seemed the offense this time was no small matter. Otherwise, his usually doting senior brother, the sect leader, wouldn't he have spoken such hurtful words. Mu Qinshe's delicate face darkened further, and he didn't need to think to know. That foolish second disciple was causing trouble again, and he had only just emerged from seclusion a few days ago. The mountain gate of Jianfen Peak is almost being trampled down. Damn it, no one stopped me. I'm going back to chop her up. At the bottomless cold pool entrance of the 10,000 Paths Mountain Sword Prison, a group of people stood by the water's edge with varied expressions. Sect leader Lu Qinshuang remained impassive, though it couldn't conceal his delight. Peak masters like Qin Shuang wore mocking smiles, while Sword Immortal Li Shuo appeared rather calm. Mu Qin's face showed anger, but her mind was calculating how to excuse herself. Trespassing into the sword prison's cold pool was too serious a matter. She felt she couldn't handle the consequences. Qin, when that wretch comes out, you should throw yourself at the sect leader's feet and weep bitterly. Tell him how you've toiled and suffered to raise this child, how incredibly difficult it's been. Don't worry, I'll be right beside you to provide support. Huo Xiang whispered softly into Mu Qinshe's ear, offering her advice. The latter gave her a slight nod, their eyes meeting briefly as they finalized their plan. Bai Xin's eyes were filled with concern. She had naturally overheard her master and Marshal An's plan, but it was a strategy to ensure her junior brother could come out alive. The current situation is unclear. Although she didn't know what was sealed at the bottom of this cold pool, the wary looks in the elder's eyes made her realize just how dangerous it was. The wait lasted until the full moon hung high in the sky, and the joy in Dao Yi's eyes gradually turned to desolation. Some of the elders and peak masters even began setting up formations around the cold pool. Tisk! This sword spirit is fierce and ruthless. How could it possibly acknowledge a mere mortal as its master? Moonlight streamed down the vertical chasm of the abyss. Mu Qinshe thrust her sword fiercely into the boulder by the shore and stood up, ready to leap into the icy pool to investigate. Junior sister, calm down. Liu Qinshang hurried forward to stop her. My temper is flaring, let me drag him out myself. With a splash, although Liu Qinshang stopped Mu Qinshu, the sound of someone diving into the water came from beside them. Hu Xiang plunged headfirst into the icy pool. The water was bone-chillingly cold, and even spiritual energy shielding couldn't block the invasive chill. Open up for me. The aquatic Aztec suddenly punched downward, the violent spiritual energy swirling up a massive vortex that plunged straight to the bottom of the pool. Her body followed the momentum downward, the spectacle awe-inspiring. Beside her, Liu Qinshang wanted to intervene, but had already lost sight of her figure. The words of persuasion got stuck in his throat, his mouth half open, his face filled with helplessness. Sure, Shimmy, there are 7 black holes at the bottom of the pool that can drain spiritual energy. Mu Qinshu widened her eyes. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Isn't this just setting people up for failure? Just as everyone was growing frantic, the water's surface exploded once more. Hu Xiang emerged, holding a blood-soaked figure, and swiftly landed ashore, casually tossing the person in front of Mu Qinshu. Master Qing, is this the one? If not, I'll go back down to fish it out. Liu Qinshang's eyes widened in shock. You didn't encounter any black holes that absorb spiritual energy. Black holes? What black holes? This old lady has a black hole that absorbs essence. Wanna take a look? Liu Qinshang shook his head in frustration, crouched down, and checked Wang Huitian's breathing. Still breathing. Hu Xiang glanced at Liu Qinshang, who was avoiding eye contact, with disdain. Look at your pathetic self. Qin Shuang stepped forward, his voice slightly lowered. No matter what, Jianfeng, you must give an explanation for this. With that, he turned and left in anger. If it weren't for the fact that his son was still not revived, he would have taken the life of this wretched creature today. Several days later, Wang Huitian slowly awoke in Jianfeng's wooden hut. He raised his hand to touch his spine, feeling a faint chill beneath his fingers. That day, everyone had assumed he failed to obtain the formless sword, unaware that it had already been fused into his spine, forging it into a sword bone. The formless sword energy within his body spread ceaselessly, stinging every inch of his skin. Moreover, the 7 black holes on the sword were autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. He had a premonition that once the formless sword absorbed enough spiritual energy, its powerful sword energy would directly tear his body apart. Damn it! Why does Yue's sword bone nourish itself, while mine only destroys? Wang Huitian struck the bedboard with a fist, unwilling to accept his fate. At this moment, Yu pushed open the door while holding a small bowl. Senior brother, time to take your medicine. Seeing the lovely and delicate Yu enter the wooden hut, a glint of sharp light flashed in Wang Huitian's eyes. Little Yao, come here quickly. Let your senior brother examine your body. Yu's petite frame trembled slightly as she hastily placed the medicine bowl on the table before fleeing through the door. With such a senior brother always lusting after her body by her side, who wouldn't be afraid? Especially a young girl of 12 or 13 like her. Wang Huitian struggled to get up and gulped down the medicinal soup in one go. Elixir. He now needs to find the elixir to mend his continuously shattering body, thereby achieving balance with the formless sword. Pushing open the door, the warm sunlight filtered through the bamboo grove and fell upon my face, like scattered fragments of sword energy. The sword's edge was silent, accompanied only by the occasional chirping of cicadas. The usually shy Yue had hidden away somewhere, while Yi Bai crouched beside Qin Shao, lost in thought, his face as still as a puppet's. Further away, Bai Xian practiced her swordplay on the path, her long blade weaving through the emerald bamboo, yet never daring to harm even a single leaf. Everything looks peaceful and beautiful. Wang Huitian covered his chest with one hand while pulling out that bamboo leaf from his bosom with the other. The bamboo leaf was withered and yellow, yet remarkably straight. At this moment, the sword was forged. He gently let go, and the breeze swirled the bamboo leaves, making them dance in the air. The bamboo leaves drifted down the mountain and fell into the small stream at its base, floating along with the current like a tiny boat. The rushing water tossed the leaves, sometimes submerging them, sometimes letting them float on the surface, and at times flinging them into the air against the rocks. It journeyed northward, moving faster and faster. Disciples of the Wangdao mountain often passed through the mountains, walking and stopping intermittently, yet no one would pay attention to such an ordinary withered leaf. Though he lay on a riverside rock, his gaze somewhat dazed, continuously pouring barley wine into his mouth. Tilting his head, he glanced at the bamboo leaf floating in the water and took another swig of wine. This bamboo leaf does resemble the one that foolish boy carried in his bosom. He stood up and reached his hand into the water, the bamboo leaf drifting past his fingertips. Ha ha! What kind of peerless sword is this? That boy must have lied to me again. Wang Huitian watched as the bamboo leaf floated away, the murderous intent in his eyes receding. This sword strike had been years in the making, and now that it was finally unleashed, he felt a long-awaited relief in his heart. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he coughed. Xiao Yao, where are you hiding? Your senior brother is bleeding. Come quickly and take a look. In Mu Qinshi's small wooden hut, half a head peeked out, warily looking in this direction. Yi Bai turned his head and saw Wang Huitian hastily stand up and bow in greeting. Wang Huitian chuckled lightly, strolled over to Qin Shao, and raised his finger to press against the latter's forehead. The blade cuts the flesh, the heart severs the soul. My sword strike targeted his thoughts, leaving no trace. Where the mind reaches, the blade follows. Where the blade strikes, it shatters the heart, extinguishes desire, and severs emotion. As his finger made contact, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, but they were devoid of vitality, filled with a sense of world weariness, like an enlightened monk lying in wait for death. Yi Bai seemed to have an epiphany and fell into deep thought once again. Wang Huitian turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly descended the mountain. I'm going out for a walk. If you gain any insights, use him to test your sword. Just don't kill him if he dies. I want to be able to explain it to my master. In the mountain forest, Bai Xian, who was practicing swordplay, saw Wang Huitian leaving and hurriedly stopped in front of him. Where are you going? The master told you to stay on Sword Peak to recover from your injuries. I'm going to wash my face in the stream at the foot of the mountain. I'll be right back. Bai Xian looked suspicious but slowly stepped aside to let him pass. Wangdao Mountain Mission Hall. Here you can take missions to go down the mountain. Many accomplished disciples undertake these tasks, both to earn cultivation resources and to make a name for themselves. Look, why is there a mortal here? SHH. Keep your voice down. This guy is ruthless. He kills without blinking. Lately, even the herbs at the 100 Herbs Hall have gotten more expensive. People around quickly made way when they saw Wang Huitian, as few in the entire Wangdazong were unaware of his legendary deeds. With a mortal's body, he defied a nascent soul cultivator, wounding thousands of disciples with a single sword strike. What are you all talking about? Noticing the group gathered in discussion, Wang Huitian also moved closer to join them. The moment they saw him, everyone scattered. Wang Huitian was quite frustrated. He had never taken on a mission before and had hoped to learn from a fellow disciple, but it seemed these people held some prejudice against him. Elder, I'd like to take on a mission. The elder in charge of mission assignments looked up, his brow furrowed. The trial missions for disciples of the Wangdazong are divided into levels E to A, corresponding to the 5 major cultivation realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. But Wang Huitian had no cultivation, so there were simply no corresponding tasks for him. Accepting tasks requires corresponding cultivation. What's a mortal doing here? Making a scene? Unwilling to give up, Wang Huitian continued to press for answers. Is there really no mission without cultivation restrictions? The elder who had been sorting through scrolls suddenly looked up. There actually was one mission without cultivation restrictions, and it had just arrived this morning. He tossed the bamboo scroll to Wang Huitian. See for yourself. As Wang Huitian unrolled the bamboo scroll, his pupils constricted sharply. There were reports of suspected demonic cultivators from the northern plains causing trouble at Watchtower Mountain, and someone needed to be sent to investigate. Were there any missions before that didn't restrict cultivation level? The elder shook his head. No, this is the first time I've seen it. Consider yourself lucky. Lucky my ass. Wang Huitian was certain that this mission was 100% targeted at him. It seems some people couldn't hold back after realizing he wasn't a good-for-nothing. In Wangshan City, Prince One-yuan of the Great Qing Kingdom swayed his folding fan with a cold glint in his eyes. Beside him stood a maidservant, her face bearing scars both old and new. Your Highness, the mission has been accepted. One-yuan pinched the maidservant's cheek, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Good, we'll wait for him here. It's been quite a while since I last saw my cousin. He peered through the window crack at the distant green mountains, his thoughts drifting to some childhood memories. Back then, Wang Huitian was quite simple-minded, often staring at one thing for an entire day. He would count how many ants were in an anthill or calculate how many leaves had fallen from the money tree in front of the schoolhouse. So lonely, so unsociable. How could such a person possibly be a peerless prodigy in sword cultivation? In the mountains, Wang Huitian walked with frequent pauses. Without cultivation, he couldn't ride a sword, so naturally, he couldn't move quickly. The sword peak wasn't far from Wangtian City, but that was when riding a sword. On foot, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Where has he reached now? One-yuan frowned and asked. Your Highness, we've reached the rose grove at Baiwao Peak. One-yuan's hands clenched the windowsill until it creaked. Half a month, a full half a month, and that bastard still hadn't emerged from the Myriad Peaks mountain. He felt like he'd been waiting so long that spider webs had started forming on him. Though cultivators had long lifespans, they weren't meant to be wasted like this. At Wang Huitian's current pace, the journey from Sword Peak to Watchtower Mountain would take so long that the demonic cultivator he'd arranged would have already died of old age. Damn it. On Baiwao Peak, pairs of Taoist couples would occasionally stop to admire the flowers. Wang Huitian reached out, plucked a beautiful rose, and tossed it aside, his eyes fixated with fascination on the thorns of the vine. He found the thorns utterly mesmerizing, nature having carved them to such sharp perfection. Their graceful curves were simply enchanting. At first glance, it seemed like several days had passed before continuing the journey. When hungry, they would pick roses and eat them with dough, which surprisingly had its own unique flavor. On Sword Peak, waves of complainants came one after another. Master Mu Qing, will you discipline your disciple or not? He passed by my peak's rose grove and ruined all the flowers, leaving only rows of bare stems. Mu Lohu, come out right now and compensate me for the 10,000-year-old welcoming pine of Tianma Peak. Old Mu, I, Feng Jinzunyu, demand an explanation today. What kind of nonsense is this? Scraping off all the fish meat just to admire the fish bones. Bai Xian stood blocking the mountain path, feeling drenched in sweat. Strands of hair clung to her delicate, flushed face, which wore an apologetic expression. Esteemed elders, my master entered seclusion yesterday. I humbly ask for your understanding and patience. Bear with it. This scourge leaves no blade of grass in its wake. How can one bear with it? Yi Bai stood coldly to the side, his expression icy as he glanced at the furious crowd, the sword in his hand emitting a faint hum. Humph, my master has his own considerations for his actions. If you all insist on making trouble here, do you think my sword is dull? The peak masters widened their eyes. Were they the ones making trouble? Was there no reasoning left at all? Yi Bai, this is the mountain 10,000 paths, not a place for you to act recklessly. We're in the right, why should we fear you? Yi Bai had long been unable to tolerate it. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his master was unacceptable. He raised his sword and struck. Although there were many elders and peak masters who had come to lodge complaints, they were all insignificant figures unworthy of attention. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Reason? My sword, Yi Bai's sword, is the reason. Today, the loser leaves behind their sword. Senior uncle Bai Xian, step aside a bit, or blood might splatter on you later. Wang Huitian naturally had no idea that his sword's edge had already caused chaos within. By now, he had arrived at the Watchtower Mountain, where the demonic cultivators were wreaking havoc. Sect leader Lu Qinsheng personally escorted him by flying sword, making it difficult to refuse such kindness. Watcher Mountain, located at the edge of the Myriad Peaks range, is an extremely remote area where wild beasts roam freely, making it exceptionally perilous. It is also close to the Starvation Ghost Cave, resulting in sparse human habitation, with only a few scattered villages halfway up the mountain. Old man, open the door. I'm an immortal from the mountain. Wang Huitian knocked on the door of the nearest household at the village entrance, hoping to inquire about the situation. After knocking for a long while, the door remained tightly shut with no response. Inside the house, an old man tightly shielded his young granddaughter behind him, staring warily at the front door. What immortal from the mountains? He didn't believe it at all clearly. The person had walked here and was just catching their breath by the old locust tree at the entrance moments ago. Seeing that no one answered the door for a long time, Wang Huitian turned to examine the carrying pole standing by the well in the courtyard. Hearing movement outside the courtyard, he grabbed the pole and went out to investigate. Under the locust tree outside the courtyard, a woman in a red dress stood there unnoticed. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind like ink spreading in water. The woman had long hair tied up with a delicate slender sword at the ends, her features as exquisite as a painting, with crimson lips and dark brows, appearing strikingly alluring. She was the type that would captivate one's gaze at first sight. There truly are demons in these mountains. Hearing Wang Huitian's voice, the woman focused her gaze in his direction. Young master, has anything happened in your village recently? Seeing Wang Huitian, Honglu immediately assumed he was a villager and asked without hesitation. But Wang Huitian, not far away, had already shifted his gaze and was once again examining the carrying pole in his hands. Honglu was taken aback. She was extremely confident in her beauty and had never encountered someone who would look away after just one glance. Once, a dying wealthy man in town, after catching a glimpse of her, stubbornly crawled out of his coffin and chased her for 3 miles. Young man, are you blind? Honglu stepped forward, waving her hand in front of Wang Huitian's eyes. Miss, please step aside. I am an immortal from the Myriad Pass Mountain, here to investigate the chaos caused by evil cultivators. Wang Huitian put down the carrying pole, stepped over the red willow, and walked straight deeper into the village. The red willow was ignored again, left standing there in a daze. Her stunning face showed a hint of bewilderment. Little lady, is he treating him like the village widow? Wang Huitian didn't care what she thought. After inspecting the entire village, his frown grew deeper. The village had only a dozen or so households, yet no one was seen moving about. Judging by the footprints outside the houses, it seemed they hadn't stepped out for quite some time. How about it? Little immortal from Wangdong Mountain, what have you found out? Don't tell me you found nothing at all. Honglu followed behind Wang Huitian, a hint of mockery in her tone. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes and looked at Honglu. The fact that these villagers dare not go out suggests that the evil cultivator is still in the village. This woman's sarcastic tone makes her highly suspicious. What are you staring at me for? You can't find the evil cultivator, so you're thinking of arresting me as a substitute, aren't you? Wang Huitian's right hand slowly moved toward the hilt of his cold light sword. That was exactly what he had in mind. The evil cultivator is hiding, and searching like this is just wasting time. Just grab anyone to make up the numbers. Let me tell you, I'm a cultivator from Red Maple Valley, and I'm also out here investigating evil cultivators. And a mere mortal like you with no cultivation dares to lay a hand on me. How laughable. Fourth sword, mountains and rivers. The crisp clang of swords rang out, and Red Will's bands were swept aside from her forehead. A flicker of panic flashed through her eyes. Fast! Too fast! Despite her mid-stage golden core cultivation, she hadn't even seen the opponent draw their sword, nor detected the slightest overflow of spiritual energy. Her long hair swayed, and the delicate slender sword tied at the tips flew up to block in front of her. Freed from the sword's restraint, her hair fluttered in the wind, further accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Wang Huitian extended 2 fingers, caught a strand of her soft hair floating in the air, and abruptly thrust it into Honglu's forehead. The spiritual energy Honglu had just mastered instantly dissipated. This strike had sealed her divine senses control over the golden core in her dantian. What are you doing? I'm a cultivator from Red Maple Valley. Wang Huitian shook his head. No, from now on, you are the demonic cultivator from Beiyuan. You hide in Watchman Mountain, luring young villagers and passing cultivators with your beauty, draining their blood to cultivate your power. Wang Huitian continued to ponder. He had both the people and the story, but he still needed to fabricate some evidence. He slipped his finger into the red wheel cherry's small mouth and pressed a bite mark onto his finger. You were subdued by me during your sneak attack. Come on, bite my neck again to make it look more realistic. Shameless, you scoundrel. You're forcing a decent person into prostitution. As the two were discussing amicably, layers of thick fog began to rise over the village. The mist quickly enveloped the entire village, making the scattered small houses appear somewhat ethereal in the haze. Amidst the mountains and forests, a crow cries mournfully. The air carries a strong scent of blood. Wang Huitian gazed into the distant mountains. The scent of blood was drifting from the village across the way. That demonic cultivator had made their move. Seeing this, Holo urgently spoke up. Quick, let me go. The demonic cultivator is over there. Wang Huitian casually plucked the strand of hair from the other's forehead. Since the real one had appeared, this fake was no longer of much use. Go catch him for me, and if you fail, I'll still take you as a substitute. He had no cultivation skills and was least adept at traveling long distances. The two villages faced each other across the mountain. Though they appeared close, it was unlikely he could reach the other side before nightfall. Hong Lu, furious, flicked his sleeve and rolled his sword away in a huff. Wang Huitian watched the red streak vanish across the sky and slowly made his way toward the opposite village. Relying on a golden core cultivator to capture a demonic cultivator was clearly unrealistic. He would have to go himself. Moreover, this fog clearly looks like a trap, so it's best to let Holu go first to test the waters. At the village entrance, in the yard of the household that had knocked earlier, a little girl was sitting on a rocking horse. Wang Huitian reached out and gently stroked her hair. Kid, where are the adults in your house? Mom and Dad were eaten by monsters, and Grandpa is inside the house. In the pitch-black stone house, visibility was poor, yet a faint chill emanated from within. Continuing down the mountain, one could see from afar the flickering spiritual lights in the village across the way, with every household draped in white mourning silk. Paper money fluttered in the wind along the mountain path. Several dilapidated coffins lay abandoned on the mountain road, with some corpses covered only by a straw mat. The nearby villages are all extremely poor. Wang Huitian lifted a straw mat to reveal a withered corpse beneath. The body had been completely drained of blood, presenting a horrifying sight. The sounds of Honglu battling the evil cultivator could already be heard here. Honglu's slender sword darted like a nimble green serpent, swiftly weaving through the mountains. Wherever it passed, trees shattered and houses collapsed. The evil cultivator wielded a long spear, his movements equally impressive, swift as a dragon, with devastating force. The two fought back and forth, evenly matched, and for a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Spotting Wang Huitian standing on the ridge gazing into the distance, Holu urgently called for help. Come quick and help me. This evil cultivator is too powerful. The evil cultivator bared his blood-red teeth, grinning back with equal ferocity. Ha ha ha, little girl, is this your backup? No cultivation and a dull expression. Are you joking with me? Wang Huitian's pensive expression suddenly froze as he abruptly turned to look back at the original village, his pupils contracting slightly. Every household in the nearby villages had hung white mourning banners. With deaths occurring, so why was that previous village so neat and tranquil? He turned and laughed, his footsteps swift. Damn it, this kid tricked me. Lu Hong's pretty face turned dark with rage, her sword hand trembling slightly. She was truly on the verge of exploding with fury. Amid the distant mountain ranges, a black-clad figure watched the running silhouette with grave intensity, murmuring to himself. He truly has no cultivation. The man removed his hood, revealing a handsome face, none other than Luo Wuji, renowned as the foremost master of the 10,000 past arts in Wangdao Mountain. System, detect Wang Huitian's luck value. In his mind, the system's detection voice sounded. Detection complete. Human Wang Huitian owes the heavenly Dao 10 million points of luck. Current luck value, Negative 10 million. Luo Wuji was completely baffled. What the hell was this? Can luck really be negative? What kind of heaven-defying, humanity-outraging deeds must one commit to owe this much luck? Do you think the heavenly dawn might just strike him dead during his tribulation? The system fell silent. Logically, the lower one's luck, the more the heavenly dawn disfavors them, and the more terrifying the divine retribution would be. But if this negative number truly gets struck dead, who will repay the old fortune? This is a paradox. Without further thought, Luo Wuji mounted his sword and took off. Seizing the rare opportunity, he went to see Wang Huitian's sword. Ghost, shadow, flash. As the words fell, Luo Wuji's body, which had just risen on his sword, suddenly vanished like intersecting bolts of lightning, stirring up layers of sonic booms. Wang Huitian ran back to the village again, leaning against the old locust tree while panting heavily. Damn it! When I get rich, I'll hire 4 deity transformation cultivators to carry my sedan chair. Stumbling into the courtyard, the little girl who had been riding the wooden horse was nowhere to be seen. Pushing open the slightly ajar wooden door, the room inside was covered in cobwebs, devoid of any sign of life. Moving to another household, this time he kicked the door open directly, only to find the interior equally dilapidated. During the earlier inspection, although the villagers hadn't opened their doors, it was clear that the village was inhabited. In just a short moment, the scene had completely transformed. Wang Huitian turned his head, hearing countless laughter around him, adding an eerie touch to this dilapidated village. Sword free, wind rise. A cold gleam flashed as the blade was drawn, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The wooden houses and earthen walls in the village were swept away and shattered into dust by the raging storm. If you don't understand something, just slash it with your sword. One slash isn't enough. Then try 2. Sword Technique 4. Mountains and Rivers. The sharp blade descended, sending rocks flying and shaking the earth. Trees on the mountainside toppled and shattered one after another, yet the old locust tree at the village entrance stood firm. Found you. Wang Huitian raised his sword and slashed fiercely at the old locust tree. A crescent-shaped sword energy descended, startling a pitch-black crow perched on its branches. Caw, caw. The crow shrieked and vanished into the sky, while the old locust tree was split cleanly in half. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow. The methods of this evil cultivator were truly bizarre. Indeed, the world is vast, and one must venture out more to broaden their horizons. The feathers shed by the crow were tainted with wisps of black energy, staining the earth pitch black wherever they drifted. A sinister and eerie aura twisted the space around it, melting stones like ice and causing clouds to fall incessantly. Sword 2. Blood Slaughter. Wang Huitian swept his cold light sword across his palm, drawing a stream of crimson blood that transformed into a sharp blade and shot forth. Where the sword light passed, the blackened earth split open, stained red with blood. Luo Wuji, who had been hovering in the air on his sword, hastily retreated hundreds of meters. He looked somewhat strange. This village doesn't seem to have any evil cultivators but is instead located within the territory of the Starving Ghost Cavern, a forbidden zone where eerie phenomena occur. Is he planning to confront the forbidden zone head-on? Luo Wuji watched the rampant sword energy. The small mountain village had already vanished, leaving ravines everywhere. System, can I really defeat him? But he doesn't even have spiritual energy. The system pondered for 2 seconds before speaking with determination. Host, please don't doubt yourself, you are the strongest. At that very moment, Wang Huitian, who had been wildly swinging his sword below, suddenly raised his head and looked in this direction. He heard the whispers of humans and sensed the aura of a cultivator. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as a ferocious grin spread across his pale face. Found you, demonic cultivator. In an instant, Luo Wuji felt his hair stand on end, like a helpless golden retriever being targeted by a rabid dog. Junior brother, calm down, it's me, Luo Wuji from the main peak. Although he tried to explain, Wang Hui's sword was faster. A thumb-sized blood-red sword had already shot toward him, leaving a streak of swift crimson light in the air. Luo Wuji hastily raised his sword to block. One sword style, I idle. Damn it, I can't block this. His sword had barely been raised, his move not yet executed, when the blood sword had already pierced through his chest. Too fast. From the moment he was spotted to being struck by the blood sword, only a second had passed. As the foremost master of the 10,000 Pass arts from 10,000 Pass Mountain, he had suffered severe injuries without even drawing his sword. Below, Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he couldn't see clearly, the figure clad in black was undoubtedly a malevolent cultivator. Watching the distant figure plummeting straight down from the clouds, Wang Huitian leaned on his knees, catching his breath for a moment. His stamina was severely depleted, and the formless sword within him ceaselessly tormented his nerves. Even so, he staggered toward the direction where the shadow had fallen. Before this, he had only touched Yuel's sword bone. Thus, he believed spiritual roots were the same as sword bones until he fused the formless sword into his body and realized they were entirely different. He needed more material. He needed to find that shadow and dissect it, cut by cut, to see with his own eyes what a spiritual root truly was. Bam! Luo Wuji crashed into the forest, startling countless birds into flight. With a retching sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Compared to his physical injuries, the damage to his dull heart was even more severe. Since the system awakened, when had he ever suffered such a crushing defeat? A flash of crimson light flickered through the forest as a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before Luo Wuji. He found a core formation cultivator. The newcomer wore a gentle smile, with long hair flowing loosely behind him, exuding an air of refined elegance and an almost immortal grace. Rogue cultivator Li Shangyang paid his respects to the leader of the 10,000 techniques of Immortal Mountain. Luo Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know me? Li Shangyang smoothed his hair at the temples, his smile growing even more genial. Of course, my friend, as the head disciple of the Wandation sex leader, it's said you're proficient in all arts and omniscient. I just wonder if you're also skilled in the art of the bedchamber. Luo Wuji frowned. Currently lying severely injured on the ground, he felt an uneasy premonition stirring in his heart. What do you want? Want to? Li Shangyang didn't waste any words either, tossing the long sword in his hand aside and immediately reaching to strip Luo Wuji of his clothes. Luo Wuji's eyes filled with panic as he desperately raised his hands to protect his chest. By now, he fully understood he had encountered a demonic cultivator. But in his severely injured state, how could he possibly defend his purity? Soon, his outer robe was torn off, leaving only his undergarments. This could be said to be the most perilous moment since he began cultivating immortality. System, save me. Damn it, answer me. Playing that knell of all times. Deep in the weeds, behind the tree, Hong Lu frowned as she looked in this direction, holding a severed head in her hand, blood dripping steadily. Beside her stood a man her senior brother Jiang Yi, who had come to support her. After joining forces to slay the malevolent cultivator, they rushed over only to witness this absurd scene. Junior sister, it seems to be senior brother Luo from Wangdao Mountain. As fellow prodigies from blessed Immortal Mountains, we naturally know each other. Brother Luo seems to need our help. Hong Lu blocked Jiang Yi, who was about to step forward, with her sword, her gaze never wavering for a moment. What help? No one's died yet. Let's first observe these thief's methods in secret before making any moves. Jiang Yi looked at Hong Lu in astonishment. Was this thief's technique even something you could watch? Would your eyes still be clean after seeing it? At this moment, it felt like he was truly seeing his junior sister for the first time. Just as Li Shangyang's fierce assault was about to overwhelm Luo Wuji, Wang Huitian finally arrived, dragging his cold gleaming sword. Leaning against a nearby tree, he collapsed weakly to the ground. His labored breathing could be heard from afar, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Yet, despite this, his eyes remained eerily calm like stagnant water. Let go of that man. He's mine. Li Shangyang stopped his movements, slightly narrowing his eyes as he examined Wang Huitian. A mortal without any cultivation, seemingly frail and sickly, he took out a portrait from his robe and stepped forward to compare it with Wang Huitian's face. Very similar. Target confirmed. He raised his hand to grab Wang Huitian by the neck, his gaze filled with disdain and indifference. Killing a mortal for a commission of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, what a bargain. Boss! The hum of a sword rang out. Wang Huitian, though striking later, arrived first, pointing a finger at Li Shangliang's forehead as sword energy instantly swept through the forest. He could no longer wield cold light, so he used his index finger as a sword. But it was enough to kill a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. A brilliant light shot forth from the tip of his index finger, piercing through all obstacles in its path. This was pure sword intent, as pristine as the honed edge of a gleaming blade. A phantom nascent soul emerged from Li Shangliang's dantian, its eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Ram! At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the nascent soul had already fled beyond the mountain forest, heading toward the northern plains. Wang Huitian slightly lifted his eyelids. He could no longer see the nascent soul's trace. But it didn't matter, knowing the direction was enough. Sword 5, Hunt. Glancing at Li Shangliang's fallen body, Wang Huitian swept his palm along the spine of his back and flicked it toward the direction where Li Shangliang's nascent soul had fled. His spine shot out in an instant, transforming into a ferocious sword brimming with overwhelming malice as it streaked forward. Wang Huitian stared intently at the menacing sword, his heart filled with awe. Even an ordinary sword could wield such power if it were Yu Yao being summoned. What kind of peerless weapon would that be? At this moment, he could hold on no longer and collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, a flash of red skirt drifted before his eyes. Hey, you bastard, now you've fallen into my hands. Sword's edge. Yu Yao, who was diligently cultivating, suddenly shivered. Master, I've reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. She jumped for joy, and Mu Qing affectionately ruffled Yu Yao's little head. Next, I will teach you the falling star sword technique. You must practice diligently, as this is my secret art, unmatched when mastered, capable of plucking stars and slashing the moon, invincible in all directions. Yu Yao tilted her little head, her face full of longing. Is it even more powerful than second brother's sword? Of course. Your second brother's sword is just a mortal's blade. Not even dogs would bother learning it. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Bai, who had been spacing out in the courtyard, suddenly burst into laughter as if struck by madness. Ha ha, I've got it, I've got it. Master, I've got it now. He raised his hand and swung his sword, unleashing a sweeping sword aura that tore open a massive rift in space. The clouds and light in the sky were devoured by the fissure, and the blue sky appeared severely distorted, as if shattered into countless fragments by that single strike. This was the severing thought he had comprehended, with spiritual energy amplifying it. The power was truly terrifying. The master wasn't wrong. If he cultivates Qi, he could slay even a deity transformation expert. Mu Qingxiu glared at Yi Bai and was about to turn back into the house when a streak of sword light flashed across the mountains. From afar, Lu Qingshang's shouts could be heard. Junior sister, your second disciple has been detained by Red Maple Valley. They say you need to bring sincerity to redeem them. With a loud bang, the wooden door was slammed shut. Redeem someone. Redeem who? Her second disciple, Yu Yao, is perfectly well behaved. Inside Red Maple Valley, Wang Huitian was bandaged up like a rice dumpling. Only a pair of eyes stared fixedly at the roof beam, thick, straight, and sturdy, unlike the crooked and twisted ones at Jianfeng. A group of old men circled around him, scrutinizing him intently, their eyes occasionally flashing with a sharp gleam. How strange, how strange. At first glance, this lad seems to possess an innate sword body, but what kind of sword body only cuts itself? All his injuries are caused by the sword bones within his own body. Will Mist, the master of Red Willow, furrowed her brows and extended her delicate hand to press against Wang Huitian's back. It seems he has fused a spiritual sword into his body. But that doesn't make sense. His energy sea is empty. Even for a great cultivator like us, fusing a spiritual sword into the body would lead to fatal erosion by sword energy. How did he manage it? Red Willow glared at Wang Huitian. She had no interest in any of this, only feeling the pinch in her purse. To save this scoundrel, she had nearly spent all her savings on spiritual medicine. Now, She was just hoping Mu Qinshu would come to redeem him and compensate her. At that moment, a young man hurried into the room, his face beaming with joy. "Sis, I heard you snatched a man. Where is he? Let me see, let me see." The man, about 15 or 16 years old, had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a faint resemblance to Holu in his features. Seeing Wang Huitian lying dazed on the bed, he hurried over to check on him. How is he just an ordinary mortal? Wang Huitian's eyes shifted, looking at the young man. Humph, so what if I'm mortal? If I could move, I'd beat 10 of you. Oh, quite the temper you've got there. The man clearly didn't believe it with that half-dead look. Could he even lift a sword? Holu quickly pulled the young man away. Xiao Luo, stay away from him. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a mortal, he's fierce as hell. Hong Luo's eyes were filled with skepticism. He had seen martial arts masters among mortals before, but none like this. Wang Huitian couldn't be bothered to engage with the siblings and continued tilting his head to stare at the roof beam. His wounds healed quickly within just 2 days. He could already get out of bed and walk. He didn't wander far, spending his days in the courtyard staring blankly at a maple tree, sometimes for half a day at a time. Red Will propped her chin on her hand, watching the pensive figure in the courtyard doze off. A week had already passed, yet there was still no sign of Mu Qinshu coming to redeem the boy. Luo Wuji had been taken away by Lu Qinshang 2 days prior, but this kid seemed to have been abandoned. Sigh. This foolish boy, what if he ends up stuck with us? Hong Luo, however, didn't dwell on it much. He would come every day to bicker with Wang Huitian, then storm off in a huff. Right on time at noon, Hong Luo appeared by Wang Huitian's side. Brother Wang, admiring the trees. See anything interesting? Wang Huitian chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on the maple leaves without turning his head. Look at this maple leaf, isn't it beautiful? Ha! Brother Wang, the most beautiful things in the world are right beside you, yet you spend all day staring at a single maple leaf. How laughable, how laughable. Hong Luo raised his hand to point at Hong Lu, staring fixedly at Wang Huitian. The debate began, and he made the first move. Nothing but a painted skeleton, flaunting before my eyes every day, utterly irritating. Brother Wang calls my sister a painted skeleton, yet the one you admire is merely a withered leaf. When you gaze at her, I refuse to believe your eyes are empty. Wang Huitian took light steps, his calm gaze resting on Hong Lu, his eyes devoid of any ripple. I'll watch her for 10 breaths right here, and you'll see if my eyes are truly empty. Brother Wang, you're blushing. Humph, Brother Luo, don't try to provoke me. My mind is calm and steady, without the slightest fluctuation. How could I possibly blush? Opposite. Hong Lu gritted her silver teeth, veins bulging on her forehead. This is too much. To call her a pink skeleton right to her face, can't you see this peerlessly beautiful face of mine? Did you turn on X-ray vision just to stare at the skull beneath the skin or what? Her grip on the sword was almost uncontrollable. She rushed forward, grabbed Wang Huitian by the ear, and dragged him outside. Since your master won't come to redeem you, you'll work for me to earn money and pay off your debt. Lazing around at my place every day, eating for free, and still daring to gossip about me, you're really pushing your luck. Behind him, Hong Luo wore a gloating smile. He always lost arguments to Wang Huitian. His sister was indeed more formidable. Just get hands on, and you'll have it under control in no time. Hey, sis, wait for me. I'm coming with you. Wang Huitian was forcibly dragged to the Red Maple Valley's mission hall, where numerous disciples cast curious glances his way. It was well known that Hong Lu, the valley's prized beauty, though always exuding charm and allure in her speech, had never been close to any man. Yet now, she was holding Wang Huitian's hand, appearing quite intimate. Amidst the many gazes, Wang Huitian sensed several hostile stares, likely from Hong Lu's admirers. He followed the crowd's gaze and saw that the most powerful cultivator was a red-haired man, who had already reached the peak of the golden core stage. Dressed in a fiery red robe, his demeanor exuded a certain domineering aura, though his eyes were currently filled with gloom. Brother, don't look at me like that. My relationship with Lady Hong Lu is completely innocent. The only reason she's holding my hand is because I owe her money, and she's worried I might run away. Wang Huitian was well aware of the saying that jealousy stems from the heart and that beauty can bring disaster. He felt the need to explain himself to every passerby to avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble for himself. Ouch! The red wheel walking ahead suddenly turned around and stomped hard on Wang Huitian's foot. Shut your mouth! The sect mission hall is a vital source of income for the sect, collecting bounty tasks from all corners of the land. It includes capturing demons and monsters, exterminating evil cultivators, tracking down cases, and battling on the battlefield. Hong Lu directly picked the highest paying task. She was well aware of Wang Huitian's abilities. Missions assigned to these disciples posed little danger to him. Wang Huitian craned his neck to take a look at the mission scroll. S-rank mission, escort the second prince of Great Qing. Upon seeing the mission details, Wang Huitian's pupils contracted slightly. A prince of Great Qing actually seeking protection from an immortal sect. This matter reeked of deep strangeness. Will's eyes lit up as she saw the bounty of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is a great opportunity. It'll pay for itself in one go. Plus, it's a multi-person mission. Bringing Luo and Wang Huitian along could mean even bigger profits. Elder, I'll take this mission, she declared. At this moment, the red-haired man in the crowd stepped forward. Junior sister Honglu, may I join you? Honglu frowned slightly. The man was named Hua Chenfai, whose strength ranked among the top 10 disciples in Red Maple Valley. With his addition, she worried there might be disputes when dividing the spoils. Brother Hua, for this mission, I've brought Honglu and this junior from Wangdong Mountain. They both deserve a share when we settle the spirit stones. Hua Chenfei waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite magnanimous. No matter, Hua has no shortage of spirit stones. I merely wish to go out and gain some experience. As he spoke, he turned his head, casting a somewhat gloomy glance at Wang Huitian. The red camel at the back poked Wang Huitian's shoulder and whispered in his ear. You see, what you view as a skeleton in red powder is considered a rare delicacy and precious jade in others' eyes. Anyone with eyes could see Hua Chenfei's intentions, but having a golden core peat cultivator join the mission without taking a share of the spoils, Red Willow didn't refuse. The four arrived at the mountain gate, where Hua Chenfu raised his hand and summoned a flying boat, his face brimming with pride. Junior sister, this vessel is crafted by the Grand Elder of the Artifact Forging Pavilion. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day, and it will take only 3 days to reach the Great Qing Imperial City from here. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Huitian. The latter showed no surprise. What kind of flying vessel hadn't he seen before? Back when he followed his father on the expedition to the northern plains, the sky was blotted out by flying vessels, and not a single one among them was inferior to this one. Those were all the foundations of the Great Qing Empire. What a pity! They were all lost in the northern plains in a single battle. Everyone boarded the flying ship, except for Wang Huitian, who remained standing in place. He looked somewhat uneasy as he glanced at Honglu. Can I not go? Honglu grabbed Wang Huitian by the ear and dragged him onto the flying boat. Are you trying to weasel out of your debt? No, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist taking action and leveling this Great Qing. Hua Chenfei saw the intimate gestures between the two, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes before vanishing, his heart filled with extreme displeasure. A mere mortal, what kind of lowly status? How dare he covet the proud daughter of the Red Maple Valley? And to even speak of leveling the Great Qing, what audacity must one have to utter such words? With a cold snort, he activated the formation, and the flying vessel sped away like a streak of light. Wang Huitian's eyes were deep and profound as he continuously channeled his sword intent to suppress the sword energy of the formless sword within his body. More importantly, he was suppressing the 7 holes on the formless sword itself. These 7 holes swirled like whirlpools, constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Now that man and sword were one, if it continued to absorb, he would break through the chi refining stage. However, this also meant the sword energy emitted by the formless sword would grow even stronger, and he might not be able to suppress it. Honglu's curious gaze lingered on Wang Huitian, studying him intently. Huitian, the medicine I bought for you earlier cost me 130,000 spirit stones. After completing this job, there will be 30,000 left. How about you repay me by doing laundry, folding quilts, and cleaning the courtyard for a year? Wang Huitian drooped his ears, pretending not to hear. Cleaning the courtyard? In his 8 years on Sword Peak, he hadn't even touched a broom once. Seeing that Wang Huitian was ignoring him, Hong Lu angrily stomped his foot and turned back into the cabin. Hua Chengfei, who was piloting the flying boat nearby, noticed that both Hong Lu and Hong Luo were absent. A cruel smile crept onto his lips. His fingers flickered faintly, and a pale red sword chi silently pierced Wang Huitian's forehead. Wang Huitian, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He abruptly turned his head to glare at Hua Chengfei. How bold! He actually made a move against me before even reaching the Great Qing Imperial City. Are you looking for death? Hua Chengfei was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected a mere mortal to detect that wisp of sword energy. And to dare threaten him, no less. Kid, don't think that just because you have the Red Will's protection, you can act recklessly in front of me. Clang! With a cold glint and the cry of a sword, Wang Huitian drew his blade directly. He had never been one for words. But he was good with a sword. Inside the cabin, Honglu and Hongluo heard the commotion outside and hurriedly ran out. Hua Chengfei, what are you doing? Hearing Hongluo's questioning, Hua Chengfei looked stunned. At this moment, Wang Huitian was pointing a sword at his nose. And the first thing you do is question me, is that fair? Junior sister Honglu, please keep an eye on the ant you've brought along. Beside them, Hongluo shook his head and sighed. Alas! Beauty brings calamity, beauty brings calamity. Hongluo turned and glared at him before shifting her gaze to Wang Huitian. What's going on? Wang Huitian's face remained cold as he stared directly at Hua Chengfei. I will kill him. Whoever stands in my way, dies. Hearing Wang Huitian's words, Hua Chengfei found it utterly ridiculous and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die laughing? What? With just that sword in your hand? Wang Huitian released his grip, and the cold glint of the sword fell straight into the deck. He took a step forward and pointed with his index finger. You don't need a sword to kill you. Seeing Wang Huitian make his move, Honglu rushed forward and grabbed hold of him. Hua Chengfei was someone she had brought along, and moreover, he was the grandson of the Red Maple Valley's Grand Elder. If he died here, the consequences would be endless. Because of her embrace, Wang Huitian's pointed finger shifted slightly, and a pure sword light flashed past Hua Chengfei's ear. With a thunderous roar, a distant mountain peak was struck and collapsed. Dust filled the sky as a colossal serpent twisted and fled into the distance, its abdomen struck by a stray attack, now appearing utterly panicked. A few strands of crimson hair fell from Hua Chengfei's temples as he stiffly turned his head to gaze at the distant serpent desperately fleeing for its life. That was a great demon comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. Plop! His legs gave way, and he knelt on the deck, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If it weren't for Honglu blocking just now, that sword strike would have been enough to blast his head open. Wang Huitian took 2 more steps forward, pressing his fingertip against Hua Chengfei's forehead. The icy touch sent a shiver down the latter's spine. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Honglu rushed forward again to embrace Wang Huitian, her eyes filled with panic. Huishen, spare him this once. If you kill him, I won't be able to explain it to the sect. A faint, delicate fragrance drifted over. Feeling the softness pressing against his back, Wang Huitian watched Hongluo's silken hair flutter in the air as his fingers slowly lowered. Hold me a little longer. His voice was calm, yet it sent a shiver through Hongluo's delicate frame. At this moment, Hongluo hurriedly ran forward to help Hua Chengfei up, equally terrified by that sword strike. Although Honglu had always told him that Wang Huitian was strong, this was just ridiculously overpowered. Senior brother, don't linger here being an eyesore, come back to the cabin with me first. Hua Chengfei's legs were still trembling as he was pulled up, the ground beneath him soaked wet. He only felt that his body was somewhat disobedient, making his pit core formation cultivation seem utterly laughable at this moment. As the two departed, silence fell upon the deck. Honglu embraced Wang Huitian from behind, her body gradually softening against his. Feeling the warmth of his body, a deep blush spread across her face. She pressed her cheek against Wang Huitian's back and gently closed her eyes. Someone with such a cold temperament actually has an inexplicably warm body. Wang Huitian tilted his head to glance at the fluttering red strands of hair beside him, a rare smile surfacing on his face. The ninth sword, comprehended. Let this sword be named after Red Willow. The ninth sword, Red Willow. As Wang Huitian's words fell, behind him, Holu quickly turned and fled into the cabin. Just moments ago, they were still in tender embrace, her heart filled with endless fantasies. But now, she seemed to sense that Wang Huitian intended to use her as a sacrificial sword. Recalling the fate of the evil cultivator Li Shangyang, whose spine had been ripped out like a sword, she felt utterly despaired in that moment. Wang Huitian raised his arm and reached back, his fingers brushing through Holu's hair as it fluttered in the air. Ouch! Holu only felt a sharp pain on her scalp as a few strands of her long hair were yanked out by Wang Huitian. The sound of a sharp sword slicing through the air rang out, and those strands of hair swiftly flew toward the distant giant python. The strands of hair moved nimbly, twisting and undulating through the air. Sensing danger from behind, the giant python demon swung its tail to strike at the sky, severing countless towering trees at their waists. Yet such formidable force had no effect when applied to those strands of hair. The strands merely bent and coiled, actually climbing onto the giant serpent's body. Wang Huitian walked to the bow of the ship, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched the giant serpent riding on the ground. He raised both hands, fingers lightly curled. Sword 9, Red Willow. The struggling serpent abruptly ceased its thrashing. The nascent soul demon, deceased. Wang Huitian found this sword strike was not perfect, lacking a bit of liveliness. He turned his head to look at Holu, who hastily took 2 steps back, tightly clutching her long hair in her hands. No more plucking, or I'll go bald. The flying boat soared over the mountain forest, revealing some villages ahead, and further in the distance stood a city. This is the direct jurisdiction of the Great Qin, where everything appears to have become prosperous. Wang Huitian gazed at the splendid landscape and swallowed a thumb-sized snake goblet. Though bitter, it could heal his damaged body. As the flying boat approached, cultivators from the city ahead rose into the air. Show your documents, traveler. Hong Lu flung out the brocade letter, and the other party caught it before boarding the flying boat. He needed to verify the identities of all 4 individuals on board one by one. Although all the immortal cultivation sanctuaries belonged to the territory of Great Qin, the imperial court remained highly vigilant against these sects. The man's gaze swept over Hong Lu and the others, finally settling on Wang Huitian's face. Wang Huitian of One Nation, what? Don't recognize me? Wang Huitian's icy voice rang out, causing the man's tall and straight figure to tremble slightly. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Your subordinate, Li Jing of Tanshuang City, pays respects to the Prince of Northern Garrison. A trace of reminiscence flashed across Wang Huitian's expression. Prince of Northern Garrison. It's been a long time since I last heard this title. It originally belonged to his eldest brother, but after his brother fell in battle at the 10,000 Mountains, it was inherited by their father. Then, their father died in battle on the northern plains. Now, is it my turn? In other families, a noble title can be inherited for several generations, but in my own family, a royal throne alternates between 2 generations. How laughable. My imperial uncle truly knows how to play the game. Even after I've been in Qinshang for 8 years, he still kept this throne reserved for me. Li Jing lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Huitian's eyes. Back in the day, the Prince of Shenbei held immense power at court, but now this princely title of mine is probably just an empty shell. Are you from the old Northern Garrison Army? Li Jing nodded respectfully. During the Northern Expedition, this subordinate served as a squad leader of the 3rd Battalion in the 3rd Army. Enough, you may withdraw. Several people successfully passed through the customs, but this time, the gazes of those on the flying boat toward Wang Huitian had changed. Hong Lu's eyes were filled with scrutiny. The Great Qin's northern guardian king, though a down and out one in exile, could he really not repay her 30,000 spirit stones? But this time she really guessed right. Wang Huitian had 2 million spirit stones squeezed out of Yi Bai in his hands. As for Hua Chenfei, the look he gave Wang Huitian was even more terrified. He never expected that a mere mortal could have such a complicated background. Damn it, I've boarded a pirate ship. Hong Luo, on the other hand, didn't overthink it. He happily approached Wang Huitian with the demeanor of a country bumpkin. Brother Wang, heavens, the Prince of Shenbei, does that mean he has vast territories? Of course, the Prince of Shenbei's land stretched for thousands of miles, from the Star Moon Pass to the Heavenly Wolf Mountain. Hong Luo was utterly shocked just how enormous was this. The Star Moon Pass was the Great Qing's frontier fortress against the Northern Plains, and the Heavenly Wolf Mountain was the sacred mountain of the Northern Plains' demonic cultivators. At this thought, he suddenly felt something was amiss. How come the Northern King's fiefdom is in another country? Wang Huitian grinned. It's a tradition of the Northern King's lineage. Any land not yet incorporated into Great Qing's territory belongs to the Northern King's fiefdom. Hong Luo curled her lips, silently thinking Wang Huitian was lying to her again, but Hong Lu beside her remained silent. It is said that in the glorious days of the Prince of Shenbei, the Emperor granted him 1,000 cities in the northern frontier, yet the Prince of Shenbei declined. He arrogantly demanded dominion over all lands beyond the Great Qing right there in the imperial court. The emperor issued an imperial decree granting his request. This was no small matter. From then on, the Prince of Northern Conquest began his campaigns across the 4 seas, neighboring kingdoms, the 100,000 mountains, the northern plains, and the western deserts, fighting wherever he went. Back then, the Prince of Northern Conquest was still Wang Huitian's elder brother, known for his unrestrained nature and said to possess unparalleled cultivation, invincible in every battle. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Wang Huitian. No wonder this guy had such a bad temper. It must be hereditary. The flying boat sped straight toward the imperial capital, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the distance, atop the mountain range, a massive city appeared. The city was cradled by continuous peaks, as if a colossal dragon 10,000 dong long encircled and guarded it. Atop the mountain peaks stood towering pillars. These were the protective formations of the Qing imperial city. Since flying was prohibited in the Qing imperial city, the airship was forced to stop at the base of the mountain range. Between the ridges, rows of stone steps descended unevenly. To enter the city, one had to climb the mountain first. Wang Huitian looked at the endless stone steps and felt his scalp tingle. As a mere mortal, he feared he might exhaust himself to death on these steps. Hong Lu, carry me up. Lu Hong pointed at her own nose in astonishment. Me? There were 2 grown men here, and she was the only delicate woman. Why was it her turn to carry it? Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at Hong Luo and Hua Chenfei. Hong Luo, with his youthful exuberance, was bouncing around energetically. His own body couldn't handle such antics. As for Hua Chenfei, well, that guy had wet his pants. Carry me up, and I'll return your spirit stones. Hong Lu squatted angrily in front of Wang Huitian, cursing incessantly in her heart. Sure enough, those who owe money act like lords. Wasn't returning her spirit stones only natural? Yet now they were being used to threaten her. All men are scum, especially this sickly one. He's rotten to the core. Wang Huitian gently leaned against Hong Yu's back, catching a whiff of her delicate fragrance. His expression remained calm as he savored the softness of the woman. You carry me up the mountain today. One day I'll take you to ascend the heavens. Lu Hong was indignant in her heart. Is this ascension of yours even legitimate? No one has ascended from this continent for over 1,000 years. Where does a mere mortal get such audacity? The stone steps were long, but for cultivators, they were nothing to worry about. Half an hour later, the group reached the mountaintop, where a woman clad in red battle armor had already been waiting. Are you all fellow Taoists from Crimson Maple Valley? Hong Lu took out the mission scroll, and the woman briefly inspected it before putting it away. How is there still a mortal here? Wang Huitian raised his brow slightly, and the cold gleam of his sword suddenly extended an inch, causing a few strands of the red-armored woman's black hair to drift down. You may not know me, but you must recognize this sword in my hand. The red-armored woman's pupils contracted, and she quickly clasped her fists in salute. I, Qin Ren, pay my respects to the elder. He naturally recognized the cold light sword. Back then, though, he had run so desperately to seize this sword that he even lost his shoes. Who doesn't know about this matter? Now that the cold light sword has appeared in this young man's hands, how could he be ordinary? The group was led into the city. The second prince did not reside within the imperial palace but rather in a private estate near the palace. It appears grand and majestic, with an antique charm, exuding extreme luxury inside, featuring small bridges, flowing water, and rockeries, covering an extensive area. Everyone, please rest here today. Tomorrow morning, I will assign tasks to each of you. After entering the mansion's garden, Wang Huitian kept staring blankly at the rockery, while Hou followed behind him, gazing at him in a daze. The setting sun cast its slanting rays, and the distant mountain shadows gradually enveloped their figures. The beautiful scene looked inexplicably harmonious. The two figures remained utterly motionless, like meditating old monks. Hong Luo rested one hand on Hua Chenfei's shoulder, a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth. You think my sister really has eyes for this kid? Don't say it, but looking at them like this, they actually seem quite well matched. Hua Chenfei didn't dare to reply. All he wanted now was to finish this mission quickly and go home. The outside world was just too damn terrifying. It wasn't until dusk that Wang Huitian finally shifted his gaze away from the artificial rockery. With a sigh of resignation, he untied the storage pouch from his waist and tossed it to Hong Lu. 30,000 spirit stones, not a single one missing. Hong Lu snorted coldly, took the storage pouch, and counted it over and over. Only after confirming the amount was correct did she turn and leave. Wang Huitian stood up and walked towards the mansion's exit. Since he had come to the imperial city, it was only natural to visit the Northern Suppression Prince's residence. As Wang Huitian stepped out, shadowy figures flickered in the dark alley outside the mansion. He glanced casually, feeling no ripple in his heart. Just an ant, not worth too much attention. Inside the mansion, in the grand hall, the second prince, Wang Hao, paced anxiously. Though he was within the imperial city, right under the emperor's feet, he felt no sense of security whatsoever. Damn it, why is it getting even more chaotic outside now that reinforcements from Red Maple Valley have arrived? I've already given up the fight for the throne, won't they let me go? His face was filled with misery, as if trapped in quicksand, constantly feeling that his death was imminent. At that very moment, a guard rushed in hurriedly. Your Highness, for some reason, the number of surveillance personnel outside the door has suddenly decreased significantly. How many have left? The guard wore a worried expression and spoke slowly. At least 9 layers. Meanwhile, the third prince, residing in Wanshan City of the Myriad Peaks Mountain, was living an extremely comfortable life. His table was laden with exotic delicacies and fine wines. By the table, 2 immortals were playing the zither and reciting poetry, creating a most delightful atmosphere. However, his mind was not on these beauties or delicacies. Sitting by the window, his eyes kept drifting toward the distant green mountains. Just then, the door suddenly burst open, and the guard rushed into the room. Your Highness, news has arrived from the imperial city. Wang Huitian has appeared in the capital. Wang Yuan's wine cup fell from his hand as he turned his head in a daze to look at the guard. What did you say? In a rage, he overturned the delicacies on the table, his arms trembling with anger. Oh! I've been waiting here for him for half a month. And now you tell me he's already arrived at the imperial city. Bastards! Useless fools! Let's go back to the imperial city. This time, I will ask His Majesty for permission to marry you, and then I'll slam both marriage contracts right in his face. In the imperial city, Wang Huitian naturally had no idea about what was happening in Wanshan City. By now, he had already arrived at the Prince of Shenbei's mansion. Pushing open the gate, he found that many furnishings inside had been changed, bearing no resemblance to their former appearance. Are you, the young master? The old butler, who was sweeping the courtyard, straightened his back, his voice trembling slightly. Wang Huitian glanced around. The vast northern prince's residence seemed deserted, with only this elderly butler keeping watch. Uncle Nam, where's my mother? The old butler shuffled forward unsteadily to examine Wang Huitian, tears glistening in his eyes. 8 years ago, when the battle report from Beiyang arrived, the madam moved back to the princess's residence. Later, when I heard you were rescued by Wangdao Mountain, this old servant also went to persuade the madam to bring you back, but she refused. At that time, all the retainers and advisors of the royal residence had been dismissed by the madam, and this old servant was powerless. It was safer for you to stay at Wangdao Mountain. Wang Huitian was not surprised by what Nambo said. When the tree falls, the monkey scatter. It was only natural. Since childhood, he had disapproved of the development strategy of the northern frontier prince's estate. What nonsense about recruiting numerous advisors, befriending guest scholars, commanding a million-strong army, and aiming for the world. It's all bullshit. In his view, coercion was better than friendship, and wielding a single sword in hand was better than commanding a million-strong army. He went straight to the ancestral hall, where Wang Huitian looked at the memorial tablets inside. The tablets of his father and elder brother were already covered in a layer of dust. Wang Huitian gently traced his fingers over the name on his father's memorial tablet. Yi Xiongbing. Uncle Nam, please go and inform Wang Jinxian. Ask her to come to the northern commandery prince's residence to see me. Tomorrow, if I don't see her, you'll bear the consequences. As the dignified princess of Shenbei, who allowed her to return to the grand princess's residence without permission. Behind him, Nambo trembled all over, his aged body shaking slightly. He tilted his head slightly to look at Wang Huitian's somewhat youthful face, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Though he didn't know what the young master had experienced all these years away, this domineering style of conduct seemed unprecedented even during the most glorious days of the northern garrison prince's residence. Young master, the grand princess is after all your mother. You mustn't address her by name directly. Wang Huitian snorted coldly and walked out of the ancestral hall. Nambo hurriedly chased after him. Young master, won't you offer some incense? Wang Huitian stopped and glanced at the memorial tablets filling the entire ancestral hall before speaking indifferently. How could common paper and ordinary incense be worthy of offering to our ancestors? Wait until I've taken the blood of 1 trillion living beings from the northern plains and the soul flames of 10 billion demon clans from the 100,000 mountains, then we'll make the offering. Old steward Nambo was momentarily stunned. He looked at Wang Huitian with a complicated gaze, feeling that the child had been acting rather strangely since his return. He thought to himself, perhaps the blows he suffered over the years were too great. Maybe he's gone a bit mad. However, he dared not be careless about the tasks assigned by Wang Huitian and hurriedly left for the princess's residence. The princess's residence was located within the imperial palace, not far from the prince of Shenbei's mansion. However, the old man walked rather slowly, and it wasn't until the moon had risen above the treetops that he finally arrived at the palace. After delivering the message, the gate guards did not see the grand princess. They only said it was already late at night, and the grand princess had long retired to rest, advising to return the next day if there was any business. Nambo repeatedly emphasized that Wang Hatian had returned and requested an audience with the grand princess, but unfortunately, he couldn't even step through the palace gates. Helpless, he could only sigh and leave. After waiting for a long time without Nambo's return, Wang Hatian pushed open the mansion gate, intending to leave first. The moment the gate opened, a fierce, fishy wind abruptly swept across the cobblestone street. At the end of the road swallowed by darkness, a young man stood with a gun in hand. The violent aura of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator whipped up fallen leaves from the ground, shredding and scattering them in the air. Such cultivation would make one an elder of a peak even in the Green Mountains, let alone appearing in a young man, a rarity indeed. Captain Wu Qi of Tianxin Garrison, here to escort the Northern Guardian King back to the mountains. Wang Huitian yawned and continued walking toward the second prince's residence on his own. There's a tigress in the mountains, I'm not going back. As their figures drew near, Wu Qi swung his spear horizontally, blocking Wang Huitian's path. If you don't return, you will die. Your mother won't protect you. You should understand that. Wang Huitian's fingers brushed past Wu Qi's spear, then moved up along his arm before delivering a backhanded slap across his face. Do you think the Prince of Northern Garrison fears death? Watching Wang Huitian slowly walk away, Wu Qi's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. The Prince of Northern Garrison had too much prestige back then, and many enemies. The moment Wang Huitian set foot in the Imperial City, the assassination plot that had been secretly prepared was already set in motion. He didn't believe Wang Huitian had any chance of survival, at least not unless the eldest princess intervened. His status as a disciple of the 10,000 Peaks Sword sect wouldn't save him. Wang Huitian walked forward at a leisurely pace, his steps slow. The streets were eerily quiet, so quiet that he could hear the footsteps of those surveilling him from the rooftops. It's really noisy. Just as they were about to reach the second prince's residence, Wang Huitian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned and headed toward the Imperial City. The many cultivators following behind exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what this heir to the Northern Guardian King title was up to. Where is he going? Who cares where he's going? He must die tonight. The Great Qin doesn't need a Northern Frontier King who stirs up war. Phew! Have you forgotten that without the Northern Frontier King, the demonic cultivators of the Northern Plains would have long ravaged the Central Plains? The Great Qin needs the Northern Frontier King, but not one so weak. The spies trailing him came from several factions, and naturally, there was discord among them. Everyone was wearing masks, and since no one knew each other, they naturally spoke their minds freely. Their footsteps were light, like ghosts in the dark night. All of them were skilled in assassination and stealth. Just then, the person being followed ahead came to a stop. His face was filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. How did he get into the palace? Humph, I'll just wait here. I don't believe he'll stay inside forever. The spies naturally didn't dare to follow him into the palace and could only watch as that figure walked further and further away. Wang Huitian walked up to the palace gate guards and glanced at Nambo, who was dozing against the wall, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, fallen on hard times, that mere petty guards dare block the steward of the Northern Garrison Prince's estate. Step aside. Wang Huitian's furious roar startled the dozing Nambo, jolting him awake. He hurried forward with an anxious expression on his face. Oh dear, young master, what brings you here? The gate guard captain leveled his spear at Wang Huitian, glaring fiercely. Who dares to act so boldly before the palace gates? Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly. When he was a child, no one dared to stop him from entering the palace. Who didn't he know he was the son of the Great Qing's eldest princess and the Northern Guardian King, Yi Xiongming? The palace was nothing more than a playground for him to wander freely. These guards must have guessed his identity after hearing Nambu call out to him, yet they still dared to block the entrance. He didn't even spare me a glance. Cough! A cold gleam flashed as several heads soared into the air. These guards were merely at the foundation establishment stage, no match for him, a mere mortal. He didn't even need to employ sword intent, just the sheer, terrifying sharpness of the second-ranked sword in the world was enough to effortlessly crush them. At the princess's residence, a eunuch rushed in frantically to report. Inside the hall, a beautiful woman was embroidering. She had a voluptuous figure, wore an elegant and luxurious robe, and exuded an air of grace. Her eyes revealed confidence and composure, and every smile or frown carried a unique charm. Terrible news, terrible news. The young master has drawn his sword and stormed into the palace. The woman gently set down her embroidery, rubbed her temples, and then spoke calmly. Don't bother with him. Killing the palace guards is a matter for His Majesty to handle. With that, she picked up the needle and thread from the table once more, and with a wave of her hand, the gates of the Grand Princess's residence closed one after another. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the star-plucking realm. Unless the Great Qin collapses, don't disturb me with anything else. Plucking stars with a single hand, ascending to immortality and seeking the Tao, what a wondrous world it is. How laughable these mortals, these insignificant ants, always entangled in trivial matters. Truly laughable. Wang Huitian walked into the palace with his sword, and the situation inside was quite eerie. Apart from the few guards on duty earlier, he didn't see anyone else. Glancing at the Grand Princess's residence, Wang Huitian let out a disdainful snort. He turned and headed toward the eastern palace. The palaces along the way were extremely quiet, as if this were a silent forbidden zone. Though no danger was visible, an air of lethal intent permeated everywhere. Wang Huitian dragged the cold light behind him, wary of any ambush from the shadows. His hair danced wildly, a few strands drifting aimlessly in the air, their destination unknown. Ahead, a black-clad guard blocked the path, gripping a cyan longsword, his face hidden behind a demonic mask. His cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step into the divine transformation stage. The eastern palace lies ahead, forbidden territory. We asked the northern guardian king to take another route. Wang Huitian snorted coldly. I've even rolled on the emperor's own bed. What forbidden place could there be in this world? Atop the golden hall of the imperial palace, two men were drinking and gazing toward the eastern palace. The man in white robes asked the golden-robed man with keen interest. Did he really roll on your dragon bed? The golden-robed man paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he did. At the time, I even gave him a big red envelope. A young boy rolling on the bed ensures the birth of a son. The white-robed man spat out his wine, so that's how he ended up on the dragon bed. Look, they're about to make a move. The two men focused intently and simultaneously set down their wine jugs, only to see a dazzling sword light flare up from the direction of the eastern palace. Wang Huitian drew his sword. His speed wasn't particularly fast, at least compared to a nascent soul cultivator. It was as slow as a turtle's crawl. By the time his sword leveled out, the black-clad guard's figure had already flashed in front of him. The violent surge of spiritual energy made his robes flutter wildly. The azure longsword pointed straight at Wang Huitian's throat. In his pupils, the opponent's figure seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Wind rises. A sudden gale erupted on the spot. Countless sword energies howled within the wind. Watching the longsword about to pierce his throat, Wang Huitian remained motionless. At his speed, there was no need to dodge, it was simply impossible to evade. Yet if the opponent dared take even one step forward, they would undoubtedly be sliced into a human stump by the hurricane-like sword energies. Madman! The black-clad guard sheathed his sword and stepped back. A smirk curled at Wang Huitian's lips. His opponent had missed their only chance to win. Next. Welcome death. Sword 1. Sever thoughts. As the words fell, the fierce wind abruptly ceased. The black-clad man's heart constricted violently, as if some unseen sword intent was slashing toward him. He couldn't see it, he could see nothing at all. Yet the danger clung to him like a shadow, his internal alarms screaming wildly. Damn, what kind of sword is this? He channeled all his cultivation power to flee rapidly toward the eastern palace. Precisely because he couldn't see it, the danger felt even greater. He had no idea how to counter or evade the attack. Your Highness, save me! Terrified cries for help echoed through the eastern palace, and countless candles within the halls flickered out in an instant. Crown Prince Wang Xiu stepped out of the eastern palace in a single stride. He raised his finger to trace a spell in the air, but the incantation was only half completed. Splash! The black-clad guard's sprinting figure suddenly collapsed, sliding a long distance across the ground. Wang Xiu's hand, which had been drawing talismans, trembled slightly and came to a stop. Prince of Northern Garrison, who gave you the audacity to kill my man at my doorstep? Wang Huitian countered with a question instead of answering, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. Who gave your man the audacity to block my path? Wang Xiu clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes brimming with unconcealed murderous intent. But now, without his black-clad guards, he had no confidence in escaping alive from the opponent's grasp. Moreover, the imperial guards were taking no action. The attitude of the supreme ruler was already crystal clear. Regarding the matter of the Prince of Northern Garrison, he had chosen to watch the spectacle unfold, leaving everyone to act as they pleased. I thought it was just an ordinary person who could be easily dealt with, but it turned out to be a real troublemaker. How dare you commit murder in the imperial palace? This time, you've probably bitten off more than you can chew. He clenched his fists, flicked his sleeves, and spoke angrily. Very well, very well. Speak up. What business do you have with this crown prince? Wang Huitian's gaze was calm as he spoke softly. Were those people following me arranged by you? Wang Xiu naturally knew what the other was referring to, and he responded angrily. No. Wang Huitian turned and walked out of the palace, his words drifting lightly behind him. Oh, then it's nothing. Thud! Wang Xiu instantly shattered 2 teeth between his jaws. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with 2 shattered teeth, nearly fainting from sheer rage. All because of this one issue, the nascent soul pit expert he had painstakingly won over perished, his path extinguished. This is utterly intolerable, absolutely intolerable. By the way, I've recently been working as a guard at Wang Hao's residence. Please do me a favor and don't come looking for trouble. I prefer peace and quiet. Wang Xiu spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision darkened, and he collapsed straight to the ground. After a long while, Wang Huitian once again arrived at the crossroads leading to the direction of the princess's residence. His gaze was icy as he stared at the tightly shut palace gates, standing there for a long time. Cultivating immortality, ascending to the heavens. Wait until the 8th day of the 9th month in autumn. I'll trample the immortal realm and shatter the cliffs of the immortals. Once I destroy this immortal world, I'll leave you with no path to immortality. You all have to stay down here and farm the land like ordinary folk. With that, he turned away without hesitation and walked out of the imperial palace. Outside the palace, those who had been tracking Wang Huitian had long since vanished without a trace. They had seen the sword light from the palace and heard the news that came from within, so naturally, they dared not linger any longer. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Holu pushed open the door and stretched, her red dress outlining her alluring curves. In the courtyard, Wang Huitian squatted on the ground, staring blankly at an oval pebble by the rockery. His expression was grave, as if he had grasped something in his heart. Yet upon closer reflection, it felt as though he were lost in a fog, unable to see clearly. Holu quietly squatted beside Wang Huitian, frowning at the pebble on the ground. She reached out and flipped it over a couple of times. This is just an ordinary pebble, smooth and white, found everywhere. Hong Luo pushed open the door and walked out at that moment, lifting his eyes to see the two squatting by the rockery, lost in thought. He grinned and asked, Sis, are you two taking a dump? Bam! The door next to him suddenly swung open, and Hua Chenfei's big head popped out, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked around. You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart. The siblings' roughhousing didn't affect Wang Huitian in the slightest. He continued staring blankly at the pebble. Prince Hao's bedchamber, the second prince, who once stood second only to the emperor, suddenly awoke from a nightmare. Ever since losing power in the imperial court, he had been unable to sleep soundly. It always felt as though a blade was pressed against his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Qin Ran, what's the situation outside the mansion? From the dark corner emerged Qin Ran, the woman in red armor, Wang Hao's most trusted confidant who had been guarding the palace chambers throughout the night. Your Highness, for some unknown reason, all those spies left before dawn. Wang Hao frowned deeply, unable to comprehend the situation. His faction had been either exiled or had their properties confiscated in the political struggle. Now, except for this mansion, the entire imperial capital was completely in the dark, with no knowledge of what was happening outside. In the immortal dynasty, too many princes like him have died silently in their mansions. Hurry, take me to see the external reinforcements we've invited this time. Now the emperor could break through to the dell at any moment, abdicate, and enter the forest of eternal life. That will be the time of true bloodshed. Who knows how many in the imperial city will face the destruction of their families and extermination of their clans. Rushing to the side courtyard, the first sight that caught the eye was Hua Chenfei's figure, with his long red hair and dressed in purple brocade robes, looking exceptionally distinguished. Red Maple Valley's Hua Chenfei greets your highness. Sensing the opponent's peak golden core aura, Wang Hao was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being a prodigy from Red Maple Valley. Your strength is indeed remarkable. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, he turned his gaze toward the siblings Hong Lu and Hong Luo, feeling somewhat more at ease. One at the early golden core stage, the other at the mid golden core stage. Not bad at all. Didn't your sect bring 4 prodigies? I wonder where the other young talent is now. All eyes in the courtyard turned toward Wang Huitian, who was squatting beside the rockery. Wang Hao's expression froze. When he first entered, he had noticed Wang Huitian but mistook him for a gardener trimming the courtyard. He walked slowly behind Wang Huitian and reached out to lightly tap his shoulder. Wang Huitian slowly turned his head, a faint smile on his face. Long time no see, cousin. Wang Hao's outstretched hand froze in place, his expression shifting from joy to fear. He staggered backward a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. Although Wang Huitian's face had changed slightly, traces of his former appearance remained, and Wang Hao recognized him at a glance. Second cousin, you seem quite afraid of me. Wang Huitian stood up and placed his hand on Wang Hao's shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to eat you. Wang Hao waved his hands repeatedly and fled the courtyard in panic. Wang Huitian sighed. Among the 5 princes, this one was the most unpromising. The crown prince was inherently ruthless, had a powerful maternal family, and enjoyed substantial support, making him the strongest contender. The third prince, backed by the snow demon, the divine marshal who safeguards the nation, possesses formidable strength. Although the fourth prince lacks the support of powerful aristocratic families, his talent is extraordinary, hailed as the top prodigy of Great Qin, and now at the peak of nascent soul cultivation, he guards the Star Moon Pass in the northern plains. As for the fifth prince, that little brat knows nothing but lives quite happily. With nothing pressing to do, Qin Ran, aware of Wang Huitian's identity, dared not assign him guard duties. He rather enjoyed the leisure and strolled casually around the imperial city. The streets were bustling with activity, selling very few ordinary goods, mostly cultivation-related items. There are hardly any ordinary people living in this imperial city. After searching all the way without finding any spiritual medicine to restore vitality, Wang Huitian couldn't help but lower his head in contemplation. How could he possibly resolve the current situation? It was hard to accept that even after painstakingly faking a spiritual root, he still couldn't cultivate. Honored guest, perhaps the spiritual medicine you need can be found at the Xianbao Pavilion. I heard that Xianbao Tower has countless miraculous elixirs, many of which have never been seen on this continent before. The vendor glanced around and leaned in to whisper into Wang Huitian's ear. Rumor has it that the items sold at Xianbao Tower come from the Immortal Realm. Wang Huitian gave the vendor's stall a casual glance, just an old man selling fried potatoes by the street, spouting some absurd rumor he'd picked up who knows where. Ascending to immortality is difficult, but descending to the mortal realm is even harder. It's simply impossible for immortals to descend into this world. However, this Xianbao Pavilion is definitely worth a visit. Perhaps there's something truly needed there. Passing through the bustling crowd, the road ahead widened considerably, and the pedestrians became much more sparse. The shops here were unlike those in the previous streets and alleys, adorned with extreme extravagance. Carved beams and painted rafters, artificial mountains and flowing water, rare spiritual trees. It was like a scene from a fairyland painting. On the second floor of a pink-tiled building, a young master leaned against the railing, drinking wine. With one hand, he pointed at Wang Huitian, while the other teased the woman in his arms. Ha ha ha, look at that country bumpkin. Probably his first time in the Fascian realm, he asked, completely dumbstruck. Wang Huitian looked up at him. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with a cultivation level barely reaching foundation establishment. At a glance, he was clearly a spoiled noble from a powerful family. Without stopping, he continued walking deeper into the street. As I passed by downstairs, a splash of liquor poured from the second floor, soaking Wang Huitian's shoulder. Come in and have some fun, sir. An old madam greeted at the door of the small building, with several women standing beside her. They were dressed revealingly, with charming and alluring faces. Wang Huitian tilted his head to glance at his shoulder, dampened by spilled wine, his expression unreadable. Kid, this drink is on me, the young master said. Wild laughter drifted down from upstairs. Situ Yu withdrew the wine cup, refilled it, and extended his hand over the railing. Open wide and catch it. Spill it again, and there won't be any more. He poured the wine downstairs while reaching out to knead the soft breasts of the beauty in his arms. The guards beside him stared downstairs with hawk-like eyes, their long swords faintly humming as if ready to roar into action at any moment. The other guests in the building kept their distance from him. After all, he was the legitimate son of the nation, pacifying Marshal Shui Yao, the most notorious playboy in the imperial capital. The wine spilled onto Wang Huitian's long hair, dripping down strand by strand. He lightly raised his arm, catching a drop of wine from his hair with his index finger and slipping it into his mouth for a gentle taste. Truly fine wine. Glancing at the small building's archway, he saw the inscription "Elegant Immortal Abode." A brothel with such a name. Who knows which so-called genius came up with such a ridiculous idea? Wang Huitian turned and walked inside. He was not one to tolerate disrespect, heading straight for the second floor, with the madam hastily following behind. "Sir, weapons are not permitted in Yaxian residence. Sir, if you refuse to heed our warning, I will have to call for help." Clang! The long sword swept across, and a glint of blood flashed at the madam's neck as her head tumbled down the ornate wooden staircase with a clatter. The gold and silver ornaments on her head scattered across the floor. "Ah! Murder!" A girl's scream pierced the air, and several nearby women frantically fled the scene. Wang Huitian sheathed his sword and stepped onto the second floor. Situ's guards, hearing the commotion from the staircase, had already drawn their swords and struck at Wang Huitian as he reached the second floor. Amid the fierce sword light, violent lightning crackled, reaching him in an instant. Wang Huitian sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow, but the long sword still grazed his waist, drawing a streak of blood. The guard was about to draw his sword for a horizontal slash when he suddenly felt his body go weak. In shock, he looked down at his abdomen, only to see Wang Huitian's two fingers already plunged into his dantian, firmly gripping his nascent soul. Boom! The next second, the nascent soul was forcibly crushed, exploding and tearing his body into countless pieces of flesh. Wang Huitian shook his sore arm and continued walking toward Situ. The guard's blood and flesh splattered all over his face, and fragments of shattered organs slid off his clothes. At this moment, he resembled a demon emerging from hell, terrifying Situ to the point of turning pale. "What are you going to do?" "My father is the snow demon, the marshal of the nation." Wang Huitian grabbed Situ by the throat in one swift motion, and this foundation establishment cultivator actually forgot to resist in that moment. Just as he raised his sword, ready to strike down this spoiled brat, a majestic voice echoed from the depths of Yaxianzhu. "How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble here?" A cold glint flashed, automatically shielding Wang Huitian. Golden beads struck the gleaming sword, producing crisp, resonant clangs. The newcomer was a white-haired old man, looking as if he were on the verge of death. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly, with violent sword energy gathering between his fingers. "Deputy Commander Xian, are you trying to stop me?" The old man was taken aback and spoke with some surprise. "Are you, the young master?" Crack! Wang Huitian crushed Situ's neck and casually tossed him aside. "Heh, long time no see, Deputy Commander Xian. You're truly hard to kill to have survived that bloody battle in the northern plains." Xiantian stared blankly at Situ, who had been thrown to the ground. This was the son of the snow demon, the nation's grand marshal, and he had just been casually killed. "Oh dear, young master, you've really done it now." He frantically rushed to Situ's side, desperately channeling spiritual energy into the body, hoping it wasn't too late. A snow demon's power is boundless, and he commands hundreds of thousands of troops. "We're doomed, utterly doomed." Wang Huitian gave the limp Situ a couple of kicks, not caring in the slightest. "We're in the right. Who should we fear? He was the one who splashed me with wine first." Xiantian just felt somewhat speechless. Was this really about who was in the right? This is like poking a hole in the heavens. Even the imperial family wouldn't dare to easily antagonize the four guardian marshals of the nation, as the slightest misstep could plunge the world into chaos. "Deputy Marshal Xian, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're visiting brothels at your age." Xiantian collapsed to the ground. Situ had already stopped breathing entirely. "This flying wonderland is the madam's property. We old folks usually guard this place a bit." Wang Huitian's eyes lit up, so it was their own family's place. No wonder the name is so elegantly chosen, quite impressive. He immediately took out his storage bag and started packing in anything that caught his eye. The millions of spirit stones on the books, the decorative spirit wood bonsai, and the precious vessels none were left behind. Xiantian tried to stop him everywhere, but it was all just for show. He simply thought Wang Huitian was packing up his belongings to flee. Alas! In the days when the northern garrison prince's mansion was at its peak, how could we have feared a mere marshal of the nation? After making a round, Wang Huitian looked at the dozen or so remaining girls in the building and sighed, shaking his head. They're all dressed in celestial robes and brocade. What a waste to hang them on their bodies. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Xiantian hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Oh dear, young master, you're fleeing from disaster. You can't be dragging along a few dead weights. What fleeing from disaster? Wang Huitian couldn't understand a word of it. Leaving Yaxianju, they headed to the next destination. Back then, the northern prince's residence was quite wealthy. What did Wang Jingxian leave for him upon his return? Humph, I'm just taking back what rightfully belongs to me. At the grand princess's residence, an old eunuch rushed in to deliver urgent news. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The Feixian district has been plundered. Seated on the meditation platform, Wang Jingxian slowly opened her eyes, her gaze as calm as still water, as if nothing in this world could stir her emotions. What's going on? The old eunuch wiped his sweat. Today, the young master ran amok in the Yaxian residence, killing Situ Yu, the son of the Grand Marshal. Upon hearing that the Feixian district was your Highness's property, he turned to evil thoughts and looted dozens of shops along the entire street. I heard even the girls from Yaxian residence were almost abducted. Wang Jingxian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her rage. Her cultivation consumed an enormous amount of resources. Her hopes of ascending to the Immortal Realm depended entirely on the income from Feixian Realm. This rebellious son of hers was getting more and more out of control. Convey my decree, from now on, he is forbidden to set foot in the Feixian Realm ever again. Under the palace dome, a man in a yellow robe gazed at the Grand Princess's residence and murmured in a low voice. My sister truly has remarkable composure. In my 60 years on the throne, I have failed to refine the great Qin's dragon energy and ascend to the Immortal Realm. Yet she dreams of achieving immortality in a single attempt, utterly delusional. The white-robed figure beside him chuckled lightly as they placed a piece on the chessboard set upon the eaves. Your Majesty, this piece seems rather unruly. Should we eliminate it? The man in the yellow robe shook his head. If she's not in a hurry, neither am I. Returning to the third prince's residence, Wang Huitian looked at the resources he had gathered this time. A smile couldn't help but curl at the corners of his lips. A trace of madness flashed across his face. Stepping into the qi refining stage would happen today. Red Willow, guard me while I perform the ritual. Red Luo, stand guard outside the courtyard. No one is to enter without my order. Hua Chenfai, take your post at the mansion's gate. Today, the estate refuses all visitors. Anyone who dares to trespass shall be executed without mercy. Wang Huitian issued one command after another, and Wang Hao along with his pretty little guard were driven out of the courtyard. Both of them felt bitter and frustrated, but dared not say more. Hong Lu looked at Wang Huitian, whose expression was extremely grave, and her eyes also shone with excitement. Being able to observe a strong expert's breakthrough up close could yield many insights. Huitian, have you been hiding your cultivation level? Are you about to break through to star plucking or Dao entry now? Wang Huitian swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with pride. Just watch closely. You'll find out soon enough. His arrogance was suffocating, as if everything was under his control, and the breakthrough would come naturally when the time was ripe. Red Will also swallowed hard, her face filled with anticipation. Wang Huitian was already incredibly powerful before his breakthrough. It was hard to imagine just how strong he would become afterward. Wang Huitian said no more. With a flick of his hand, he took out spiritual herbs one by one from his storage bag and arranged them on the ground. These were all rare and precious medicines. 9 Heaven Lotus, Mother-Child Orchid, Guanyin Vine, Immortal Transformation Grass. Why are there poisons too? Honglu muttered to herself, but she didn't dare speak up, afraid of disturbing Wang Huitian. After arranging all the spiritual herbs on the table, Wang Huitian began to take out the elixirs. These were all looted from Xianbao Tower. Among them were top-tier 5th grade or even 6th grade precious pills. But it didn't matter anyway, since he didn't recognize any of them. As long as he knew they aided cultivation, that was enough. The elixirs and spiritual herbs filled 2 large tables to the brim. He took a deep breath, while Honglu beside him was equally tense. I'm starting now. Wang Huitian gritted his teeth, reached out to grab the elixirs and spiritual herbs from the table, and stuffed them into his mouth. His cheeks bulged on both sides as he swallowed many of the herbs without even chewing. The violent medicinal energy exploded within his body, and at the same moment, he released his suppression of the formless sword. An immense pain instantly spread throughout his entire body, as if he had swallowed a red-hot iron, scorching his whole being. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his face, with no intention of stopping his hands. A terminally ill patient, since fate had already decreed death, might as well try desperate remedies betting his life against heaven's will. Seeing Wang Huitian's agonized groans, Honglu stood by in sudden panic. She rushed forward in a panic to embrace the other person, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, but she did nothing to stop Wang Huitian from grabbing the spiritual medicine on the table. Stay away from me, or you'll get splattered when I explode. Wang Huitian pushed her away forcefully. Trembling, she crawled to the bedside, her fingers clutching the bed covers. If I die, wrap me in this quilt, bury me anywhere, and then take Hongluo and leave the imperial city immediately. Wang Huitian knew very well that with all the trouble he had caused, Hongluo and Hongluo simply couldn't bear the consequences. Staying would only mean being utterly destroyed. Hongluo stood helplessly at the doorway, her eyes red and swollen. Wanting to speak but not knowing what to say, I could only turn my head away, not daring to look again. Wang Huitian clenched his teeth tightly, preventing the medicinal power from spurting out with his blood. With great difficulty, he raised his index finger and pressed it between his brows. Sever thoughts. An invisible sword intent severed his own soul, buying a fleeting moment of respite. But this was utterly useless, as the pain jolted him awake again in an instant. The formless sword's hollow surged violently, absorbing the frenzied spiritual energy. Various forces within his body intertwined, tearing his flesh apart. His skin began to crack, densely covered like a spider's web. If this continued, his skin would inevitably fail to withstand the pressure and burst open. Sword 9, Red Willow. At this critical moment, he forced himself upright, his index finger dancing ceaselessly in the air. Transparent, hair-thin sword chi weaved through his shattered skin. He used his fingers as needles and sword energy as thread to forcibly stitch the nearly shattered panel back together. Even so, blood still seeped from his pores. Sword 2, Blood Slaughter. The freshly spilled blood was gathered again and thrust into the panel, intertwining with the formless sword energy. Get the hell back in there. The new round of confrontation begins once again. With the body as the universe, the fourth sword, mountains and rivers. The sword intent that once slashed at enemies was now relentlessly directed at himself without restraint, a process that lasted for who knows how long. Hoyo's delicate frame leaned against the door, trembled incessantly. She could hear Wang Huitian's voice growing weaker and weaker, until it was almost inaudible. Until the twilight faded in the west, until the moon climbed the treetops, until the frogs and insects began their chorus. It had been so long since she last heard his voice, yet she dared not turn around. Where are you? At midnight, the muffled sobs of the red wheel echoed through the small courtyard. The red camel stood dumbfounded outside the courtyard gate. It had been so long since he last heard his sister cry. The sound tore at his heart like the sharpest rapier. Time flows on, pausing for no one. Hoyo's soft sobbing lasted all night as she leaned weakly against the doorframe, utterly drained. Thud! The dull toll of the palace bell rang out. The great Qin dynasty held court assemblies every 9 days, and the most recent one was scheduled for today. Thud! Thud! With the second and third tolls of the bell, a soft, almost effeminate voice echoed simultaneously through the palace halls. Summon the officials to the Grand Hall to deliberate on the affairs of the realm and uphold the way of the common people. Lu Hong lightly wiped the tears from her face and stood up, mastering her courage as she prepared to turn around. Suddenly, a slender, pale arm rested on her shoulder. Turning her head in surprise, she saw a strikingly handsome face, pale as if drained of all color. Wang Huitian's lips curled into a radiant smile, like sunlight glinting off snow, a smile she had never seen on his face before, unlike the false, forced ones from the past. Hee, how about that? I've broken through to the qi refining stage. Qi refining stage, you know. The perpetual gloom between his brows melted away, as if he had been reborn. We of you. You're not dead, you're not dead. Hong Lu suddenly threw herself into Wang Huitian's arms, her sobs no longer suppressed but loudly venting her emotions. Wang Huitian, with the faint fragrance of her hair tickling his nose, was still grinning foolishly. At the same time, he waved to Hong Luo, who was standing dumbfounded at the courtyard gate. Hey, brother Hong Luo, I've broken through to the qi refining stage. After comforting Hong Lu, he strolled around the second prince's residence with his hands behind his back. Up ahead, Qin Ren was tending to the potted plants. Miss Qin, what are you up to? Qin Ren smiled slightly upon seeing him. His Highness has a fondness for flowers and plants, so I take care of them for him in my spare time. Oh, that's quite nice. But don't neglect your own cultivation, that's what we cultivators should truly focus on. Qin Ren nodded slightly, puzzled as to why the usually reticent and indifferent northern frontier prince would suddenly seek casual conversation with him today. The northern frontier prince's admonition is most apt. Wang Huitian revealed an expression of satisfaction at having found a teachable student, his gaze still fixed intently on Qin Ren. This couldn't help but make the latter somewhat flustered. Is there anything else, Your Highness? Wang Huitian mustered the little spiritual energy he had left, his eyes filled with anticipation. Your Highness, are you perhaps hungry? Qin Ren asked softly. What? Hungry? We cultivators have already achieved fasting upon entering qi refining. How could this king possibly feel hunger? Little guard, you mustn't slander me like this. Behind them, Hong Lu covered her mouth with a light chuckle. He was worried about Wang Huitian's health, so he followed at a slow pace, only to see the guy flaunting his cultivation to everyone he met, looking utterly pleased with himself. Gone was her previous aloofness, replaced by a touch of endearing charm. Miss Qin, where is your lord? A look of concern crossed Qin Ren's face. His Highness entered the palace early this morning for today's court assembly. Wang Huitian's eyes gleamed with determination. How could the great Qin's court assembly proceed without him, the northern guardian prince? Hong Lu, let's go. We shall also attend the court assembly. Hong Lu originally intended to stop Wang Huitian, as the great Qin court assembly was a gathering place for all the princes. Although Wang Huitian bore the title of hereditary prince of Shenbei, Hong Lu always felt it was self-proclaimed. Could she really attend the court assembly? Wang Huitian paid no heed to such concerns, dragging Hong Lu along and heading straight for the largest crowds. On the main streets of the imperial city, officials arriving for the court assembly were abundant. A long line of carriages waited to enter the palace. Hey, you walking ahead, move aside. Don't block the way. A carriage driver shouted at Wang Huitian. Naturally, Wang Huitian wouldn't indulge such behavior. What audacity! How dare you shout at this immortal? Huitian, don't stir up trouble. The imperial city is full of hidden talents, not like Qin Mountain. Wang Huitian was extremely flamboyant along the way, his qi refining stage aura unrestrainedly radiating outward, glaring at everyone with displeasure. Right now, he was itching for someone to pick a fight with him, so he could test out his qi refining cultivation. At first, Hong Lu let him fool around, but then he kicked the wheels of Prime Minister Wei Wang's carriage a few times, which nearly scared Hong Lu to death. Fortunately, Minister Wei merely lifted the curtain slightly to take a look and didn't make a big deal out of it. Hong Lu grabbed Wang Huitian by the ear and dragged him aside, her face flushed with anger. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You were walking just fine, why provoke Wei Wang? Wang Huitian didn't care whether he would die or not, but he knew he had broken through the qi refining stage, and many people in this city would die. The Grand Assembly of the Great Qing Dynasty was extremely magnificent, with over 1,000 participants entering the hall alone. Even more people, numbering in the tens of thousands, listened to the imperial decree outside the hall. All 9 palace gates opened simultaneously. With strict hierarchies observed, only members of the imperial family were permitted to pass through the central gate. The side gates were passageways for high-ranking officials like the 3 excellencies and 9 ministers, while the outermost small gates were used by lower-ranking officials, who formed the longest queues due to their sheer numbers. Wang Huitian pulled Honglu toward the grand central gate. What a bunch of idiots! Out of their minds, why crowd through that tiny gate when this one is so open? The surrounding officials all turned to look at the two, their eyes filled with mockery, yet no one stopped them. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Honglu's delicate body trembled slightly. These were all officials who governed the Great Qing, and the oppressive aura emanating from those in high positions was not something ordinary people could endure, let alone when so many officials were gathered together. Their gazes were like those of fierce wolf kings in the wild, fixed upon 2 naive little lambs. The guards at the palace gate crossed their spears to block the two, their cold eyes sweeping over Wang Huitian's face. Forbidden inner sanctum none but imperial king may enter. Huitian, shall we go queue over there instead? Holiu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, her head bowed, not daring to glance around, only feeling drenched in sweat. Wang Huitian snorted coldly, pointing at her own face as she demanded an answer. See clearly now, I am the biological son of Wang Jingxian and the nephew of Wang Duyang. Can I leave or not? The guard was still pondering when he felt a slap land on his head. Wang Huitian raised his hand and slapped the other's head repeatedly, acting utterly arrogant. I'm asking you, can I leave? Can I leave? Can I leave? After entering the imperial palace, Holu was still filled with lingering fear. Since arriving in the Qing imperial city, this was the first time she had ventured out with the other party. She felt an overwhelming pressure, each step as perilous as walking a tightrope over a cliff, utterly nerve-wracking. Glancing at the Qiankun Hall ascending the steps, Wang Huitian's eyes bore an uncharacteristic heaviness. Don't move. He held Holu back, bit his finger to draw blood, and used it as ink to paint 3 vertical sword marks on her forehead. I'll go meet these kings of Great Qing. Feel free to wander around the palace. If you encounter any problems, go to the eldest princess's residence. Remember, if Wang Jingxian doesn't take action, you should scold her, say she's forgotten her roots, that she only gave birth but doesn't raise, that she's unworthy of being a mother. If she tries to hit you, tell her you're carrying my child, that an orphaned mother and child have met a wicked mother-in-law. Wang Huitian gave detailed instructions, leaving nothing out. The content was utterly chaotic, leaving Red Will utterly bewildered in the wind. Ministers entered the hall. The soft, feminine voice inside the palace rang out once more as Wang Huitian slowly ascended the stone steps. All the officials inside the hall stood in 2 rows, with the 3 princes at the forefront, each occupying their own position. As soon as Wang Huitian stepped into the hall, he sensed an intense killing intent directed at him. Lifting his gaze, he saw none other than the National Guardian Marshal, Shuai Yao. In the center of the grand hall, the Emperor of the Qing sat majestically, adorned in an embroidered dragon robe, surrounded by faint wisps of mist, as if dwelling in a celestial realm. Standing closest to him was a man dressed in white robes. This was the imperial preceptor of the Qing, Jinhua Shuiwa. His origins and background were shrouded in mystery, known to very few. Wang Huitian strode to the front and took a conspicuous position, his qi refining cultivation aura surging around him. Where did this ignorant brat come from, daring to enter the hall without permission? An official spoke up with a reprimand, his eyes flashing with authority. Where did this old fool come from, failing to recognize this prince? Young whelp, the lineage of the Prince of Shenbei was completely wiped out in the Battle of the Northern Plains and became history. What manner of thing are you? Why should this official recognize you? Old dame, after the court session ends, I'll make sure your entire family disappears. A minister at court was the first to verbally attack Wang Huitian, who naturally didn't hold back and fired back. Back and forth they went, gradually drawing other officials into the fray. Filth! You brat, in the few days since entering the city, your reckless actions have already warranted death. How dare you show your face here? Do you still have any regard for the esteemed officials of our great Qing? Bah! I've slain a few scoundrels, what will you do about it? The snow demon spoke in anger. Wretched beast! My eldest son was virtuous, pure, kind, and benevolent. Why did you kill him? Must this immortal report to you before killing an ant? Seeing the argument in the whole grow increasingly heated, the aggrieved crown prince refused to be left out. He had been deeply resentful about the death of his late-stage nascent soul guard. Humph! Spouting this king and this immortal left and right, oblivious that the title of Prince of Shenbei has long turned to dust. A mere chi-refining cultivator dares to call himself this immortal. What a joke! Whether it's a joke or not, this immortal doesn't care. But if you dare question this immortal's cultivation again, this immortal will knock your teeth out. The hall descended into further chaos, with all manner of foul language flying through the air. Wang Huitian single-handedly took on the crowd in a war of words, even spitting in excitement as he hurled insults, completely disregarding any sense of martial virtue. On the dragon throne, the Qing emperor rested his chin on his hand, watching with great interest. Only when he heard nothing new in the exchanges did he calmly wave his hand. An old eunuch emerged from behind the dragon throne, holding a pot of strikingly vibrant cactus, and walked straight to Wang Huitian. After placing the cactus on the ground, he turned and returned to the emperor's side. Wang Huitian, who had been in the midst of a heated argument, suddenly froze, his eyes drawn to the cactus on the floor. He squatted down in front of the cactus, his expression almost frenzied, like an angry cat catching a whiff of catnip, or a barking stray dog spotting a piece of ham. That pot of cactus acted like a powerful stun spell, instantly silencing the entire hall. The Qing emperor's lips curled up as he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Still the same as when you were little. He laughed heartily, completely disregarding the crowd in the hall who were arguing until their faces turned red and their necks thickened. Alright, now let's begin the discussion. What should I say first? How about we start by discussing who will take charge of Great Qing after I enter seclusion? As the Qing emperor's voice faded, the hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. This was indeed a sensitive topic, yet the Qing emperor had abruptly brought it into the open. Seeing no response from below, the emperor of Qing lazily reclined on his dragon throne. I know each of you has your own candidate in mind. How about this? Those who support the crown prince stand to the left, those for the second prince in the middle, and those for the third prince to the right. Then his voice suddenly hardened as he continued in a low tone. Those who choose Princess Jinxian, step forward before me. Let's take a vote. Whoever has the most supporters shall be chosen. Is that agreeable? As the final words fell, a formidable imperial pressure filled the grand hall. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all knelt to the ground in unison. We dare not! The Qing emperor suddenly slammed the armrest of his dragon throne and stood up. Dare not! For an immortal cultivation dynasty, what is there to fear? With sufficient strength, what deed would be beyond daring? He has already established the crown prince, yet these officials and princes are still scheming behind his back, as if they don't take him seriously at all. However, regarding this matter, he merely gave them a warning. As long as the eternal forest stands, the great Qing Empire will not fall into chaos. For countless years, every Qing emperor who broke through to the dual realm has entered the eternal forest. That is the true foundation of Great Qing. No one knows how many powerful figures are hidden within, even he himself is unaware. Humph, you'd better rein in your ambitions. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind cleansing this court once more before entering the eternal forest. He descended the stone steps, walking slowly past each minister and noble, his icy gaze sweeping over them one by one. The ministers kept their eyes fixed on their own toes, their expressions unchanging. After completing his inspection, the Emperor of Qing returned to his dragon throne. This time, the reports presented were much more normal. The northern barbarians have invaded the border again, and the fourth prince is complaining about lacking resources. There is a flood disaster in Sangzhou, and the governor is requesting spirit stones for relief efforts. Additionally, there are unusual movements from a sect in the Green Mountains, and young Master Leng is requesting permission to deploy troops. Emperor Qin sat firmly on the dragon throne, addressing each matter one by one. Just as everyone thought the court session was about to conclude, the third prince, one-yuan, suddenly stepped forward, reporting to Imperial Father. During my recent visit to the million-yuan mountain, I took a liking to a woman. I humbly request your majesty to bestow this marriage upon me. Emperor Qin looked over in surprise. He had just arranged a marriage for one-yuan with by Xian, and the million-yuan mountain had yet to respond to this day. Now he was asking for another marriage arrangement. Who is it? Wang-Dao Mountain, Jiangfen, Yuya. With that said, Wang Huitian, who had been studying a cactus with his head lowered, suddenly looked up, a chill flashing in his eyes. A 3-foot-long sword condensed from spiritual energy appeared before him, causing the temperature in the Qianquan hall to plummet sharply. The overwhelming killing intent around him transformed into a faint red mist. Kill! Clang clang! As Wang Huitian's roar echoed, the continuous sounds of weapons being drawn filled the grand hall. Some ministers transformed their hairpins into long swords that flew into their hands. Generals flicked out flexible blades hidden in their belts, and a prince, terrified, pulled out a shield to block in front of himself. 1,000 variations, each distinct, yet all simultaneously turned wary gazes toward Wang Huitian's direction. Their actions were all instinctive responses of cultivators, stirred by that single word kill, prompting them to draw their weapons. Wang Huitian stared fixedly at Wang Yuan, making the latter's heart creep with unease. Wang Huitian, how dare you act so insolently in the sacred hall of Qianquan? The snow demon also advanced step by step toward Wang Huitian with a cold glare, unable to suppress his murderous intent any longer. Heaven destroys those it first makes mad. Today, I shall rid the northern garrison prince's estate of its scum. As the marshal of the nation, he commanded vast armies and had fought countless battles. He could be considered quite knowledgeable, yet he had never seen someone so arrogant. Wang Huitian's expression remained calm as he spoke lightly. I possess royal bloodline and can command the imperial dragon's energy. I am also the current prince of northern garrison. Even the imperial city's grand formation was built by my prince of northern garrison's residence. So what if I'm arrogant? What can you do about it? In that instant, the pupils of everyone present contracted slightly. The information contained in these words was immense, capable of summoning the imperial dragon's aura and controlling the grand formation of the royal city. No one could discern the truth behind these two statements, not even the Emperor of Qin, who furrowed his brow slightly, his expression growing solemn. Wang Huitian paid no heed to their thoughts. Step by step, he approached Wang Yuan, who recoiled in fear. Slap! A massive palm struck the latter's face. If you dare lay a finger on Yuya again, I'll skin you alive. After speaking, he walked back to his original spot, picked up the cactus from the ground, and gave a slight bow to the Emperor of Qin. Huitian thanks His Majesty the Imperial Uncle for the precious gift. Watching the figure, who leisurely stepped out of the palace gates before the court session had even adjourned, no one in the hall made any move to stop him, a rare occurrence. The faces of the ministers turned pale with shades of green, for they all held lofty positions and were accustomed to looking down upon others. Their cultivation was such that they could move mountains and fill seas, holding the power of life and death over countless lives. When had he ever been bullied like this by a mere chi-refining cultivator? This is outrageous. The only one who remained relatively calm among those present was Prime Minister Wei Wang. Compared to the others, he only had his carriage wheel kicked, no big deal, nothing serious. Outside the Qianquan Hall, beneath the stone steps, Honglu had been waiting there all along. The imperial palace was a heavily guarded place, and she dared not wander around casually. Upon seeing Wang Huitian emerge, she hurried forward with a worried expression. A hereditary prince of northern garrison returning after 8 years, she could hardly imagine the situation this man had faced during the court assembly. That was the siege by the high officials of Great Qin, the life and death decision made at the whim of the Qin emperor. Heshen, are you alright? Her voice was soft and heartwarming. Wang Huitian grinned. I'm doing great, see? I even got a gift. He held the cactus out to her, smiling brightly. Holu felt a pang of sadness. She reached out to take Wang Huitian's arm, wanting to offer some comfort. Wang Huitian quickly dodged away. Be careful, don't let the cactus fall on the ground. Once outside the palace gates, Hongliu's face blossomed with smiles. She carried the cactus in one hand while holding Wang Huitian's hand with the other. She paid no mind to his look of resistance. It didn't matter with such a stubborn man. The key was to never give him a chance to be stubborn. Hurry up, or I'll throw your precious thing on the ground. Bam! The moment it hits the ground, the spines will snap, and I'll stomp on it a couple more times. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Wang Huitian nervously craned his neck, his eyes fixed on the cactus in Hongliu's hand, terrified she might drop it. Watch your step. The angry roar of Hongliu echoed through the streets. At that moment, Wang Huitian's figure suddenly came to a halt. In the center of the street ahead, a figure clad in a white long dress was slowly approaching. Her expression was cold and aloof, her demeanor elegant yet distant, with a tall and well-proportioned figure that exuded an aura of solitary beauty. Senior sister, why have you come? The person who arrived was none other than Bai Xian, who cast a rather surprised glance at the two holding hands. TSK, it's truly a case of a fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Master sent me to bring you home. What about Yu Yo? Did she say she misses me? Bai Xian thought to herself, how many days has little Yu Yo been on the mountain? It doesn't seem like your relationship was that close. No, with you not on the mountain, Yu Yo has become much more cheerful. Then I won't go back. Bai Xian frowned, but her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Hongliu. Why? Wang Huitian replied matter-of-factly. Pleasure here makes me forget home. There's a tigress in the mountains. At that very moment, Wang Huitian felt a chill run down his spine. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Who are you calling a tigress? Wang Huitian stiffly turned his head. He saw Mu Qinshu in her green robe standing behind him, her eyes blazing with anger. It seemed as though she was struggling to suppress her anger, her exquisitely beautiful face twisted with fury. The bamboo strip in her hand hummed softly through the air. You little rascal, what exactly did you do in the imperial capital? Do you know the people from the Qinjiang division have practically flattened my sword peak? Every single one of them came to accuse you, every single one. Wang Huitian caught the documents flung at his face by Mu Qinshu, utterly bewildered. I didn't do much. Yesterday I had some spicy chicken skewers, the day before I drank flower wine at Yaxian Pavilion, and the day before that I admired flowers in the palace. As he spoke, Wang Huitian also turned his gaze towards Hongliu. Right, Hongliu. Hongliu had frozen in place the moment Mu Qinshu appeared. Her face flushed crimson like a bride meeting her mother-in-law, utterly at a loss for what to do. Only faintly hearing Wang Huitian's inquiry, she nodded stiffly with her small head. At this moment, Mu Qinshu also noticed Hongliu, her gaze carrying scrutiny. So you're the prodigy of Red Maple Valley, Hongliu. Elder Mu, why yes, it's me. Was it you who sent the letter to Wangdao Mountain, telling me to bring spirit stones to Hofeng Valley to ransom someone? Yes, it was me. No, it wasn't me. Seeing Hongliu's flushed face, panicked expression, and fidgeting hands, Mu Qin shook her head slightly in resignation. This prodigy from Red Maple Valley is practically ruined. Wang Huitian also noticed Hongliu's unusual behavior and quickly took the cactus from her hands, fearing she might accidentally drop it. Bai Xian and Mu Qinshu simultaneously looked at Hongliu with pity in their eyes, shaking his head and sighing. Look, this is the man you fancy. The group returned to the second prince's residence, where the number of servants had significantly decreased. After the commotion caused by Wang Huitian today, the second prince was thoroughly frightened. He had just returned to his residence and immediately moved out with his guard captain, Qin Ren. He felt it was even more dangerous to continue staying here than before. In the courtyard, 3 women sat sipping tea, while Wang Huitian was nowhere to be seen. Master, aren't we going back? Mu Qin's gaze darkened slightly. Through some personnel arranged by Wangdao Mountain in the imperial city, she had a rough idea of what her second disciple had been up to. Go back? How to go back? Staying in the city could still make others wary of the city's defensive formation and deter them from taking action. Once you leave the Qingyuan city, you'll likely face overwhelming pursuit. Even she would probably only barely manage to protect herself. There's no way out, damn it. In the night, as the second prince moved his residence, the entire mansion grew even more silent. Early in the evening, all the rooms had their lights extinguished, leaving only the flickering candlelight in the central hall swaying in the night breeze. Wang Huitian idly poked at the wick with a silver needle, looking utterly bored. How infuriating. The master hadn't even noticed that he had already stepped into the qi refining stage. This always gave him the feeling of returning home in wealth and honor, only to parade his fine clothes in the dark. Humph, and you call yourself a star-plucking realm cultivator? Your observation skills are truly lacking. I bet your cultivation was just boosted by pills. In the dead of night, the candles in the hall suddenly went out. A tall figure slowly approached from outside the house in the night, his silhouette blending into the darkness, his face appearing rather illusory. Wang Huitian continued to lower his head, gazing intently at the lamp wick, his expression utterly focused, as if unaware of the arrival of a guest. Young friend, stop looking for now. I'm very busy and don't have much time. After entering, the figure casually found a chair and took a seat. You came, but why did you blow out my candle? As Wang Huitian finished speaking, the candlelight in the hall reignited, illuminating the resolute and dignified face of the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Wei Wang, whose carriage wheel he had kicked 3 times. What do you want from me? Wang Huitian turned her face to look at Wei Wang, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. I want to know where the golden elixir nurtured by the dragon vein of Great Qin is. Wei Wang frowned deeply. That golden elixir was a national treasure of Great Qin, on par with the king of Qin's sword. Over the thousands of years since the establishment of the Great Qin Empire, only 3 golden cores were ever nurtured. The first was refined by the founding emperor of Qin, allowing him to step into the Saint Realm and thereby establish the vast empire of Great Qin. The second core was shattered and scattered across the Green Mountains, triggering several bloody conflicts that indirectly led to the fall of countless powerful cultivators from the various immortal sects of the Green Mountains, ultimately bringing the region under Great Qin's dominion. The third golden core, serving as the foundation of Qin's strength, was hidden within the imperial palace. After a long silence, Wei Wang sighed deeply. Even if you knew where the golden core is hidden, with your current cultivation level, you still wouldn't be able to reach it. Wang Huitian remained unmoved. 9 years ago, when we first met, I was only 7 years old, yet I could already see that you were tormented by inner demons. 9 years have passed, and I have already stepped into the qi refining realm, yet you are about to be devoured by inner demons. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Hearing Wang Huitian sigh, Wei Wang's face showed a strange expression. How did you manage to say that with such a tone? Anyone who didn't know better would think you've already attained sainthood. Just a qi refining stage cultivator, yet this kid is acting as if he's on top of the world. Wang Huitian glanced at him and continued speaking. I have a sword named Severing Thoughts, specialized in cutting through souls, evil thoughts, delusions, and all other intangible things. The inner demons that have plagued you for countless years, in my view, are as easy to dispel as eating or drinking. The two discussed until the rooster crowed before Wei Zhuang left. In the guest courtyard, Mu Qinshi's gaze pierced through countless buildings, fixed on the direction of Wei Zhuang's departure. Even in the imperial city, those at the star-picking realm are few. Now she had encountered one on just her first night. Bai Xin dutifully stood guard by Mu Qinshi's side, pouring tea for her. Master, what are you looking at? Look at your junior brother causing trouble again, that troublemaking pigtail. I knew we shouldn't have let him leave the mountain. The imperial capital remained relatively calm in the following days, yet there was an oppressive sense of an impending storm. Wang Huitian had also long since cooled down from the joy of breaking through to qi refining. He noticed that others had 10 levels in the qi refining stage, while his only had 7. Because there were only 7 holes in the formless bone within his body, he broke through to the first level of qi refining after the first hole was filled with spiritual energy. After the second hole was filled, he broke through to the second level of qi refining. Calculating this way, At most there would only be 7 levels. Damn it! Could this lead to an unstable foundation? Everyone simply ignored Wang Huitian's complaints. A mere mortal can slay a nascent soul cultivator, yet still worries about unstable foundations. This is pure flex. In the Imperial Palace, the second Prince Wang Hao moved back again. His residence is right next to the Crown Princess, and every day he can hear the heart-wrenching, agonizing screams coming from the Crown Princess mansion. He knows this is the Crown Prince practicing demonic cultivation techniques. Originally, the Crown Prince was extremely secretive about it, but for some reason, he has recently become completely unrestrained. Something seems to be pressing him to do this. The Crown Prince is panicked, and he is too. Qin Ran, what do you think the Crown Prince is actually afraid of? After a brief moment of thought, Qin Ran replied. What the prince fears, the Crown Prince fears as well. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Ran, regretting having asked in the first place. What could he possibly fear? His greatest fear is the Crown Prince. At that very moment, the roars from the Crown Prince's residence beside them suddenly ceased, and Wang Hao's heart instantly grew alert. These eerie howls usually sent chills down his spine, but their sudden absence made him even more terrified. Thud, thud, thud. After a long while, knocking sounds came from the prince's residence. Wang Hao shuddered in fright at the sound of the knocking. Despite his 1,000 reluctances, he had no choice but to get up and look outside. As the mansion gate opened, a disheveled figure appeared at the entrance. His hair was wildly strewn behind his head, his eyes bloodshot, his upper body bare, revealing well-proportioned muscles, while his lower half was clad in a blood-stained long skirt. Elder brother, what happened to you? Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. Never in his life had he seen the Crown Prince step out without properly dressing. Although Wang Xiu was a ruthless person, he always dressed like a modest gentleman. But now, he looked extremely haggard and was even half naked, which seemed quite unusual. Imperial brother, if you're in a bad mood, you can vent your anger on any of the eunuchs or palace maids in my palace, but please don't target Qin Ran or me. Although Wang Hao was fearful in his heart, he still made his stance clear, hurriedly shielding Qin Ran behind him. The Crown Prince's appearance was truly too terrifying, making him momentarily forget that Qin Ran was actually the bodyguard. Wang Xiu's bloodshot eyes swept across the numerous palace maids in the courtyard before finally settling on Wang Hao, whose legs were trembling. With steady steps, he walked into the courtyard, raising a single hand to signal the palace gates behind him to slam shut with a resounding boom. Just as Wang Hao felt that he was doomed today, Wang Xiu spoke up. Go out of the palace and find the Prince of Shenbei. Tell him I want to see him. No matter the cost, I want to see him, immediately, now, at once. His voice was almost a roar, startling Wang Hao to the point where his legs trembled. Mansion outside the palace. Wang Huitian was quite surprised to hear that the Crown Prince wanted to see him. On his very first day in the city, he had killed a nascent soul cultivator under the other's command. By all logic, the two should have become mortal enemies. Now he actually has to meet himself. It seems he's been driven to a dead end. So who is the one pushing him? Inside the courtyard, Hong Lu was instructing Hong Luo in sword practice, while Hua Chenfo flatteringly cut watermelon for Bai Xian. Mu Qinshe, on the other hand, had gone out for a stroll. Wang Huitian called out twice toward the outside. Come in for a moment, Hong Lu. Red Willow looked surprised toward the room, knowing that Wang Huitian rarely called for her unless something was amiss. He usually just sat by the window all day, staring blankly at that pot of cactus. She stepped inside and saw Wang Huitian's calm expression, but he remained silent. Red Willow, now that the second prince has moved back to the palace, your mission is complete. Take Red Luo and Hua Chenfei back to Red Maple Valley. His voice was calm, without a ripple, carrying a tone of indifference. Hao Lu, however, sensed some underlying meaning in those words. What about you? As for me, didn't you see my master has already arrived? Once you leave, I'll be returning to Wangdao Mountain as well. Lu Hang stubbornly shook her head. No, I won't. I'm going back to Wangdao Mountain with you. Let Luo and Hua Chenfei return on their own. Wang Huitian stood up. Although he was slightly younger than Honglu, he was half a head taller than her. He raised his hand to rub his crimson willow-like long hair, his voice turning icy cold. You are the prodigy of Red Maple Valley, destined to pluck stars and enter the Tao in this lifetime. While I was born with a worthless body, lacking spiritual roots, even my own mother despised me. Do you know? She despised me. Even this meager chi refining cultivation was earned by risking my life. Do you know how perilous my path ahead will be? I might as well tell you. When my imperial uncle enters seclusion for cultivation, I will storm the great Qin palace to seek the foundation establishment method. And this is not the end, only the beginning. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, or else this imperial city will become your burial ground. Honglu froze in place, never expecting Wang Huitian to be so audacious as to plan a palace heist during the Qin emperor's breakthrough. This is like walking a tightrope on a cliff. One wrong step and you'll be shattered to pieces. What can I do to help you? Wang Huitian's eyes suddenly lit up. Help me deal with my master. Don't let her get in the way at the critical moment. Outside the door, Bai Xian's big eyes glared over. I heard that, junior brother. Be careful, or I'll report you to the master. Wang Huitian was shocked. He had forgotten to close the door while speaking, so not only did Honglu find out, but even Bai Xinhua and Hua Chenfei heard it too. Honglu and Bai Xian were fine, but Hua Chenfei was already sweating on his forehead. After all, he was the only outsider here. At this moment, he felt his head was about to roll. Having heard such confidential information, he was absolutely going to be silenced. Wang Huitian snorted coldly and strode out. Phew! Snitches get split lips. With that, his figure had already vanished through the doorway. He was determined to find out what the crown prince wanted with him. Only a few people remained in the courtyard, exchanging bewildered glances. What a vicious curse. Bai Xian clenched her silver teeth in anger. The words were clearly a threat aimed at her. Though it carried no real power, it still left her feeling intensely unsettled. Along the way, Qin Ran kept explaining the crown prince's condition to Wang Huitian, as if she, too, had been badly frightened. Practicing evil arts is strictly prohibited by the Great Qin, as the empire has its own inherited techniques. 9 dragons return to origin technique. It is said that mastering it to the extreme can manifest 9 dragons from Qi, granting boundless combat power. Members of the royal family typically cultivate this technique, while the imperial guards and military forces also have their respective inherited techniques. It can be said that his family background is extremely wealthy, so there's no reason for him to resort to practicing dark arts. Along the way, the number of palace guards had noticeably increased. Heading straight to the prince's residence, Wang Huitian pushed the door open and saw the crown prince, who looked as if he had gone mad. Cousin, what brings you here? Wang Xiu turned his head. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Tonight, my father will enter the Tao. I need you to protect me for the night. Wang Huitian frowned. Who wants to kill you? Wang Xiu's gaze deepened as he slowly spoke. Wang Jinyan. When the emperor enters the Tao, heavenly thunder tribulation will descend. The state preceptor and all imperial guards will go to protect him. At that time, the palace's grand formation will activate, and no officials will be allowed inside. Wang Jinxian will surely strike them. What does she want to do? Wang Xiu's eyes darkened, a flicker of fear passing through them. She wanted to slaughter all the imperial princes, proclaim herself emperor, and refine dragon energy in a vain attempt to ascend to immortality. Years ago, the emperor had already fought her once, resulting in his crushing defeat. Advancing into the Tao ahead of time was the emperor's only chance, yet it was also the perfect opportunity for Wang Jinxian to claim the throne. Wang Huitian fell silent. It seemed Wang Jinxian only had him as her son. Did that mean he was destined to become the crown prince? Moreover, he bore his mother's surname. Wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable for him to become the great Qin emperor? He is. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. This crown prince indeed has some skills, knowing quite a lot. I'm only at the Qi refining stage. Do you really think I can protect you? Wang Xiu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. You managed to kill my nascent soul pit guard with a mortal body. Now that you've stepped into the chi refining stage, your strength will only grow stronger. Perhaps you can hold her off until father completes his tribulation. Now, the attitudes of the court officials are unclear. I have no one left to trust. Wang Huitian fell silent in the midst of the scene. Truth be told, he also wanted to test how strong he was at the chi refining stage, but choosing a star-plucking realm opponent for his first battle. That's really tough, okay? That biological mother of his wouldn't go easy on him. He still remembered the first words Wang Jinxian spoke when he first gained consciousness. This emperor has fallen to the mortal realm. Fine, but how could I have produced a mundane offspring without spiritual roots? Disdain. Disdain that had filled his life since birth. If it weren't for the fact that my father and brother doted on me, I would have long been thrown into the mountains to feed the wolves by this birth mother of mine. Fine, I can protect you. Tell me your price. The crown prince took a deep breath. The second-generation northern frontier king's sword, Tianyuan. Upon hearing news of the heavenly abyss sword, Wang Huitian's expression froze. That was a dull artifact with a powerful sword spirit, no longer something an ordinary weapon like cold light could compare to. Of course, cold light had its own advantages. It didn't choose its wielder, and anyone who held it could use it. But spiritual artifacts were different. Even the lowest grade treasure recognized its master, let alone a dull artifact. As for the higher level sacred artifacts and imperial artifacts, if their master perishes, the spiritual weapon will autonomously seek revenge for its master, its intelligence no less than that of a living being. Deal, it's settled. There was no need for hesitation. This was the perfect opportunity to test his current strength. Both parties reached a deal, and everyone was happy. The second prince stood there in a daze, his expression alternating between shock and panic. He truly hadn't expected there to be so many hidden details in this matter. Your Highness, save me. I don't want to die either. Wang Huitian cast a disdainful glance at Wang Hao. They were both princes, yet the difference between them was so vast. What's in it for you? Wang Hao pondered for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and speaking with reluctance. How about Qin Ran? Qin Ran immediately blushed with embarrassment. How could your Highness act like this without even asking for my opinion? Guards aren't servants, they have human rights too, you know. After brief discussion, the Crown Prince and the second prince decided to use the Crown Prince's residence as their defensive stronghold, a plan Wang Xiu had been preparing for quite some time. From the outside, the entire Crown Prince's residence appeared normal, but upon entering, one could see that the walls, doors, and windows were all covered in strange and eerie rooms. Wang Huitian lost interest in these rooms after just a glance. Attempting to rely on such unorthodox methods to stop a star-plucking realm cultivator was nothing short of a fool's dream. Your Highness, I wonder just how strong you've become after breaking through the chi refining stage. Although Wang Xiu placed his bet on Wang Huitian, he wasn't actually sure about the latter's strength. Wang Huitian grinned, exuding unprecedented confidence. I have a move called Ghost Flash. It allows me to dash in front of an enemy in an instant and deliver a fatal strike. And there's also the One Blade style. Lion's Song is really strong, anyway. Hearing Wang Huitian's confident words, the people on the scene felt much more at ease. After all, they were about to face a star-plucking realm expert, and the pressure was unimaginable. At this moment, Wang Hao finally remembered something. Your Highness, isn't the Grand Princess your mother? Wang Huitian looked in the direction of the Grand Princess's residence, his tone indifferent. No. She's just an emotionless cultivation machine, like a shattered spiritual artifact devoid of consciousness. The scene suddenly fell silent. This was a heavy topic. They were all born into royalty, where familial bonds were inherently cold. Even Wang Xiu and Wang Yuan didn't know who their mother was. The women of the great Qing imperial family were merely tools for reproduction. As for their father, he treated them as nothing more than disposable chess pieces to be moved at will. Outside the imperial palace, Mu Qinshu returned to her residence after strolling through the streets. With a sweep of her divine sense, she immediately noticed Wang Huitian was not in the residence. By XIM, where is your junior brother? Bai Xian appeared uneasy, her expression somewhat awkward. Master, he said if I tell you, my mouth will rot. Speak quickly. Lu Qing glared at Bai Xian and angrily shouted. None of you give me any peace. My junior brother has entered the palace. Bai Xian spoke with grievance, causing Mu Qingshi's expression to change drastically. Bai Xian, Hong Lu, all of you leave the city immediately. After giving the order, she swiftly headed towards the imperial city. Due to the no-fly zone enforced by the city's protective formation, she flew at an extremely low altitude. The flying sword's air current dragged a blazing crimson flame across the street's canopy. At the same moment, tremors erupted from multiple directions within the imperial city. Outside the city walls, the towering stone pillars on the mountains suddenly blazed with overwhelming white light. A massive, transparent energy shield rapidly contracted inward, its target fixed squarely on the imperial palace. This was the act of concentrating the entire city's defensive formation into a single point, amplifying its power manifold. The blue light swept over Mu Qingshi's flying figure, finally converging in front of the imperial palace to form a massive deep blue barrier. Mu Qingshi's figure gradually came to a halt in midair. It was too late. No one could enter the imperial palace now. Her disciple, whom she had raised for 8 years, was likely gone. Foolish disciple, you've greatly underestimated Zhai Xin. Inside the imperial palace, seeing the enormous barrier enveloping the entire palace, Wang Huitian stood up. A wild, arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! Wang Dian, Wang Jinxian, and all the kings of Great Qing, you have all underestimated me too much. Ha ha ha! Now no one can come in, and no one can leave. The hunt begins officially. Seeing Wang Huitian suddenly become wild and arrogant, the two princes trembled slightly. Wang Xiu even cautiously took 2 steps back. Wang Huitian glanced at the two of them and strode out. Where are you going? Wang Xiu frowned and asked, as their previous strategy was to hold their ground here using formations. Of course, we should take the initiative to attack. As sword cultivators and powerful qi refining practitioners, how can we turtle up here and damage our dull hearts? With just 1 step forward, his figure instantly blurred, leaving only an afterimage in his original spot. This is the ghostly flash stolen from Luo Wuji. Though its power is lacking, it's a divine skill for traveling. Even though he had never seen Luo Wuji use ghostly flash before, merely observing Luo Wuji's sword allowed him to comprehend this sword technique. Boom! Dark clouds gathered from all directions above the imperial palace at this moment, rolling and pressing down layer upon layer. Roar! A golden dragon shadow coiled upward in the Qianquan hole, roaring at the sky. Intense white light flickered within the clouds, as violent thunder rolled and exploded among them. The Grand Princess's residence. Wang Jinxian, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened her phoenix-like eyes. An overwhelming pressure erupted from her body. Have you finally attained the Tao? Since each Qing emperor would abdicate upon reaching the Tao, this marked the zenith of the Qing dynasty's fortune. This emperor has finally waited for this day. Celestial court, everything I lost will be reclaimed with my own hands. Her eyes gleamed with ferocity, flashing with murderous intent. Her right hand rose, and the golden longsword flew into her grasp of its own accord. Countless multicolored mechanical contraptions orbited the blade, making it resemble a scepter symbolizing supreme authority. With a beckoning gesture of her right hand, a water blue book came flying and began circling around her, its pages flipping continuously. At this moment, Wang Jinxian was like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, exuding a sacred and ethereal aura that made people dare not look directly at her. The palace gates opened automatically. With a single step, her figure vanished, only to reappear atop the palace pavilion. Another step, and she suddenly materialized again in the palace corridors. Like a flickering, elusive flame, it was extraordinarily mystical. Killing those two princes might just strengthen this dragon's aura a little more. Her figure flickered as she headed straight for the prince's residence. In the distant sky, a white-robed figure floated in the air. He was none other than the Grand State Preceptor of Great Qing, Mirror Flower Watermoon. He was also currently the strongest publicly acknowledged figure in Great Qing. Rumors claimed his cultivation surpassed even Wang Doyang's, and he had been specially invited by Wang Doyang to serve as a guardian after his defeat by Wang Jinxian. Alas! I hope those two princes can buy some time against her. This woman is far too bizarre. Her methods are truly unprecedented. Wang Jinxian tilted her head slightly to glance at the illusory reflection. Her expression was cold and detached, as if looking at an insignificant ant. Where are you looking, darling? At that moment, an angry roar suddenly erupted beside her ear. Sword free, wind rise. The fierce wind roared, lifting pieces of blue tiles into the air. Wang Huitian's figure suddenly appeared, raising his sword and slashing horizontally with great force. The sword strike was incredibly fast, catching her off guard and striking where she was unprepared. She hadn't even sensed the slightest hint of his presence before Wang Huitian's voice rang out. The surging sword light pierced through Wang Jinshuang's figure and soared straight into the sky. Wang Huitian's face showed no joy of having struck. The fierce wind stirred by his sword light scattered Wang Jinshuang's figure. His sword seemed to have struck a patch of starlight. Hee, as expected, it's not that simple. In the distance, starlight gathered atop the tower, and Wang Jinshuang's figure reappeared, his indifferent eyes filled with curiosity. To achieve such fortune with a mortal body is indeed rare. But that's all there is to it. Mortal flesh. Wang Huitian spat in disdain. What he despised most was Wang Jinshuang's haughty demeanor. As if everything in this world was but a fleeting cloud in her eyes. Your son Huitian seeks your guidance today, honored mother. The fierce wind blew his flowing hair aside, revealing a face pale and devoid of vitality. At this moment, the howling wind was a sword, the flowing long hair was a sword, the swirling palace walls were swords, and even his furious thoughts became swords. Fight! Wang Huitian's figure vanished as ghostly flash activated, reducing the palace walls and pavilions along the path to nothingness. Countless sword techniques were unleashed simultaneously, evoking a sense of apocalyptic destruction. The distant mirage raised its hand and conjured a water mirror, blocking the residual shock waves, its face filled with astonishment. To be so formidable at the chi refining stage, what a freak! His Majesty truly underestimated him. In the prince's residence, the residual shock waves merely swept through, yet the array rooms painstakingly arranged by Wang Xiu were completely destroyed by the sword energy. The two princes scurried about in panic like startled cats. Run! Head to the inner palace. But Father Emperor forbids anyone from entering the inner palace. Although Wang Hao feared being held accountable by Wang Dian afterward, he knew there was no other choice at this moment. He could only follow closely behind Wang Xiu with Qingren in tow. As for the palace maids and eunuchs, most were turned into bloody mist before they could react, with only a few highly skilled ones managing to escape. This was merely the aftermath of the battle's force. At the very center of the battlefield, only the sound of clashing swords remained, with nothing else left. Amidst the countless sword hums, a soft shout rang out. Starlight freeze! Wang Jinxian flipped through the azure blue book before her, and magical ripples spread from her side, instantly halting all sword energy and dust. She raised the golden longsword in her hand with a light upward flick, as effortlessly as if casually waving it. A shower of brilliant starlight spilled from the longsword, and wherever the starlight touched, all things vanished without a trace. Even the illusory water mirror of flowers in a mirror, the moon reflected in water rippled violently. Wang Huitian raised his hand, and a massive black hole manifested in his palm, swallowing all the starlight that came its way. Yet this could only hold for a brief moment, as the black hole of the formless bone would eventually reach its limit. The cold light sword was held horizontally before him. Phantom flash! Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Wang Jinxian, the cold glint of his sword piercing into the starlight. The blade, scorched red by the intense heat, pressed forward relentlessly, aimed straight at Wang Jinshuang's heart. Just inches away, a water blue magic book rose to block the cold gleam. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the cold light sword shattered into countless sharp fragments that scattered in all directions. Wang Huitian held the remaining hilt of the cold light in his right hand, while his left hand swept over the shattered blade. Blood flowed from his palm, coalescing once more into a crimson blade. Kill! The blood-red longsword slashed out, tearing and flinging away one of the pages from the azure blue spellbook. Humph! An ant trying to shake a tree. Wang Jinshuang's golden longsword blazed with radiant light, and the countless gems swirling around its hilt suddenly came to a halt. The previously chaotic gems instantly formed a fiery phoenix totem. The longsword's color shifted from gold to red, as raging flames surged forth. Wang Huitian's blood-condensed sword blade evaporated in an instant, and his body was burned to charcoal by the flames before plummeting. The protective water mirror of flowers in the mirror, moon on the water, erupted with dense cracks. He flicked his sleeve to withdraw the mirror, his eyes filled with heartache. Truly monstrous, but unfortunately, this is as far as it goes. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky above the Qiankun Hole had gradually thinned. A golden dragon roamed freely within the clouds, exuding a powerful aura that hinted at enlightenment. Wang Duan was on the verge of attaining the Tao. Wang Jinxian no longer paid attention to the charred figure on the ground, instead turning her gaze toward the direction of the Qiankun Hole. Forget it, losing the imperial aura of two princes is of little consequence. She stepped forward, her figure vanishing like extinguished flames, while a wisp of fire ignited beside Jinwo Shuewa. The latter immediately formed hand seals, and an endless stream of water surged toward the wisp of fire, extinguishing it. A fiery red longsword flew out from the water, its gemstones rotating as the phoenix totem transformed into a black tortoise. The combined might of two star-plucking realm experts was utterly terrifying. The once majestic Qiankun Hole was reduced to a massive crater, which then transformed into a lake. On the ground, the charred figure's fingers twitched slightly. Ouch, that really hurts. Wang Huitian struggled to get up, his body cracked and shattered, barely resembling a human form. Yet, the corners of his mouth were raised high, revealing a set of bright white teeth. His pitch-black palm opened up, revealing 7 smooth, star-like gems clutched in his grasp. These gems were extraordinarily beautiful, emitting a soft, 7-colored glow. With so many gems on her sword, missing 1 or 2 probably wouldn't be noticeable. Wang Huitian muttered softly, swallowing all the gems in his hand in one gulp. Hide them first, deal with it later. The other hand opened, revealing a page of water blue paper he had sliced off. This thing was quite extraordinary too, probably something valuable. Thinking this, he crumpled the paper into a ball and similarly swallowed it. Treasures like this were extremely unsafe to keep in a storage pouch. Just from that recent battle, his storage pouch had nearly been destroyed. Other cultivators would typically store it in their dantian, but as a qi refining stage cultivator, where would he have a dantian? He could only resort to such crude methods. The aerial battle continued, with Mirror Flower Water Moon being completely overwhelmed, barely managing to hold on. While observing earlier, he hadn't felt much, but now that he was truly fighting Wang Jinxian, he realized just how formidable this woman was. It was utterly unreasonable. This was simply not the strength a star plucker should possess. He raised his water mirror to block, only for it to be shattered into pieces, the frame melted into scrap metal. Next, he used the secret treasure, the heavenly conch, for protection, but the giant conch was reduced to ashes by the stellar chains of light. His precious white silk robe was also burned full of holes. The surging power churned the heavens, and just then, the tribulation clouds in the sky finally dispersed. Wang Duan stood in the void, his gaze sharp as lightning as he looked down. Little sister, it's time to end this. Without the emergence of a saint, the path to immortality remains closed, and attaining the Tao is the highest authority under this sky. He was now brimming with confidence, his spiritual energy surging endlessly, as if inexhaustible. With a mere gesture, the Tao flows naturally. Every movement is imbued with its essence. Wang Huitian swallowed hard, his face revealing a look of envy. To enter the Tao, a realm coveted by countless prodigies to command heaven and earth, to dominate the cosmos. So handsome. Although filled with envy, Wang Huitian still managed to tear his gaze away with difficulty, shifting his eyes to the massive golden dragon coiled above the Qiankun Hole. I can feel the pulse of the dragon vein golden core. Boom! With Wang Duan joining the battle, the strength of both sides finally reached a balance. No one expected Wang Jinxian to be able to fight against Wang Duan, who had stepped into the Dao, while also taking on Jinhua Shuiwa. Although the three of them were locked in a fierce battle, stealing the golden core right under their noses was still far too difficult. This golden dragon doesn't seem weak either. Wang Huitian sighed but did not act rashly. Instead, he once again manipulated the red wheel sword chi to begin stitching his body back together. As the saying goes, new for 3 years, old for 3 years, mending and patching for another 3 years. This outer appearance still cannot be discarded. To survive even this, you really are tenacious. A hoarse, rough voice sounded behind Wang Huitian. The newcomer was wrapped in a pitch-black trench coat, with even his face concealed beneath it. So you can indeed control the city's defensive formation. If that's the case, why didn't you let your master in, but me instead? The howling wind made the trench coat flap violently, lifting a corner of the hood to reveal Wei Wang's resolute face. This is the reinforcement Wang Huitian has found. My master is timid and can't bear to witness such scenes. Wang Huitian continued to stitch the wound with his head down, his expression serious and solemn. What should we do next? Wei Zhuang glanced at the aerial battle, his expression unusually grave. If it weren't for needing Wang Huitian to save his life, he would never have gotten involved in this mess. No matter who ultimately wins, he will still remain the left chancellor of Great Qin, wielding supreme power. In a moment, you go and stop them. I'll kill the golden dragon and retrieve its pearl. Wei Wang widened his eyes, unsure whether to voice the thought shameless brat in his heart. That was one Daoist and 2 pig star pluckers, and one of those star pluckers could even overpower the Daoist. You want me to stop him? Seeing Wei Wang's obvious reluctance, Wang Huitian looked at him with disdain. Are stargazers these days all so timid? Truly, relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself. Then I'll block them, and you go slay the dragon to retrieve the pearl. Remember, you only have 10 breaths time. With that, Wang Huitian stood up. Resting for this long was enough. He strode toward the direction of the Qiankun hole, while Wei Wang remained standing in place, watching the limping figure. How confident are you? Wang Huitian neither turned his head nor spoke. Confidence? What kind of confidence is that? But what if there's no confidence? Back when he swallowed pills to refine his qi, he had no confidence either. If everything required certainty, how would that be any different from having someone else feed you the rice? Rest assured, Prime Minister, I am fully confident. The dragon elixir is within easy reach. All I need now is for you to help me retrieve it. Wang Huitian's tone carried arrogance and confidence, as if plucking stars to attain enlightenment was nothing extraordinary in his eyes. If not for his charred body and limping gait, one might have actually believed him. Alas, I've boarded a pirate ship. Wang Huitian didn't care what Wei Zhuang thought. He walked to the Qiankun hole and looked up at the battle in the sky. Keep fighting, you guys. Only the winner gets to challenge this immortal. At this moment, he had clearly cast himself as the final boss, waiting for the three to exhaust each other before making his move to reap the rewards. Hearing Wang Huitian's arrogant words, the three of them showed no reaction. Perhaps they had always believed that Wang Huitian could not stir up any trouble. To avoid alerting the three, Wei Wang concealed his figure once again. However, Wang Huitian knew he had already entered the Qiankun hole. In the sky, Wang Duyan summoned the Great Qin Imperial Seal, while Wang Jinxian conjured a water blue tome. The collision of these two mighty artifacts unleashed a violent force, creating a momentary stalemate. The phantom of mirror flowers and moonlight materialized behind Wang Jinxian and struck her with a palm. In response, the golden longsword in Wang Jinshuan's hand transformed into endless starlight, as if draping the phantom in a golden robe. Starfall! Boom! Countless starlights exploded violently. The blood-soaked figure of Kyokasui Jetsu plummeted from the sky. Now! Wang Huitian activated Shadow Flash. As Mirror Flower Water Moon was falling through the air, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her abdomen. Wang Huitian had already appeared on top of her. He stepped on Kyokasui Jetsu's abdomen with both feet, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the latter. Grand State Preceptor, it's been a long time. Kyokasui Jetsu was utterly terrified. He had just been injured by Wang Jinxian, and all his spiritual power was exhausted. This was the weakest moment of his life, yet Wang Huitian chose precisely this time to strike. Sword 5, Hunt. Wang Huitian grinned, a seemingly warm and radiant smile that, in Jinhua Shueyu's eyes, appeared like a demon bearing its fangs. As Wang Huitian pressed his 5 fingers against his chest, his ribs transformed into sharp swords, turning and stabbing toward his dantian from within. Wretched beast, how dare you! Bam! With only time for a hoarse roar, both bodies crashed to the ground simultaneously, sending up billowing clouds of dust. At the same time, Wave Wang, hidden within the Qiankun hole, also made his move. A massive Dharma manifestation rose behind him, abruptly grabbing at the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon, under attack, writhed and rolled on the ground in agony. Sensing the golden dragon's peril, Wang Dian and Wang Jinxian in the sky simultaneously turned pale with shock. The two were now locked in a stalemate. Whoever recklessly withdrew first would suffer severe injuries. It could be said that Wang Huitian's timing in striking was impeccably precise. Lord Wave Wang, how dare you betray me? Emperor Wang Doyang's furious roar exploded through the air. Your Majesty, I had no choice in this matter. Wave Wang answered while grabbing the golden dragon and smashing it around wildly. Bam, bam, bam. Around the Qiankun hole, countless doors in the surrounding towers opened simultaneously, and tens of thousands of imperial guards charged out. This was Wang Doyang's final line of defense, his most trusted and loyal followers. Both the commander and deputy commander of the imperial guards were at the divine transformation realm, and their soldiers were all at least at the foundation establishment level. The momentum of 10,000 charging at once was overwhelming. Prince of Shenbei, stop them! Wei Zhuang roared, his expression extremely grave. Even though his cultivation had reached the star-plucking realm, when outnumbered, even an elephant can be brought down by ants. Once entangled by the imperial guards, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right. After all, you're a star-plucking grandmaster. There's no need to shout and make such a fuss every day. Wang Huitian emerged from the dust and smoke, standing on the stone steps before the grand hall, appearing utterly composed as he faced the tens of thousands of imperial guards. This prince has recently contemplated the cactus gifted by the emperor's uncle and gained some insight, mastering a technique. Now, I invite you all to witness it together. With that, he slightly pulled down the upper part of his charred clothing, revealing his well-defined collarbones. Between the two collarbones, a silvery thread emerged from the flesh, tied into a ball. Wang Huitian raised his hand to undo the knot, and in that instant, his panel began to split apart from where the silver thread had been. This thread was none other than the red wheel sword qi he had used to stitch together his cracked panel. In mere moments, the cracks on the panel, now freed from the restraint of the sword qi, spread across his entire body. Gradually, small fragments of the panel began to fall away. Beneath the fallen panel, there was no flesh or blood, only crimson sword energy flowing slowly, resembling blood. These currents were the blood-slaughter sword energy. With a loud bang, the overloaded panel shattered completely. The blood-slaughter sword energy spilled out, spreading in all directions. By the time it covered the ground, all that remained in its original place was a jade-like withered skeleton. Yet this was not truly human bone, it was condensed from the pursued sword energy. A withered skull, with 2 flickering red lights in its sunken eye sockets, the once formless sword intent of severed thoughts now emanated a cold, abyssal glow. Freed from the constraints of the panel, black strands of hair turned silver and scattered, some falling onto the eaves, others drifting to the ground, flowing with the bloodthirsty sword intent. Mother, from the day I was born, you despised me for my mediocrity, for tarnishing the immortal lineage and imperial blood. What you bestowed upon me, I now relinquish. I owe you nothing. As Wang Huitian's words faded, a pitch-black longsword slowly materialized behind him. The sword's slender body bore 7 soul-stirring black holes that slowly rotated, greedily devouring the spiritual energy of this realm. In the sky, Wang Jinxian reached out with a beckoning gesture, and the azure spellbook flew back to her. Her figure flashed instantly to a distant spot, evading Wang Doyang's lethal strike, as she gazed with complex emotions at the figure before the Qiankun hole. In her eyes, she was the reincarnation of the celestial court's empress, and everything in this world was but a trial. All she beheld were merely passing travelers. But now she felt her emotions fluctuating violently, and her dull heart was subtly shaken. This emperor shall not participate in this matter. She spoke softly, with a water blue spellbook revolving around her body. She appeared both sacred and elegant. Before the Qiankun Hall, tens of thousands of imperial guards had already charged into Wang Huitian's sword domain. At this moment, the wind began to rise. In the seemingly tranquil sword domain, a sudden killing intent emerged. Soldiers stepping into the blooded waters had their bodies instantly dissolved by the bloodthirsty sword energy, while others were sliced into pieces by drifting silver threads. Some even died abruptly mid-charge without encountering anything at all. Everything appeared eerie and horrifying, as even the wind could scatter flesh and blood. At this moment, Wang Huiti drew a forbidden territory with himself as the boundary. The two divine transformation commanders could barely defend themselves within the sword domain, finding it nearly impossible to take any further action. All imperial guards, retreat! While fending off the sword chi attacking from all directions, the divine transformation commander issued the order to withdraw. Against such a sword domain, even with greater numbers, their efforts would be futile. It was the bane of military formations. Entering this king's sword domain and still hoping to live alive. Utterly delusional. Wang Huitian's voice echoed from all directions, every wisp of sword energy a part of himself. At this moment, his very existence became ethereal, nearly impossible to trace. Wang Doyang's expression was grave. Throughout the ages, he had never heard of anyone who would forsake their flesh and blood to transform themselves into pure sword energy. If such a person were to die, perhaps the place of their demise would become an absolute forbidden zone. After all, sword energy has form, but the traces of sword intent are intangible and difficult to disperse. Wang Huitian, you have strayed from the righteous path. Today, I shall execute you here. Wang Dong held the Qing Emperor's seal and pressed it down towards the vast sword domain. The seal resembled a towering mountain, and even before it descended, the fierce winds stirred up billowing dust. Golden inscriptions on the seal, symbolizing the mandate of heaven, manifested and scattered all approaching sword energy, dissipating it completely. Before the palace, Wang Huitian raised his head to gaze at the colossal seal in the sky. With his fleshless hand bones gripping a black longsword, he stepped into the heavens. Amidst the thunderous roar, the longsword clashed with the imperial seal. The formless sword was sent flying back to the front of the hall, and his skeleton, composed of hunting sword energy, shattered and exploded. Wang Doyang's figure landed on the ground with the seal, frowning as he scanned his surroundings. Beside the formless sword, countless bloodthirsty sword energies surged back, forming a crimson figure. Your Highness, hold on a little longer. I'll be ready soon. Behind him, Wei Wang's Dharma aspect rode atop the golden dragon, one hand pressing down on the dragon's head while the other searched along its body for the location of the dragon's core. Wang Huitian drew the formless sword, his blood-stained body charging toward Wang Dong. Kill! A sudden gale arose, the earth's veins churned, and the red willows fluttered wildly. All the surging sword energy moved with him simultaneously, shaking the entire imperial city, reducing the last remaining palace buildings to ruins. The two figures clashed continuously, leaving clouds of dust in their wake, the clang of swords unceasing. Although it appeared evenly matched for the moment, Wang Huitian's sword energy was continuously diminishing. Perhaps when his sword energy became insufficient to maintain his physical form, he would completely dissipate. Wretched beast, your death is certain today. Wang Dong formed a sword seal with his hand, summoning the Qing King sword. Wherever its blade swept, nothing remained unsevered, only the formless sword could rival it. At that very moment, the golden dragon behind him suddenly let out a mournful cry, its massive body riding before collapsing to the ground. Your Highness, we've obtained the dragon pearl. Let's go! With a furious roar, Wei Wang took the lead and dashed toward the palace gates. Outside the palace, Mu Qinshu pressed against the azure barrier of the grand formation, one hand shielding her delicate eyebrows from the light as her large, sparkling eyes peered intently inside. She could only faintly hear the violent clashing of swords within the palace but could see nothing. At that moment, the protective barrier of the grand formation suddenly contracted inward toward the palace once more. Ouch! Losing her balance, Mu Qingshi fell forward and landed flat on her face. She hurriedly stood up, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Lucky! Though the area outside the barrier was crowded with ministers who had come to inspect, no one paid any attention to her. As the grand formation contracted, a flash of blood-red light appeared and stopped before Mu Qingshi. His entire body was formed from crimson sword energy, making his features indistinguishable, yet it gave her a sense of familiarity. What are you standing there for? Take senior sister and evacuate the imperial city. As soon as the words were spoken, the bloody light transformed into surging sword energy once more, heading straight for the city gates. The officials guarding outside the palace, though they saw the sword energy shooting out from within, paid it little attention. At that moment, they were all stunned by the glimpse of the palace scene revealed by the grand formation. The once towering and majestic palace walls had completely collapsed, and the magnificent, luxurious jade towers within had turned into endless ruins. The grand formation shrank to the perimeter of the Qiankun Hall before halting once more. From within came the furious and stifled roars of one-yuan. Mu Qingshi glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention to her, quietly retreated backward. The sight of the collapsed palace reminded her of her own sword's edge. Damn, that scared me to death. She patted her chest and hurried back to the second prince's residence. At this moment, Bai Xian, Hong Lu, and the others were sitting together with tense expressions. Seeing Mu Qingshi return, Bai Xian quickly stepped forward to inquire. Master, where is junior brother? Mu Qingshi glared at Bai Xian. Junior brother, all you ever think about is asking after your junior brother, without sparing a thought for your master here. But she had no time to explain anything to them now. He's left the imperial city. We must hurry, or it might be too late to escape. Red Willow, you little ones come with me too, in case we encounter ambushes along the way. The group quickly left the mansion without alerting the servants left behind by the second prince. Meanwhile, the crimson sword energy drifted with the mountain breeze, eventually coming to a halt by a small stream in a dense forest outside the city. Wang Huitian bent down and gazed at his reflection in the stream, remaining silent for a long while. His current appearance looked quite sinister, devoid of the innocence and gentleness he once had. Perhaps this is the price one must pay for growth. He murmured softly, gently dipping his fingers into the water. In an instant, the stream boiled, and countless fish turned belly up, floating to the surface. Behind him, Wei Wang emerged from the forest. Watching the fish floating across the stream, he couldn't help but sigh. Your sword energy is like a plague, not only difficult to disperse, but also highly contagious. Truly terrifying. He flicked his wrist and tossed out a golden pill, which Wang Huitian caught in his hand. The golden elixir shimmered with a flowing radiance, its smooth surface seemingly harboring a golden dragon's shadow swimming within. What are your plans next? You can't just wander around the world with a face like that. Wang Huitian put away the golden elixir and raised his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Wei Wang. The latter took half a step back. What do you want? A cold voice rang out from Wang Huitian's mouth. Leave the item behind, or die. In the dense mountain forest, Wei Wang trembled as he hid in a secluded cave. He was in quite a disheveled state at the moment, wearing nothing but a pair of undergarments, with his storage bag clutched in his hand without a belt. There was no way to fasten it properly. Damn that northern frontier king, even stole my clothes. Pah! A whole family of scoundrels, shameless wretches. How am I supposed to show my face in public like this? Wang Huitian paid him no mind. With Wei Zhuang's outfit now in his possession, his entire figure was completely concealed, leaving no trace of anything unusual visible from the outside. It must be said that the broad coat and hood seemed tailor-made for him. Walking along the mountain path, he chose a higher peak and looked up at the sky. He wanted to wait for a destined person. After all, the journey from here to Qing Mountain was extremely long. He couldn't rely solely on flying with sword energy, could he? If seen by a reclusive great master, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for a demonic cultivator and dealt with accordingly. Hundreds of miles away in the mountain forests above, A flying boat was rapidly approaching, seemingly heading in the same direction as Wang Huitian. On the flying boat, Luo Wuji sat cross-legged on the deck, his handsome face exuding calmness and confidence. Beside him stood several disciples of Wang Daishan, all looking at this chief disciple of the main peak with admiration. Senior brother Luo, with this fortuitous opportunity, you've broken through to the nascent soul realm in one leap. Surely, among your peers, there are hardly any who can rival you now. Luo Wuji humbly waved his hand in modesty. Junior brothers and sisters, you must understand that the world is vast and talents emerge in endless succession. Who dares claim to be peerless among their generation? This is but a small lead, hardly deserving of such praise. The little fans' expressions grew even more worshipful. They could only sigh in admiration. Senior brother Luo was not only highly skilled in cultivation and formidable in combat, but also so humble. Truly rare. Luo Wuji gazed at the mountains swiftly passing beneath his feet, and a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart. He stood up, walked to the bow of the ship, and wanted to recite a poem. Ah! The scenery is truly magnificent. A system voice echoed in his mind. Host, please do not attempt to venture into areas you are not skilled in, as it would tarnish the reputation of the 10,000 arts master. Luo Wuji coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. System, claim the rewards for this mission. Mission rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sword Soul Ultimate Skill Phantom Sword Dance. Luo Wuji's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with Phantom Sword Dance. It was the level 45 ultimate skill of the Sword Soul class in a mobile game he had played in his previous life. With just a slight sensing, he was shocked once again. This Phantom Sword Dance was overwhelmingly powerful. Unlike in the game, this move unleashes countless phantom shadows simultaneously swinging their swords, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Moreover, the sword energy released by the phantoms also carries formidable damage. Ha ha! With this move, Wang Huitian is nothing to fear. Host, please refrain from comparing yourself to someone with a luck value of negative 10 million. The true threat lies with the child of destiny. At this moment, Luo Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the mountain range. He spotted a bare mountaintop where a figure in black robes seemed to be waving at the flying vessel. Senior brother, there seems to be someone down there. A soft-voiced junior sister behind him spoke up in surprise. Don't mind him. Probably just some wild cultivator trying to hitch a ride on the flying boat to save time. Though Luo Wuji said this, he remained inwardly alert. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the other party. After all, he was now at the nascent soul stage, capable of slaying a divine transformation cultivator across realms without difficulty. For someone to make him feel threatened, they must at least be at the star-plucking level. The flying boat flashed past Wang Huitian's head, its speed even faster than before. Wang Huitian slowly lowered his raised hand. Instinctively reaching for the cold light sword, he grasped nothing but air. What a pity! The cold light sword was quite sentient. If it hadn't been shattered, it might have become a dull artifact in the future. In those few seconds he was lost in thought. The flying boat had already sped far away. Wang Huitian didn't press the matter. If you leave, then leave. The next one will be better. He had chosen an excellent spot and was confident he would meet the next destined person. This time, he didn't raise his hand. Instead, a crimson sword aura flowed from his sleeve, transforming into a scarlet longsword. Soon, another flying boat approached from the distance. This flying vessel is larger than the previous one, with a pure white hull adorned with countless shimmering gemstones, appearing extraordinarily luxurious. On the deck, a woman sits upright, wearing a green beaded veil that obscures her features. Her slender figure is draped in a long white robe, its hem so extensive it nearly covers the entire deck, with some portions even cascading over the edges of the vessel. Near the cabin, on the deck stand 4 maidservants, each holding a long sword with solemn expressions, looking exceptionally dignified. Just as the flying boat approached the mountaintop where Wang Huitian was, a streak of sword light flashed across the sky, abruptly forcing the boat to a halt. Who dares block our path, you insignificant wretch? 4 sword-wielding maidservants drew their blades, all of them actually at the golden core cultivation level. But before they could make their next move, bam, 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 all 4 of them collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At the bow of the ship, a figure clad in black robes had appeared at some unknown moment. The woman seated on the deck opened her eyes, her pupils a deep emerald green, strikingly beautiful. Wang Huitian glanced at the ship's arrangement, then looked at the veiled woman in the center and spoke in surprise. Is this some kind of cult? Why is everything so flashy? The woman stood up, her hands forming orchid-like gestures, crossing them in front of her body in a protective stance. She took a step forward with her left leg, slightly bowing, appearing exceptionally graceful. Countless mountains in verdant hues, white flowers in bloom greetings, esteemed senior. Wang Huitian furrowed his brows, his mind racing wildly. Does our one-yuan have such a figure? After pondering for a long time, his eyes finally lit up, and he hurried forward to examine Qin Baiwa. However, the other party wore a veil, making it impossible to see clearly. Are you that witch disciple of the sword Immortal Realm, the one in blue and white robes? Qin Baiwa didn't answer, instead staring fixedly at Wang Huitian's feet. Elder, you're stepping on my robe. If the white robe gets stained, the celestial maiden will punish me. Wang Huitian asked with great interest. Who is the heavenly maiden? Qin Baiwa spoke leisurely. I am the heavenly maiden, and every woman in this world is the heavenly maiden. Those who are self-reliant, self-loving, and believe in the heavenly maiden can all become the heavenly maiden. Then go ahead and punish me. The atmosphere on the deck fell silent at Wang Huitian's words. He stood atop the scattered clothes and skirt hems strewn about, eagerly awaiting the so-called celestial maiden's punishment. After a long pause, Wang Huitian impatiently tossed a spirit stone toward Qin Baiwa. Enough! Seems your celestial maiden is quite the coward. Here's your fare. Take me to one-yuan. Beneath the veil, Qin Baiwa snorted angrily through her delicate nose. Wang Huitian was still stepping on her clothes, which made her feel extremely frustrated. But since she couldn't win a fight, she could only sit back down in resentful silence. Damn it! Just one measly spirit stone, what a cheapskate. How dare you step on this lady's clothes? Just wait until I master my cultivation, I'll piss right in your face, you bastard. Old bastard, a coward who only dares to hide his face under a black robe, a grown man bullying a weak woman, Paw. She muttered softly, her lips moving continuously as if reciting some mysterious incantation. Wang Huitian turned his head and glared at Qin Baiwa. From the moment he boarded the ship, his sword energy had spread throughout the entire flying vessel. Not a single movement on board could escape his notice. What are you grumbling about? There's another flying vessel ahead, chase it down. Qin Baiwa quickly shut her mouth. She had no desire to meet an untimely end at such a young age. You must have misheard, honored guest. I was just reciting the heavenly maiden sex incantations. Legend has it that when the world was first created, the very first human was a woman. She used the sky as her blanket and the earth as her bed, and by chanting this spell, she successfully gave birth to the second human. Guess, dear guest, was this second human male or female? Wang Huitian impatiently raised his hand to interrupt. He was now regretting boarding this flying vessel, which only made him resent the one that had ignored him earlier even more. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and chase after them. Tisk, so unromantic. Qin Baiwa muttered under her breath again, but nonetheless sped up the flying vessel. Esteemed guest, my spring white moonlight is a top-tier treasure artifact. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but its speed is also unmatched in Wandao Mountain. Once, when I got into trouble, my master chased me on his sword for 3 days before finally catching up. You must know my master, right? The sword Immortal Realm. Not only is he the heartthrob of all Wandao Mountain, but his swordsmanship is also nothing short of divine. Just like that, after chasing this celestial maiden for 3 days, he ended up exhausting himself to the point of developing tuberculosis. Once she started talking, she just wouldn't stop blabbering on and on. From the flying boat to the master, from the master to the gossip about female cultivators of Wandao Mountain, and from those gossips about female cultivators to their disciples. Wang Huitian initially could simply ignore it, but gradually grew increasingly irritated. Every cultivator is known for their aloof and solitary temperament. How could there be someone so endlessly verbose? Enough! Wang Huitian rose angrily, his black-robed figure flashing as he appeared in front of Qin Baiwa. Qin Baiwa's face turned pale with shock. Sir, what are you doing? Although I am peerlessly beautiful and stunningly gorgeous, I'm still young. Many parts of me haven't fully developed yet. Before Qin Baiwa could finish speaking, Wang Huitian flicked his hand, and the green beaded curtain covering her face was cast aside. Her appearance was indeed as she had claimed, peerlessly beautiful, exceptionally stunning. But what a pity she had a mouth. A wisp of white sword energy drifted over and was caught between Wang Huitian's fingers. He flicked the sword energy across Qin Baiwa's crimson lips, and like silk thread, it stitched her entire mouth shut. MMM. No matter how she struggled, Wang Huitian remained unmoved. His figure flashed once more as he returned to the bow of the boat. Even after sewing her mouth shut, he still found her irritating and wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. The 4 sword attendants who had regained consciousness were clutching their long swords, shivering as they stood in front of the cabin. They wanted to step forward to rescue Qin Baiwa but hesitated, too afraid to act. After half a day of flying, the silhouette of the previous airship could already be seen ahead. Wang Huitian's lips curled into a grin. Finally, I've caught up to you. How dare you refuse me, your king? I'll split you alive. The crimson sword energy transformed into a massive ball. He drew the bowstring, and the bone spur slowly grew from his index finger, turning into an arrow. Ahead on the flying boat, Luo Wuji was telling stories to his junior brothers and sisters. Beyond the Green Mountains lies the Jianghu, but this is not the martial world of warriors, it's the Jianghu of cultivators, fraught with incomparable danger. The experiences of senior brothers and sisters in venturing the martial world are truly invaluable treasures. The path is perilous outside, is not like the mountains, where killings for treasures and capturing people for alchemy happen frequently. Just like earlier, that cultivator on the mountaintop was very likely a bandit blocking the way. Though I, your senior brother, can handle this scoundrel, who knows if there are more evil cultivators hiding in those mountains. He was speaking with great animation when suddenly he felt a murderous intent locking onto him. Senior brother, it's bad. There's a flying boat chasing us from behind. Junior sister, don't panic. Let me take a look. Luo Wuji jumped onto the roof of the cabin and looked back, recognizing the white boat as somewhat familiar. His expression softened slightly, revealing a faint smile. It's fine, it's junior sister Qin's ship tower. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he saw an arrow shooting toward him from the ship tower behind, its speed as swift as thunder. The arrow sent ripples through the air along its path. In great shock, he drew his long sword. Phantom sword dance. Luo Wuji's figure split into 3, with the clones and the main body simultaneously drawing their swords. This sword technique was incredibly fast, leaving only afterimages visible as the blades flickered. Countless crescent-shaped sword energies condensed before him. Ha! With his loud shout, all the sword energy shot forth. Boom! The crescent sword energy collided with the arrows in mid-air, a violent explosion resounding through the heavens, turning the surrounding space into a blazing inferno. And in the dazzling aftermath of the explosion, a broken arrow shot out from within. Luo Wuji's face changed dramatically. It was already too late to employ any other techniques. The arrow, obstructed by the phantom sword dance, slightly deviated from its target and plunged diagonally into Luo Wuji's instep as it descended. Ouch, my goodness, that hurts like hell. Clenching his teeth and clutching his foot, Luo Wuji glared with a grim expression at the white flying vessel behind him. From the very first clash, he realized he was no match. System, detect the opponent's combat power. System scanning in progress. Name, Jiren Wang Huitian. Realm, Qi Refining Level 2. Combat power, 18. Cultivation technique, Nan. Emotional state, puzzled yet somewhat eager to try. Damn system, are you telling me this combat power is only 18? That's completely absurd. Luo Wuji cursed inwardly. It was Wang Huitian again. every time he ran into this guy, something bad was bound to happen. And this bastard was always like this, swinging his sword without even checking who it was. Luckily, Luo Wuji was quite capable, or else anyone else would have been reduced to ashes by now. Though he was seething with anger, a smile crept onto his face as he cradled his foot with one hand and waved backward with the other. Oh dear, the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Brother Huitian, it's me, Luo Wuji. By now, Wang Huitian had already lowered his longbow. The moment his arrow struck Luo Wuji, he had sensed the latter's identity through the sword aura. In a flash, his figure appeared on Luo Wuji's flying boat. Brother Wuji, back when we were both detained by Red Maple Valley, we shared hardships together. It's a pity Brother Wuji left in such a hurry back then, and we didn't have a proper chance to catch up. Luo Wuji's heart skipped a beat. Though the words sounded pleasant, they carried a hidden sarcasm, blaming him for not taking the other along when he left. Ah, this whole matter is my master's fault. He said Brother Huitian would have Uncle Mu to spend money to redeem him. Speaking of which, the technique Brother Huitian used to leap across the flying boat just now bears quite a resemblance to a sword skill I employ. Wang Huitian naturally knew what Luo Wuji was referring to. How could they not be similar? They were practically identical. Brother Wuji, the sword technique you just used was quite dazzling. May I ask its name? At the mention of the phantom sword dance, a look of pride flashed across Luo Wuji's face. Products from the system were guaranteed to be top-notch, naturally powerful, and visually stunning. This sword technique is called Phantom Sword Dance, a creation of mine. The sword moves as if dancing. It strikes like phantoms. Haha. Just a little inspiration, nothing worth mentioning. Phantom Sword Dance, you say? Wang Huitian silently noted the name to avoid calling out the wrong technique when using it later. The two chatted intermittently, while Luo Wuji's junior brothers and sisters kept their distance, somewhat alarmed by the arrow embedded in his foot. The rear flying vessel Qing Bai was stitched shut mouth could finally open at last. Furious, she picked up the mask from beside her and put it on. Damn bastard, my celestial maiden sect will never coexist with you under the same sky. Slow the flying vessel down a bit, let that scoundrel go first, lest he comes back to pester this immortal maiden again. Wang Huitian glanced back at the motionless flying boat behind him, his eyes flashing with disdain. Once aboard Luo Wuji's ship, who would still care about that nagging woman's vessel? The flying boat crossed over the last city of Great Qing and entered the Green Mountains, where the scenery before them began to change. Within the directly governed territories of Great Qing, though there were mountains and forests, villages and cities could be found at regular intervals. But upon entering the Green Mountains, all that met the eye was lush greenery, with occasional pavilions hidden among the peaks. The Green Mountains housed numerous sects, the most powerful among them being the Myriad Path Mountain, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the returning peak Holy Land. As he approached the Wangdao Mountains, Wang Huitian's longing to return home grew increasingly urgent. It felt like ages since he had last seen Yueyou, and he missed her dearly. On the sword's edge, Mu Qing and the others had already returned, though Hua Chenfei left on his own to return to Red Maple Valley after entering Green Mountain. Only the siblings Honglu came as guests to Sword Peak. On the bamboo forest path, Yueyou held a broom, sweeping fallen leaves from the road. Seeing the group arriving on flying swords in the sky, she quickly tossed the broom aside and hurried to greet them. Master, senior sister. Several people jumped off their flying swords and landed in the forest. Honglu looked at Yueyou with slight surprise, only to see the little girl shyly hiding behind Baixing, peeking out with just half of her small head to look at Honglu and her brother. This is Yueyou. Red Willow looked around with considerable confusion. This sword peak was quite desolate, with only a few bamboo huts. Apart from the little girl before her, there seemed to be no one else around. Is there only one Yueyou on this sword peak? Seeing by Xian nod, Red Willow still couldn't believe it and asked again. What's wrong with junior sister Honglu? Of course, my Jianfeng only has one Yueyou. Nothing. Honglu shook her head rather awkwardly. Back in the Imperial City, she often heard Wang Huitian mention Yueyou. She had originally imagined Yueyou to be a stunning beauty, Who would have thought she'd be a little girl of 12 or 13? At this thought, her expression darkened slightly, and an absurd notion flashed through her mind. Could it be? Damn it, Hu Tian is definitely not that kind of person. Not what kind of person? Bai Xian leaned in and asked curiously. Hong Lu glanced at Wu You, her face slightly flushed with shyness. Seeing the other's expression and demeanor, Bai Xin understood immediately this guy hadn't been thinking about her or their master while away, but rather had his mind on little Wu You. Humph, junior sister Hong Lu, my junior brother is just that kind of person. You'd better keep your eyes open. The two siblings thus settled down at Jianfeng. Now that Yi Bai had taken Qin Shao to Canyon Peak, only Mu Qinshe and the other two remained, making the atmosphere quite relaxed. Moreover, Mu Qin usually spends her time with her old friends, while Bai Xian focuses on cultivation, making the mountain seem even more desolate. Every day, Hong Lu gazes at the mountain path, deeply worried about whether Wang Huitian can return safely. Until 7 days later, Hong Lu, feeling somewhat bored, starts strolling along the mountain path. As she walks, her delicate figure suddenly freezes in place. In a clearing among the distant bamboo grove, a man in a black robe is crouched on the ground, staring blankly at the bamboo leaves. Although the man was completely wrapped in a black robe, that focused expression, who else could it be but that damned man? Her veins instantly bulged on her face, barely able to conceal her anger. I waited for you on the mountain for 7 days, worried sick, and here you are, dawdling around admiring flowers at the foot of the mountain. This is simply inhuman. When did you return? Wang Huitian turned his head and, upon seeing Hong Lu, his face lit up with joy. Ah, it's Hong Lu. Come quickly and see what I found, a very straight and handsome bamboo leaf. When did you come back? About 3 or 4 days ago. Damn it, Hong Lu couldn't hold back anymore. She really wanted to raise her sword and slash this bastard to death right now. As the group returned to Green Mountain, news of the political changes in the Great Qing Court began to spread. Wang Duan suffered a crushing defeat in his battle against Wang Jinxian, who sealed his cultivation and threw him into the eternal forest. Wang Jinxian declared herself emperor, while the eldest and second princes were placed under house arrest. As for the third prince, he managed to escape. On the night of her coronation, the fourth prince sent a letter from the Star Moon Pass to congratulate her, expressing his willingness to submit. He also took the opportunity to complain to his aunt about his poverty. To stabilize the situation, Wang Jinxian sent a large amount of spirit stones. Thus, the power of Great Qing shifted hands. It was said that countless old ministers fainted in grief outside the eternal forest, yet not a single former emperor appeared. Wang Huitian made no comment on the matter, believing that everyone has their own destiny. But him, he influenced the fates of countless people. He embedded the dragon pearl into the first socket of the formless sword, greatly enhancing the power of this sinister blade. As for the 7 gems stolen from Wang Jinshuan's scepter, after being refined, they floated behind him, forming a slowly rotating ring that looked quite mystical. It contains the power of 7 attributes. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, starlight, and lightning. Ha ha ha, wah ha ha, Master Mu Qing, let's fight. At this moment, Wang Huitian felt terrifyingly strong. He tore open his master's bamboo hut, eager to compete with him. Bai Xian and Yu Yao trembled as they watched Master Mu Qing's bamboo hut explode into pieces. Meanwhile, Hong Lu and Hong Luo had returned to Red Maple Valley and missed this earth-shattering battle. On the shattered bamboo floor, Wei Xiang straddled Wang Huitian, raining down furious punches. Meanwhile, Mu Qinshe pinned Wang Huitian's hands to prevent any counterattack. Damn it, ganging up 2 against 1 is dishonorable. Release this immortal at once. Ha! What's wrong with 2 against 1? My senior brother is the sect leader of Wang Daishan. With just 1 word from me, I could summon a crowd of star pluckers. What makes you think you can stand against me? In this world, it's all about background and influence. The beating lasted until late at night. Now, his entire body was composed of sword energy, making him incredibly resilient. The 2 old sisters thoroughly enjoyed the fight. The next day, on a massive boulder at the foot of the mountain, Wang Huitian vehemently condemned the violent actions of Huaxiang and Mu Qinshu. Dao Yi listened quietly, secretly clicking his tongue in amazement. Young friend, why didn't you use the power of the sword domain back then? Wang Huitian scratched his head in frustration. The range of the sword domain is too vast. If I were to unleash it, I fear the sword's edge might not hold. Actually, I recently learned another sword technique that could also defeat the Tulio. However, Huaxiang's abilities are bizarre, unexpectedly carrying a sealing power. Upon hearing that Wang Huitian had another sword technique, Dao Yi's eyes immediately gleamed with intense interest, pleading eagerly to catch a glimpse of it. Wang Huitian traced his finger in the air over a mountain rock, and several crescent-shaped sword energies materialized. Both of them became entranced, staring at the crescent marks left on the mountain rock. After a long while, Wang Huitian suddenly tensed up. This sword energy feels peculiar. It seems it doesn't belong to the power of this world. As his words fell, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. The mountain rain poured down, washing away the sword aura on the rocks until it completely dissipated. Wang Huitian stood up, squinting slightly as he gazed toward the main peak. The leader of the 10,000 Paths sect, was he truly such a monster, mastering all paths? Boom! A bolt of lightning split the sky. Following the lightning came the tolling of a bell from the main peak. There was an old saying in Wandong Mountain. When the bell of the main peak tolls, life and death are hard to resist. This meant summoning the leaders of all peaks to discuss important matters. Wandong Mountain had 32,000 peaks, and unless it was an urgent matter, they would rarely be summoned all at once. In the Heavenly Peak Grand Hall, tens of thousands of people took their seats simultaneously, creating a dense sea of heads at a glance. At the foremost main seat, Lu Qinshang's expression was grave. By his side were two additional chairs, belonging to the Elder Hall and the Punishment Hall. Behind them, the seating was arranged according to the strength of each peak. Luo Wuji stood before Lu Qinshang, glanced at the bustling crowd below, and shouted loudly. Time's up, roll call. Disciples from Tianfeng filed out one by one to register the attendees of this meeting. After all, it was common for peak masters and elders to be away on journeys or in the midst of critical closed-door cultivation, making them unable to attend the meeting. Report: of the 32,000 peaks in Wandong Mountain, 31,800 peak lords were expected to attend, but only 28,000 have arrived. The absent peaks will have their meeting results relayed by the Elder Hall. The assembly begins. Silence. At the very end of the Grand Hall, while the peak lords in front could still secure proper chairs, those here had to make do with small stools. Wang Huitian sat on a small stool, looking around with curiosity. Attending such a meeting for the first time, he still felt a bit nervous. Brother, any inside news? What's this meeting about? Patting the small, golden core stage elder beside him, Wang Huitian asked with great interest. The little old man made a shushing gesture, signaling Wang Huitian to lower his voice. Recently, young Master Leng has been stationing troops at Green Mountain, and the great Qing Empress has ascended the throne. It must be related to this matter. Glancing at Wang Huitian's strange attire completely covered in black clothing with a mask on his face, the old man asked with evident weariness. May I ask which peak's master you are? Brother, I am Wang Tianwei, the newly appointed master of Mianshan Peak. The old man frowned and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't recall this Mount Ma. However, judging by the voice, Wang Tianwei seemed quite young yet had already risen to the esteemed position of a peak master, which instantly made him eager to befriend her. So it's Peak Master Tianwei. I've long admired your reputation. I am Liang, the master of Nior Peak. Nice to meet you. The two chatted congenially. Wang Huitian shared with Lai Yang his thrilling experiences resisting his lazy master, while Lai Yang recounted for Wang Huitian the twists and turns of his own path into immortal cultivation. As their conversation deepened, they nearly swore brotherhood on the spot. So engrossed were they that neither noticed the sudden appearance of a standing figure beside them. Two peak masters, please remain silent. My master is speaking. Luo Wuji's icy voice sounded from behind. Wang Huitian turned his head to look. The moment their gazes met, Luo Wuji swallowed back the reprimand he was about to utter. Brother Huitian, this is a peak master's assembly. Why are you causing trouble here? You can participate, why can't I? Wang Huitian couldn't be bothered to respond to him and turned back, intending to continue chatting with Lai Yang. However, by then, the little old man had already assumed a solemn expression, listening respectfully to Lu Qinshang's speech while taking out paper and pen to diligently jot down notes. Luo Wuji rubbed his forehead since things had come to this. He couldn't very well kick Wang Huitian out. The main thing is, this guy might not even listen to advice. Brother Huitian, then you just sit here and listen quietly, and don't chat with others anymore. Watching Luo Wuji's retreating figure, Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly. Something was off about Luo Wuji. The more he looked, the more suspicious he seemed. At the front of the grand hall, Lu Qinshang had finally gotten through the formalities of his opening speech and was now addressing the main issue. It turned out that the demon race's holy son had, for some unknown reason, perished within human territory. The White Tiger Demon King, under the pretense of avenging his son, had launched an invasion into human lands and had already clashed with the Huifeng sacred ground. Wang Huitian stroked his chin. Mention of the White Tiger reminded him of something. When he killed Jing Guoshuo earlier, the opponent seemed to transform into a white tiger. Hey, what are the odds of that? He shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts, and continued listening attentively. At this moment, Lu Qinshang above grew even more impassioned in his speech, unleashing the full aura of his star-plucking realm, its imposing force awe-inspiring. How can our myriad pass mountain, as a human sect, stand by and watch the sacred land of returning peak fight alone? From this day forward, the entire sect shall prepare for war. If the demon races step beyond the 10,000 mountains, our myriad pass mountain will become the second line of defense, holding firm unto death. In the crowd, Luo Wuji and the disciples of Heavenly Peak all raised their voices in unison. Hold the line at all costs. Hold the line and never retreat. Seeing the atmosphere was perfectly charged, Lu Qinshang raised his hand slightly to gesture for calm. Starting today, the mission hall will open tasks for exterminating demonic beasts. All disciples above the foundation establishment stage are eligible to accept them. Wang Huitian's eyes gleamed with intense determination. You should know that demon beasts are treasures from head to toe, and with the rewards from the mission hall, it's like double the joy. Although fighting demon beasts is extremely dangerous, what part of cultivating immortality isn't perilous? Even hiding in the Sword Peak is no guarantee. Just yesterday, he was nearly beaten to death by Huaxiang, and the tigress at home only knows how to side with others. If it weren't for Yu, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Sword Peak for even a single day. At this thought, Wang Huitian immediately stood up, raised his fist, and shouted loudly. Slay the demon race, earn spirit stones. Slay the demon race, earn spirit stones. From a distance, Lu Qinshang heard a peak master respond in the hall and felt gratified. As long as the backbone of the cultivators of foundation remains, as long as their killing intent persists, the demon race shall never step beyond the 100,000 mountains. This world still belongs to the human race. He turned his head toward the source of the loud shout, his smile vanishing in an instant. Glaring fiercely at Mu Qinshe sitting beside him, he left the latter utterly bewildered. The meeting lasted until evening before it concluded, with Lu Qinshang doing most of the mobilization. Once the demon race breaks through the Huifeng Holy Land, the Wangdao Mountain will directly face the demon race, and naturally, they treat this matter with extreme caution. Early the next morning, Wang Huitian arrived at the mission hall to accept a demon-slaying task. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. It seemed that Lu Qinshang's speech the day before had been quite effective. Wangdao Mountain boasted 1 million immortals and 10 million disciples, most of whom were at the foundation establishment and core formation stages. At a glance, the mountain was teeming with people. He struggled to push through the crowd all morning but failed to get in. Helpless, he could only return to the Sword Peak dejectedly. These days, no matter what you do, the competition is just too fierce. That night, Bai Xian and Mu Qinshe left Jianfeng, leaving only him and Yuyao on the mountain. Yu, are you scared to sleep alone at night? Let me tell you a story. Hiding in the bamboo hut, Yuyao buried herself under the blanket, trembling. It wasn't the dark or ghosts she feared. What scared her most was Wang Huitian. The guy kept muttering in front of her door all night, only leaving dejectedly at dawn. Yet just half a day later, he returned to the sword pit again, his expression visibly furious. Combined with his oversized black robe and face swirling with red mist, it scared Yu Yao so much she didn't even dare to step outside. Bastards! They're targeting me, saying only Foundation establishment cultivators and above can accept missions. Look down on me for being at the chi refining stage. I still remember the look in his eyes, how he despised me. Yu Yao, open the door. Let me tell you all about those people's true colors. This time, Yu Yao didn't even dare to sleep on the bed, curling up in the corner instead. Senior brother, I've already gone to bed. Outside the door, Wang Huitian grinned with his teeth showing. Unable to get Yu Yao to open the door, he had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Halfway down the road, he suddenly paused. Although Yu Yao was a peerless sword, the Myriad Peaks mountain was filled with countless prodigies. Perhaps he didn't need to limit his reference to her alone. At this thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately found a new target. At the 100 Eyes Hall of Tianfeng Peak, Luo Wuji stretched lazily after handling affairs all day. With the war between the demon race and the Hui Peak Holy Land, he was responsible for internal coordination. The overwhelming workload had left him thoroughly exhausted these past 2 days. He collapsed onto the bed as soon as he returned to his residence, ready to fall asleep. His mental exhaustion was simply too severe. Ding! Intrusion detected. Host, please remain vigilant. No sooner had he lain down than he abruptly sprang up, a fierce expression flashing across his face, followed by a surge of lingering fear in his heart. Who would have thought that someone would dare infiltrate the prestigious heavenly peak of the Myriad Peaks mountain? If not for the system's warning, he might have fallen victim to their scheme. Who's there? Show yourself! His divine sense swept through the room but found nothing unusual. He stood up and circled his dwelling, remaining vigilant despite his divine sense detecting no anomalies. How strange! After pacing around twice more, Luo Wuji sat back down on the bed and shook his head. Probably just a hallucination from being too stressed lately. He muttered to himself, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to feign sleep. Soon, soft snores could be heard. After another long while, the candlelight before Luo Wuji's bed suddenly flickered, and a dark figure slowly emerged from behind the gauze curtain. His massive frame was concealed beneath a black robe, and his face was hidden behind an endearingly comical panda mask. On the bed, Luo Wuji's eyebrows twitched slightly. His left hand, hidden beneath the quilt, formed a secret gesture, but just as he was about to act, he felt a sudden snap in the threads of his consciousness. Damn it, my mind's been compromised. His heart skipped a beat as the system's warnings blared frantically in his mind, but to no avail. His consciousness had already descended into chaos, and all thought came to an abrupt halt. Is this the feeling of death? How strangely familiar it seems. The early morning mist clung heavily to the green mountains, and the sounds of morning exercises gradually rose outside. A curious disciple asked, hasn't senior brother Wuji gotten up yet? He's usually the earliest one. Shoo, I got up in the middle of the night and saw senior brother Wuji's candle still burning in his room. He must be under a lot of pressure lately. Faintly hearing his own name, Luo Wuji inside the room suddenly jolted awake. He gasped for breath, frantically checking his own condition. He found himself completely stripped naked, with annotations written in ink on his abdomen and chest. Not only that, but he also felt utterly exhausted, as if his bones had fallen apart. System, what happened? The voice in my mind hesitated and stammered. Well, please accept my condolences, host. After a long silence, Luo Wuji's voice, filled with extreme fury, echoed through the Tianfeng 100 Eyes Hall. The sound was so piercing that it carried far and wide, reaching even the disciples fetching water at the foot of the mountain. Wang Huitian, I swear eternal enmity with you. However, no matter how mournful this roar might be, Wang Huitian could no longer hear it. He had just descended from Thunderflame Peak, his brows deeply furrowed, and his heart even more convinced of the fact that Luo Wuji was not right. because the other spiritual root also seemed to have been artificially implanted, with slight differences in the finer details compared to the spiritual roots of other prodigies. Can't jump to conclusions too soon. This matter requires further investigation. As the war with the demonic tribes grew increasingly intense, fewer and fewer disciples remained in the mountains, and often, severely wounded disciples from the front lines were sent back. Wang Huitian stood on the mountain path, watching the departing warships one by one. The war had dragged on this long, yet the great Qin had not made a move. No matter how one looked at it, the situation reeked of strangeness. Just then, a sparrow flew up from the foot of the mountain. After circling the sword's edge once, it landed on Wang Huitian's shoulder. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sparrows were chirping about who knows what, as Wang Huitian turned and walked up the mountain. Go back and tell him not to worry. Everything is the best arrangement from heaven. After feeding the little sparrow a few pine nuts, the little fellow, now full, took flight once more and disappeared into the mountain forest. Yual, your senior brother is back. Did you miss me? The mountain was silent, with no response. Wang Huitian had grown accustomed to this. After days of conducting physical examinations for the many prodigies of Wang Daishan, he had gained numerous insights. Some previously unclear points had suddenly become clear to him. If he could carefully examine Yuel's spiritual roots once more, he might completely resolve his own issues. But after all, she was his junior sister. It was better to proceed step by step. In the Grand Hall of Tianfeng Peak, a group of proud talents had gathered, holding up signs and seething with indignation. We demand to see senior brother Wuji. We demand to see the sect leader. I, Yi Zhangtian, formally accused Jianfen Wang of Huitian. That shameless scoundrel ambushed me while I was asleep, striking me from behind and attempting to violate me. I, Li Ju, also accuse him. He sneaked into my room in the middle of the night and tried to strip me. Luo Wuji's face was as bitter as a gourd. Although everyone was reporting the incident, no one had any evidence in hand. Everyone had been ambushed and knocked unconscious, only to wake up stripped naked and examined. All they could see was Wang Huitian's carefree figure descending the mountain. Luo Wuji had no choice but to take the matter to the mountaintop and report it to Lu Qinshang. On the back mountain, dense green wheels lined the path, their shadows flickering as pavilions and courtyards loomed faintly among the swaying branches. Passing through the willow shade, a distant pavilion came into view. Inside the pavilion, two men sat facing each other over a game of chess. One was Lu Qinshang, while the other was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. His face was kind, his demeanor gentle, appearing approachable and amiable. Master, our junior sister has gone too far this time. Last time, she destroyed my 100 ice hole. Then later she mingled with that Fuxiang and sneaked into my herb pavilion to steal wine. Now, I've heard she has been causing trouble even at the Huifeng sacred grounds. Just 2 days ago, the elders there complained to me, demanding I replace the leading peak master. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled lightly, his face full of doting affection. Among your fellow disciples, she is the youngest, so naturally she's a bit mischievous. As her senior brother, you should be more tolerant and not lose the demeanor befitting a senior brother. Lu Qinshang wore a bitter expression, feeling somewhat resentful. Clearly, it was the junior sister who acted recklessly, yet the master said he lacked magnanimity. Who could he even complain to about this? At this moment, Luo Wuji approached and bowed respectfully to the two of them. Disciple pays respects to master, pays respects to grandmaster. The old man looked at Luo Wuji and nodded with satisfaction. What a fine lad, already possessing such cultivation at such a young age. Wuji, have you come here because something has changed again at the sacred land of returning peaks? Luo Wuji shook his head. Over there, nothing much was happening, just exchanges of blows, mutual probing, with losses on both sides. What really gave him a headache was the trouble brewing within his own household. Master, the prodigies from all the peaks have gathered at the 100 Ice Hall to accuse Jianfen's Wang Huitian. Accuse him? Why not take it to the enforcement hall? Master, the new head of the enforcement hall, Qin Shao, hasn't fully recovered since being injured by Wang Huitian. The head of the punishment hall, Uncle Dao Yi, is shielding Wang Huitian. The disciples have nowhere to turn with their grievances. The old man frowned slightly. Since when had the myriad pet sect become so chaotic, with grievances left unresolved? Luo Wuji lowered his head awkwardly and revealed the most crucial reason. The main issue is that no one has managed to obtain concrete evidence against this scoundrel. The old man's face was full of curiosity. There weren't many fresh happenings in Qingshan, mostly just struggles for dominance, killings over treasures, or lovers vying for attention. Just how capable was Wang Huitian to have offended the prodigies of every peak simultaneously? Unable to hold back, he asked, "What exactly did he do?" Hearing the ancestor's question, Luo Wuji's face flashed with grief and indignation. This scoundrel took advantage of the disciples' lowered guard, either by beating them, knocking them out with a blunt strike, or directly sealing their souls. After rendering them unconscious, he stripped them to probe their foundations, utterly despicable. Seeing Luo Wuji's face full of anger, Lu Qingshan's expression turned peculiar. "Disciple, are you perhaps?" Before he could finish, Luo Wuji exploded in fury. "How could that be? I'm innocent. No matter how dirty Wang Huitian's methods are, how could he possibly scheme against me?" Seeing his poorly concealed panic, Lu Qingshan and the other person didn't press further. "Who is Wang Huitian's master?" Lu Qingshan pursed his lips. "Junior sisters." The old man couldn't help stroking his beard with a chuckle. What a coincidence. No sooner had the master finished accusing his own master than the disciple came to accuse his own disciple. Seeing that the master seemed somewhat interested, Lu Qingshan proceeded to explain Wang Huitian's situation. To sum it up, his cultivation isn't high, but his strength is formidable, and his personality is utterly unrestrained, simply a scourge of Qing Mountain. Master, after investigation, it's highly likely that the demon clan's holy son was killed by Wang Huitian. That's why I deliberately excluded him from this mission to support Huifeng Holy Land. The old man snorted coldly. Just a demon saint's son killing him was nothing. But Wang Huitian, on the other hand, piqued his interest quite a bit. He immediately stood up and stretched. "You two continue discussing the mountain affairs. This old man rarely gets out, so I'll take a stroll around." As he spoke, his figure dissipated, already gone without a trace. On Sword Peak, Wang Huitian busied himself in front of the bamboo grove. "Yu Yao, come out quickly, I made a swing for you." Seeing no response, he stroked his chin and pondered for a while. "Yu Yao, your senior brother caught a beautiful butterfly. If you don't come now, I'll let it go." With a sigh, Wang Huitian sat helplessly on the bluestone steps of the mountain path. He had tried every trick he could think of, but Yu Yao was now like a startled bird, leaving him no opportunity to approach. The elder brother's authority has already been lost. How difficult it is to rebuild it. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a small head peeked out from behind the bamboo grove, and Yu Yao spoke up in a crisp, clear voice. "Elder brother, your current appearance frightens me." Wang Huitian froze for a moment, so Yu Yao was afraid of his face. "Isn't it just that the shattered panel looks a bit crimson? Plus, I'm still wearing a panda mask. How adorable is that?" Wang Huitian raised his hand and waved. The panda mask on his face fell off, revealing the ferocious visage composed of crimson sword energy. It was indeed somewhat chilling to behold. His fingers twitched, and countless white threads intertwined on his face. These threads were extremely fine, finer than ever before, weaving together like fabric to forcibly form a pale mask over his features. Wang Huitian's hood slipped down, revealing 3,000 silver strands cascading behind him, creating an eerily beautiful sight. At this moment, Xiao Wei was utterly mesmerized. It was simply too handsome, as if he had stepped right out of a painting. Noticing Yu Yao's expression, Wang Huitian's lips curled slightly. Indeed, relying on mere bonds of seniority and juniority was utterly unreliable. When dealing with women, it all came down to looks. Beauty was justice. Ha ha ha! What a graceful technique of transforming sword energy into silk threads. What a handsome sword face. What a sword-wielding man. A vigorous cheer suddenly echoed through the mountains. Wang Huitian turned toward the sound and saw an old man with white hair, who had somehow appeared on the mountain path. While cheering, the old man turned his gaze to Yu Yao and couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Little Shi truly has remarkable skills. Not only did he take in a prodigy of the sword path, but he even managed to recruit an innate sword physique. Wang Huitian frowned as he looked at the old man, addressing his master so intimately as Little Shi. Keep it be. Could it be that you are my master's lover? The old man's loud laughter suddenly stopped. You little brat, how can you say such nonsense? Kid, I am your master's master. You should call me grandmaster. The old man stepped forward and carefully examined Wang Huitian. His cultivation level was not on par with Mu Qinshi and the others, so he naturally noticed the condition of the other's body. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter until his entire face twisted together. Strange. The sword energy gathers without dispersing, yet all his meridians are shattered. How is he still alive like this? Wang Huitian paid no heed to the old man's comments. Die. He's a debtor to the heavenly Dao. With a mountain of debts, would the heavenly Dao let him die so easily? Kid, catch. This might be useful to you. The old man tossed a yellow-covered book to Wang Huitian, who caught it and examined it intently. Complete Guide to Basic Artifact Refining. Use yourself as the vessel, and spiritual energy as the fire. You might forge an entirely new path. Wang Huitian opened the book, which detailed various fundamental methods of artifact refining, all extremely diverse and complex. Yet another money-burning endeavor. Just practicing the techniques of artifact refining would require who knows how many spirit stones, and right now, he was as poor as could be. When he looked up again, the old man had already left. Wang Huitian's gaze swept over the mountains of green bamboo, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Maybe I should start practicing with the crappiest materials first. These mangosteens seem perfect. No sooner said than done. The very next day, he began chopping bamboo to practice carving artifact refining arrays on them. It was delicate work, but for Wang Huitian, it was hardly a challenge. He could weave panels with sword energy. Carving arrays on bamboo was child's play. Senior brother, you chopped down master's favorite green bamboo. Won't she be furious when she gets back? Of course not. The master plants bamboo to comprehend the sharp, piercing energy when bamboo shoots break through the soil. This bamboo is actually just an extra thing for the master. Yu Yao found this reasoning quite convincing. The way bamboo shoots grow, breaking through the earth, indeed resonated deeply with the principles of swordsmanship. Then, senior brother, let me help you. While Yu Yao chopped bamboo nearby, he practiced carving formations with remarkable efficiency. The discarded bamboo piled up beside them could have easily built hundreds of bamboo huts on the sword peak. A few days later, the sword peak was left completely bare. Originally not very tall, it now resembled a round, earthy egg, with the bamboo huts on the mountain standing out conspicuously. Dao Yi leaned against the giant rock, sipping wine with a look of pure contentment. Kid, aren't you afraid your master will come back and kill you? Wang Huitian replied while weaving a bamboo basket with strips of bamboo. Phew! Whether she can even find the sword's edge when she returns is another matter. Besides, it was Yao Yu who chopped down the green bamboo. What does that have to do with me? Yu Yao, who had been happily carrying bamboo tubes, froze upon hearing these words, the tubes clattering to the ground from her shoulders as tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Wang Huitian shot a glare at Dao Yi and hurried over to comfort Yu Yao. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yao. When master returns, I'll plead for you. Tears streamed down Yu Yao's cheeks as she sniffled and stared at Wang Huitian with a pitiful gaze. What do you mean by speaking up for me? I was clearly helping you chop bamboo. Dao Yi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Huitian. This guy never does anything decent. Bullying such an adorable and well-behaved junior sister is downright insane. Just then, a streak of sword light appeared on the horizon, signaling the arrival of a cultivator. The sword light landed, revealing a man dressed in a cyan official robe, with a pale, beardless face. As soon as he spoke, the effeminate tone of a eunuch was unmistakable. His gaze swept over the blade before finally settling on Wang Huitian. Oh young master, this old servant has finally found you. Her Majesty the Empress has issued a decree. Quickly kneel and receive it. Wang Huitian straightened his back, feeling somewhat bewildered. Hadn't he already severed ties with Wang Jinxian by cutting flesh? How could they have chased him all the way into the Green Mountains? Casting a wary glance at the old eunuch holding the imperial edict, Wang Huitian waved his hand dismissively. My apologies, esteemed eunuch. Please go deliver the edict to my guardian. I'm still too young to understand such matters. Dao Yi beckoned to the eunuch from the side. Bring it here, let me take a look. He had no reservations at all, forming his hand into a claw shape, and with a swift motion, the imperial edict flew into his grasp. TSK, wow, the Empress is summoning you back to inherit the throne. Wang Huitian stepped forward and casually glanced at the contents of the edict. The general meaning wasn't far from what Dao Yi had said. It commanded him to proceed to the imperial city to be enfeoffed as the crown prince and take up residence in the eastern palace. With a cold laugh, he tossed the edict back. That woman Wang Jinxian was indeed up to no good. Now that she has ascended to the throne, the controversy is significant. Although she has won over a group of court officials, there are bound to be many nobles and veteran ministers who oppose her. Establishing herself as the crown prince of the Eastern Palace would divert the criticism. After all, Wang Jinxian holds the status of the eldest princess, while she herself, though bearing the surname Wang, also carries the surname Yi. This is an open scheme. Once his edict is issued, it will redirect the trouble, signaling to the opposing court officials that she has only Wang Huitian as her heir. As long as Wang Huitian is dealt with, the great Qing will forever remain in the hands of the Wang family. The old eunuch hid his hands in his sleeves, pretending not to notice the returned imperial decree. Anyway, this old servant has already delivered the imperial decree. Whether you return to the imperial city or not is entirely up to you, young master. I shall take my leave now. Watching the other depart on a flying sword, Wang Huitian's lips curled into a faint smile. It doesn't matter. Strength is the foundation that determines everything. What Wang Jinxian dares not kill, he dares. What Wang Jinxian dares not do, he also dares. The great Qing has yet to hear the sound of the Green Mountain Sword. Xiao Yao, go dig some clay from Tianfeng Peak nearby. We'll be making pottery today. Senior brother, won't digging clay make the sect leader angry? Wang Huitian glanced at the little girl and reached out to touzle her slightly messy hair. Silly girl, he's the sect leader, in charge of the entire Myriad Peaks Mountain. Do you know how vast Myriad Peaks Mountain is? 32,000 peaks. Who would care about your little bit of pottery clay? Go on. Yuel felt the warm hand on her head and was momentarily stunned. The senior brother is truly so gentle. His palms are warm, his smile is warm, and even the tone of his voice is warm. All right, senior brother. Yuel guarantees the mission will be completed. Over the next half-month, Wang Huitian immersed himself entirely in artifact forging. He had always been highly focused in his work, and the path of artifact forging was vast and intricate. During these 2 weeks, he crafted bamboo swords, wove baskets, fired pottery, and even used the pottery to brew wine. He had already mastered most of the contents in that foundational artifact forging manual. The entire sword peak was now filled with pottery jars of various sizes. Some could change dimensions, others could store items with their own spatial properties, and some could cultivate spiritual herbs, accelerating their growth. Looking at the densely packed pottery, Wang Huitian nodded in satisfaction. If all these were taken down the mountain to sell, wouldn't the profits be astronomical? These are all immortal artifacts. Take the storage pottery jars alone. Selling them to farmers for storing grain, they could farm their entire lives and still not fill them up. After inspecting the pottery jars, he lifted Yu out from a slightly larger jar. The little girl's face was smeared with yellow clay, her immortal dress stained with mud, as she had been secretly hiding inside the jar to sleep. Yu, there's a new task for you. Go to Shell Peak and chop some pine trees. Yu pouted, feeling somewhat displeased. Her senior brother was treating her like a workhorse. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, as loud as a mountain collapsing. The sound was so immense it made the heavens tremble and the earth shake. Wang Huitian steadied himself and turned to look. In the direction of Tian Peak, thick dust built into the sky. Half of the mountain had actually crumbled. He pressed Yuel's head back into the clay pot and casually grabbed a lid from the side to cover it. Amitabha Buddha. Xiao Yao, guard the sword peak well. Your senior brother is going down the mountain to travel. Hearing these words, Yu Yao, who was hiding in the jar, immediately realized something was wrong. This wasn't her senior brother going on a journey, it was him trying to flee. Senior brother, you can't just leave me behind. Yu Yao leaped out of the clay jar and hurried to catch up with Wang Huitian's steps. The two walked swiftly, yet they didn't resort to sword flight. It wasn't that he couldn't ride a sword, but at this moment, flying down the mountain on a sword would be far too conspicuous. After leaving the desolate Sword Peak and crossing 2 more mountains, they arrived at Cannon Peak. Here, a wide stream wound through the mountains, leading straight to Wangshan City. By the stream, Wang Huitian took out an earthen jar and threw it into the water. Despite its ugly appearance, the jar was incredibly useful. It expanded upon contact with water. Holding Yao, he leaped into the jar. Senior brother, will this really work? Of course it will. This is a travel artifact I crafted myself. By harnessing the power of heaven and earth, it can cover dozens of miles in a single day. The earthen pot drifted downstream, spinning in the brook, inevitably bumping against the rocks along the way. Boom! Yu Yao's little head took a knock, leaving her feeling slightly dizzy. Before she could gather her thoughts, the stream suddenly grew turbulent. Thud, thud, thud. Shortly after the two had left Sword Peak, dozens of sword lights descended from the sky. The lights swept over the mountaintop before swiftly turning back. After circling the summit, they finally confirmed that this was indeed Sword Peak. Lu Qinshan and Luo Wuji hovered on their swords above 2 large earthen jars. The entire Sword Peak was piled high with jars of all sizes, leaving no space to even set foot. Master, is this really the Sword Peak? Lu Qinshan's face darkened. The once picturesque Sword Peak now looked like bumps on a monk's head. Originally furious over the collapse of Tianfen's summit, his anger suddenly subsided considerably upon seeing the pitiful state of Sword Peak. His divine sense swept the area, nothing but jars, baskets, bundles of bamboo swords, and longbows. Yet, there was no trace of Wang Huitian or Yao. Wuji, don't mention this matter to your Uncle Mu or Bai Xian. Luo Wuji nodded and looked toward the bamboo huts where Mu Qinshe and the others had once lived. Several ceramic kilns had been dug there, and the bamboo huts were blackened by smoke. From today onward, Tianfeng disciples will take turns patrolling. With that, Lu Qinshan flew away on his sword, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Though he tried to feign anger, he couldn't suppress the urge to laugh. Mu Qinshe, oh Mu Qinshe, you've finally met your match. Serves you right. The clay pot drifted for a whole day before finally reaching the foot of Wangshan City. Yuel lifted the lid with difficulty, crawled out, and leaned over the edge of the pot, retching dryly. Senior brother, is this what you called borrowing the power of heaven and earth? It sounded so grand, but in reality, it was just drifting downstream toward the mountain. She really didn't know what she had been expecting. She had already seen through her senior brother's true nature, yet she still fell for his trick. Yuyo, oh Yuyo, you're such a fool. She scolded herself. Wang Huitian crawled out from the bottom of the jar and lay beside Yuyo, his face expressionless and cold. Gag! Senior brother, where are we going? Yuyo gazed at the medicinal fields outside the city and the distant Wangshan City, feeling somewhat lost. She had never left home since childhood, and even after ascending Sword Peak, she had never come down the mountain. The world beyond was both fascinating and frightening to her. Wang Huitian gently patted Yuyo's head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Cultivation in the mortal world is not like cultivation on the mountain. Here, you must contend with fate and seize opportunities. It's not as serene and detached as life on the mountain. We can go to the 10,000 mountains. Master and senior sister are there. The great Qing imperial city is also off limits. Recently, a sage's secret realm will emerge in Sangzhou. Let us go join the excitement. Yu Yao frowned and pondered for a moment. At this point, she dared to trust only 30% of her senior brother's words. With a skeptical attitude, she asked, Senior brother, you spent all day refining artifacts on the mountain. How do you know about the sage's secret realm emerging in Sangzhou? Wang Huitian grinned, shrinking the clay pot and hanging it at his waist, his silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. Of course I know, because that's the fishing spot I set up. His smile was wild and unrestrained, with a divine light seemingly swirling in his eyes. Behind him, 7 dazzling gemstones emerged and slowly rotated, while crimson sword radiance flowed across his black trench coat. Little Yuel was stunned once more. The cultivators she usually encountered all dressed in refined and elegant styles, none as flamboyant as her senior brother, who even spoke with visual effects. It's just too cool. Even if I'm being tricked, so be it. Senior brother wouldn't possibly harm me, right? Senior brother, Sangzhou is so far away. Since we can't ride swords, how are we supposed to get there? Wang Huitian grabbed Yuel, and the two instantly vanished from their spot, reappearing hundreds of meters away. See that? This move is called Ghostly Flash. It's useful for traveling. However, the journey to Cangzhou is long, and Shadow Flash consumes too much energy. Let me teach you a zero-consumption method for traveling. Yuel clung tightly to Wang Hui's black robe. The move he had just performed had truly amazed her, and now she didn't dare let go for even a moment, fearing her senior brother might suddenly vanish without taking her along. Senior brother, zero-consumption travel isn't that just borrowing the momentum of heaven and earth again? The thought of drifting in a clay pot sent a chill down her spine. No, this time we're not borrowing the power of heaven and earth, but the strength of humanity. Yuel's eyes lit up. This strength of humanity sounded anything but simple, and she found herself growing rather excited. Meanwhile, a sparrow soared high above the land of Cangzhou, flying an immense distance without finding a single place to rest. Below, floodwaters surged across the earth, carrying countless fragments of broken walls and collapsed roofs. The few higher rocks and hills were crowded with people, their faces etched with sorrow and despair. In the lower areas, where the floodwaters surged, the panicked cries for help vanished without a trace. Occasionally, streaks of sword light flashed across the sky, yet those who wielded them remained indifferent as the people were swept away by the raging waters. Once the flood recedes, prioritize salvaging the medicinal fields. Save as much as you can. A cultivator issued the command, his voice cold and stern. The governor decrees that from this day forth, the surviving citizens of Cangzhou are forbidden to leave their designated territories without authorization. Each person can receive 1 fasting pill per week from the government office. The floodwaters are receding, revealing some ruined villages with broken walls and debris. Many drowned livestock and people are half buried in the mud, while a few mangled bodies still hang from the twisted trees. The little sparrow flew over countless dilapidated villages and finally landed on a massive stone beam dozens of meters high. The floodwaters were still receding, revealing the full grandeur of the stone beam. Carved with dragons and phoenixes, it appeared ancient and magnificent. Below it stood a closed stone door, now cracked open slightly by the flood. Through the narrow gap, one could glimpse mountains and rivers inside. It seemed like another world. On a small earthen slope outside Wanshan City, Wang Huitian stared intently at the sky, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Senior brother, what are we waiting for? Waiting for the news to spread a little further. This is the route from Green Mountain to Cangzhou. Once news of the sage's secret realm in Cangzhou spreads, it will surely attract a large number of cultivators. By then, there will definitely be many flying vessels passing through here. Senior brother, I'm hungry. Where's the fasting pill the master gave you? Finished it. First, grab some wild grass by the roadside to curb your cravings. Someone will pass by soon. Yuel glanced at the mountain ridge, not even a wild fruit in sight, and could only gaze longingly at the sky, waiting for the so-called destined one. 3 days passed like this, until a pure white flying vessel slowly appeared in the sky. Yuel excitedly scrambled to her feet, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the flying boat, like a starving wolf spotting its prey. Senior brother, let's hijack it. Wang Huitian frowned as he looked at the familiar flying boat in the sky, feeling utterly reluctant in his heart. Xiao Yao, let's find something else. No matter how hungry we are, we can't eat shit. No, senior brother, I'm about to faint from hunger. Watching the little girl's desperate eagerness, Wang Huitian could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. After all, she's his own junior sister. If he doesn't spoil her, who will? The sound of swords clanging rang out, and the sky suddenly brightened as countless sword lights erupted from the ground. Halt, intruder! On the flying vessel, Qin Baihua's expression changed drastically. She frantically ordered the sword attendants to turn the vessel around. Today was not a good day to go out. But it was already too late. In a flash of starlight, two figures appeared before them. One had long silver-white hair and a handsome face, while the other was a scrawny little girl with sunken eyes, brittle hair, a sallow complexion, and mud smeared across her face. Hand over the food. The little girl glared fiercely at Qin Baihuo the moment she boarded, her menacing expression sending a chill down Qin Baihuo's spine. Are you kidding me? Getting robbed right at my doorstep. Clang! The four sword attendants behind her simultaneously drew their blades, while Qin Baihuo flicked a slender, flexible sword from her sleeve. This time, she was determined to fight back after all. She was a prodigy of the myriad Pass Mountain and a leading figure among the younger generation. She would let herself be pushed around. But as beautiful as dreams may be, reality is often cruel. Wang Huitian extended two fingers and effortlessly caught her slender sword. A strand of silver hair coiled up the blade and pierced straight through her forehead, aiming directly for her divine platform. Spare my life, great hero. This humble girl was wrong. She surrendered with remarkable speed, hurriedly pulling out a storage pouch from her robes and carefully removing the spiritual sense imprint. Wang Huitian raised his hand and tossed a spirit stone into her palm. To Tsanglo. Qin Baihua's lips twitched slightly. All right, so she had run into that bastard again. Senior, couldn't you pick on someone else? Wang Huitian glanced at her. Don't push your luck after getting a favor. This time, it's the sage's secret realm. If you're lucky, you might gain quite a few opportunities. Qin Baihuo's face was filled with suspicion. What nonsense about a sage's secret realm. The great Qin Empire had hardly produced any sages in its history. Moreover, with the severe floods currently plaguing Sangzhou, there might even be water demons causing trouble. She was utterly unwilling in her heart, but what could she do? When under another's roof, one must bow to circumstances. Then, senior, let's agree on 3 rules. You must not lift my veil again. After all, this humble maiden is somewhat fair-faced, and losing the veil would make me feel unsafe. Once at Shao Peak, my veil unfortunately fell, and a lecherous man was stunned on the spot. 4 days afterward, I couldn't sleep at night, always feeling. Yuel grabbed the fasting pill and stuffed it into her mouth, her face full of curiosity as she leaned forward to get a better look at this so-called considerable beauty. Shut up, you. Wang Huitian glared at Qin Baihuo, scaring the words she was about to say right back down her throat. Keep talking and I'll stuff Shao Yao's sock in your mouth. Shortly after the crowd dispersed, news of the sage's secret realm's emergence spread throughout Green Mountain. Suddenly, everyone felt the demon battlefield wasn't appealing anymore. How much could you really earn from killing a single demon, even with rewards and materials combined? In the sage's secret realm, even casually picking up a spiritual herb could be a priceless treasure. Countless elite disciples from various sects rushed to Zhangzhou, fearing they might miss out if they arrived too late. On the flying vessel, Qin Baihuo meticulously studied the profiles of the talented disciples from various sects heading to the sage's secret realm. Her celestial maiden sect had a vast network across Green Mountain, granting her access to exceptionally rich intelligence. The greatest opponent this time is Longchong from the Huifeng Holy Land. It is said that his cultivation has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, possessing the great Dao sacred body, enabling him to fight beyond his level. He has previously slain 3 divine transformation cultivators. Qin Baihuo exaggeratedly waved 3 fingers in front of Yu Yao. Next is Li Hongyan, the sword maiden of the heavenly sword sect. Her sword can sever streams and cut off currents. Within 3 miles, she can slice off an ant's antenna with a single strike. She hooked 2 index fingers above her head, mimicking the appearance of an ant. Yu Yao looked utterly shocked, her mouth hanging wide open with an expression of extreme astonishment. But these are nothing compared to the most terrifying figure, the heir of the great Qin's guardian Marshal Guiji. Legend has it he possesses a divine great dark spiritual root, controls the night, and can emerge from your shadow to assassinate. If it's nighttime, Whoever he targets dies, even the star pluckers wouldn't stand a chance. As she spoke, she secretly manipulated a white ribbon to sneak up behind Yu Yo. The ribbon gently tapped her shoulder, startling Yu Yo into a shriek. Ah! Senior brother, save me! Wang Huitian turned his head, his forehead covered in metaphorical black lines. If you dare scare my junior sister again, I'll strip you naked and hang you from the bow of the ship. Don't worry, I'll leave the veil on for you when the time comes. Qin Baiwa shivered. She now knew Wang Huitian's identity, the nightmare of countless male cultivators in the 10,000 Dao Mountain, the mastermind behind the collapse of Tian Peak. Others might just bluff, but this guy was capable of anything. How had she ended up in the hands of this scoundrel? It was truly heaven envying her beauty. As the flying boat approached Sangzhou, more and more flying boats appeared around them, all heading in the same direction. It seemed many sects had already received the news and were rushing over. Ahead lies the territory of Great Qin's Sangzhou. By the governor's decree, all who enter must pay 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Huitian glared coldly at the cultivators blocking the way. The disaster relief funds allocated to Sangzhou by Great Qin were substantial, yet these disgraceful individuals had resorted to the shameful act of extorting travelers. Step aside, or die. Several cultivators sneered at Wang Huitian at the bow of the ship, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. They wouldn't have taken on this task without some skills of their own. Oh, here comes one who isn't afraid to die. Boys, we've got work to do. Keep the woman, kill the man. Wang Huitian's gaze grew increasingly icy. He was the only man on the entire ship. Wasn't this targeting him specifically? You look down on me? How dare you look down on me? Behind him, 7 dazzling gemstones materialized, with the red gem shining brightly as a massive flaming sword coalesced in his hand. Sensing the astonishing killing intent, the blocking cultivators paled in terror. They frantically retreated as a crimson sword light erupted from the ship's bow, followed by a sweeping slash of scorching flames. Everything in the sword light's path was instantly vaporized. Even the weapons they hastily raised were evaporated by the searing heat. When the flames dissipated, only a stretch of azure remained where they had stood. Oh, how beautiful the sky is! With a sigh of admiration, Wang Huitian turned his head to the side, where a warship was approaching. The warship was enormous, with at least 100 people standing on it, all clad in identical black armor. At the bow of the ship, a man dressed in black gave Wang Huitian a slight cupped hand salute. I am Anya, greeting the Prince of Northern Garrison. Wang Huitian flicked his sleeve and turned away to enter the cabin. A mere son of the Guardian Marshal, what status did he have to dare speak to him? Seeing Wang Huitian ignore him, a trace of gloom flashed in Anya's eyes. Phew! Just a stray dog with no home. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. Someone, send word back to the imperial capital. The Northern Guardian King has appeared in Sangzhou. He was well aware that in the current Great Qin court, whether they supported Wang Jingxian or opposed her, everyone wanted Wang Huitian dead. Once news of his presence in Sangzhou spread, this place would become his hell. He would face the blockade and pursuit of the entire Great Qin court, and even if he were an immortal, death would be inevitable. Your Highness, shall we make our move? A soldier behind him asked, with a faint smile in the dark night. No need, let's just enjoy the show. If he had hidden in the mountains, the officials might have hesitated, but he foolishly chose to court death. I want to see how he struggles to survive in this quagmire. I'll make him kneel and beg me. Ha ha ha! The flying boat soared over mountains and rivers, and a colossal gate appeared before them. The gate stood suspended in the void, its pillars adorned with intricate relief carvings that spiraled upward, while its smooth panels emitted a soft glow. The gate itself was a rare treasure. If dismantled and forged, it could undoubtedly be crafted into an extraordinary divine weapon. Senior brother, is this the sage's secret realm? This secret realm gate is truly miraculous. It actually contains an entire miniature world inside. Wang Huitian let out a mocking laugh. Xiao Yao, wipe the drool from your mouth. It's just a gate. Look at the earthen jar at your senior brother's waist. With more refinement in the future, It too can hold a miniature world no less impressive than this gate. Yu Yao glanced at that pitch-black earthen jar and couldn't help but feel disdain at the thought of such a shabby thing. His gaze swept across the surroundings, where nearly 100 flying boats hovered in the air. Among them were sects from the Green Mountains, aristocratic families from the imperial court, and even demon clans that had smuggled out of the 100,000 mountains, truly a motley crew of all sorts. Noticing Yuel's wide-eyed, curious expression that betrayed her inexperience, Wang Huitian pulled her closer and carefully instructed her. "Silly girl, don't look around so much. The more scattered your gaze is at a time like this, the more it shows your nervousness. That makes others think you're an easy target to bully." Yu Yao obediently nodded, her wandering gaze finally focusing as she stared blankly at the crack in the door. "Senior brother, how can I make others think I'm not easy to bully? Watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once. How much you comprehend depends on yourself." Wang Huitian smiled and patted Yuel's little head, his eyes suddenly turning icy. Step 1. Seize the initiative with a commanding presence. He stepped out and hovered in the air outside the flying vessel, his gaze sweeping across the numerous flying ships. "Well, what a full house. A bunch of trash actually dares to compete with me for the opportunity here. You must have a death wish." Behind him, the gemstone spun into a colorful halo, his black trenchcoat fluttering in the wind, while crimson sword energy shimmered like radiant ribbons, exuding a dangerous aura. The people on the surrounding flying ships all turned their eyes toward him, their expressions grave. Yu Yao's big eyes blinked with blind admiration. "Ants, once you enter this gate, start running for your lives. I love watching your desperate screams the most." "Ah ha ha ha." With another step, his figure had already reached the stone gate, and as his palm lifted, he pressed it against the massive door. "Open!" A thunderous roar echoed as the slender gap in the door gradually widened. Wang Huitian turned sideways, placing one hand on his abdomen while slowly pointing the other toward the inside of the door. "Gentlemen, please enter the urn." No one dared to move among the fleet of flying vessels. Most of them had arrived earlier than Wang Huitian, and despite their combined efforts, they had failed to budge the stone gate even slightly. Yet now, with just a casual palm strike, the other party had effortlessly opened the gate. The sheer disparity was terrifying, leaving the gathered prodigies too intimidated to act rashly. Seeing no one move, a mocking smile flickered across Wang Huitian's face. He turned and stepped back onto the flying vessel, pulling out a reclining chair from the cabin before settling down lazily. Qin Bai Wo wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Just moments ago, her heart had leaped into her throat. Everyone present hailed from top-tier factions, each with an arrogant temperament. If a fight had broken out, the outcome would have been dire indeed. "Big brother, isn't this a bit too overbearing?" "Overbearing? I haven't even killed a few to establish dominance. I'm already holding back." Time passed slowly, and no one dared to be the first to step forward. Those who arrived later saw the gate open yet no one entering, and they too hesitated to act rashly. It wasn't until nightfall that a shadow suddenly flashed past the entrance of the secret realm. "It's Anya, the son of the great Qin's guardian marshal. He's gone in." With that startled exclamation, countless cultivators surged toward the secret realm simultaneously, a few figures among them moving with exceptional swiftness. Zhang Chong from Huifeng Holy Land moved like an ancient titan, his burly frame charging forward recklessly. Some slower cultivators were directly crushed into bloody mist by his momentum, while Li Hongyan, the sword prodigy of Tianjian sect, darted like lightning, equally astonishingly fast. Hearing the commotion, Wang Huitian lazily opened his eyes and yawned. Cultivators these days were truly cautious, standing around foolishly for an entire day before making a move. He glanced at the crowd filing in below and sighed softly. There are indeed a few star pluckers, but it's unclear if any Daoist treasures are among them. "Xiao Yao, come here." Yu Yao obediently moved closer to him. "Senior brother, shouldn't we go in and seize the treasures now? What's the rush?" Wang Huitian took Yuel's small hand and drew a circle on her palm with his index finger. A wisp of breeze gathered and began to spin slowly. "Focus on sensing this sword intent. If you can grasp even a fraction of it, wherever this breeze passes, It will flay skin and shave bones. Nothing can withstand it. If you encounter danger, unleash it. By the way, where's that fortune teller? After instructing Yu Yao, Wang Huitian glanced around the boat and noticed that Qin Bai Wall was no longer in sight. Sister Qin has already taken people to seize the opportunity. Hearing Yu Yao's words, Wang Huitian's eyes lit up. He wrapped one arm around Yu Yao's waist, tucking her under his arm, while raising the clay pot with his other hand toward the massive flying vessel. Harvest! The entire flying boat instantly turned into a stream of light and was sucked into the earthen jar. Licking his lips, he turned his gaze to the other flying boats floating in the air. Those people had left in such a hurry that only a few guards remained to watch over the flying warships. These factions were accustomed to acting arrogantly and domineeringly. To ensure they could leave immediately after emerging from the secret realm, most chose to leave their flying boats parked in place. A great opportunity. This is truly a great opportunity. With a blood-red longsword in hand, he forcefully cleaved through the protective shield of one flying boat, sending countless guards fleeing in terror. How bold! Are you daring to oppose our general? Once our young master emerges from the secret realm, he will surely make you die a miserable death. Wang Huitian remained unmoved. After forcibly driving the group of guards off the flying vessel, he stored it inside a clay pot. What the hell does he care about some prince? It's still unclear whether we can even make it out of the secret realm, and even if we do, we'll have to walk back. Although the shields of these flying vessels in the sky are active, they are as flimsy as paper under his sword. Just one strike is enough to shatter their defenses, leaving them as helpless as lambs for slaughter. Those who attempt to flee by ship are swiftly struck down by his blade. If I can't have it, no one else will either. In just a few short minutes, the once crowded entrance to the secret realm was left deserted, with no people or boats in sight. Yuel's mouth hung open in shock. Just how many spirit stones would this wave of profit bring? After all, many peaks in the 10,000 Pass mountain couldn't even muster a single intact flying boat. So, senior brother had planned this all along. Since when, exactly? Perhaps he had been scheming this from the very moment he crafted those clay pots. Is this the true extent of senior brother's capabilities? Compared to swordsmanship, this kind of control over the situation made her admire him even more. Senior brother, can you give me one? Wang Huitian pinched her little nose. Ha, pick whichever you like, take your pick. If none catch your eye, it doesn't matter. Within the Great Qin territory, what I say goes. Let's go. We should also check out the secret realm. He stepped into the secret realm's gate with Yuel, immediately feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy rushing toward them the moment they entered. This was a vast square, larger in area than the Tianshu Square of Wangdao Mountain. 8 stone pillars stood in all directions, continuously channeling spiritual energy through them into the gate. What a wonderful place! Wang Huitian turned around and casually closed the gate. He took out the clay pot. Boom! The 8 surrounding stone pillars rose from the ground and were drawn into the clay pot. Not only was the gate now closed, but it had also abruptly vanished from the square. Senior brother, how can this clay pot hold so much? Wang Huitian hung the precious clay pot back at his waist. Of course it could hold a lot. He had dug up half of Tianfeng Mountain just to forge this one. Xiao Yao, go on your own adventure. I'm going to take a nap. He pulled out a recliner from the clay pot, found a spot sheltered from the wind, and lay down. On the vast land of Zhangzhou, where the stone gate once stood, a slender figure appeared. His withered arm gently brushed over the vanished gate, his eyes filled with extreme malice. Ha, Wang Huitian, back then you forcibly borrowed the fortune of the heavens. Did you really think that could suppress me? I'm back again. With madness on his face, he suddenly turned to look at the horizon, where a flying vessel was swiftly approaching. On the flying vessel, Luo Wuji slightly frowned. From that distant figure, he sensed an overwhelming killing intent. Crazy! He just arrived and didn't provoke anyone, so why is he being targeted already? Ding! Detected the Son of Fortune. Target's current fortune value, 300. Ha! Luo Wuji's expression changed. This was a child of fortune, a darling of the heavens. Yet this child of fortune seemed far too pitiful. How could they possess only 300 units of fortune? Just as he was about to investigate further, the figure had already vanished. The other party seemed wary, as if hiding from something. Seeing the other leave, Luo Wuji didn't dwell on it. He had come for the sage's secret realm and had no intention of courting unnecessary trouble. Hey, brothers down there, do you know where the sage's secret realm is? He bent over and shouted at the group of men below. The men below exchanged glances. Having lost their flying boat, they were at a loss for how to explain it to their young master. Now, someone had come to them of their own accord. Truly, heaven had taken pity on them just when things seemed darkest. A new path opened. Fellow Taoist, we are also heading to the sage's secret realm. How about you give us a ride, and we'll guide you in return? Luo Wuji was overjoyed. He had already circled this place twice without finding even a single clue, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse an offer to show him the way. Immediately, the flying boat's shield was released to welcome them aboard. Everyone, please indicate the direction, and we'll set off immediately. Once aboard the flying boat, their murderous intent became instantly apparent. Fellow cultivator, this is a robbery. The martial world is treacherous, and the moral decline of society grows worse by the day. Luo Wuji searched for half a day but still couldn't find the so-called sage's secret realm. Instead, he was targeted by countless low-level cultivators. In just this short span of time, his flying vessel had already been robbed 8 times. What kind of godforsaken place is this? How can it be so utterly chaotic? Although these cultivators weren't particularly powerful, they were endlessly persistent, going to shameless lengths for this flying vessel. Some relied on deception, luring with treasures, others used seduction tactics, and some even attacked the ship's barrier from afar with flying swords, leaving no trick untried. Eventually, they even formed an alliance to attempt a direct assault. In contrast to Luo Wuji's constant fleeing, Wang Huitian was living quite comfortably. The formless bone within him voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy of the secret realm, and his cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining. In the past, this would have been something I wouldn't even dare to imagine. The thrill of such rapid cultivation progress was simply intoxicating. Ah, my little Yuel, you truly are my lucky star. He sighed while sensing Yuel's location through the breeze. Still moving, still alive, that's good. At that moment, a small figure was darting through the mountain forest. Clutching a red spirit herb in her hand, her forehead glistened with sweat as a foundation establishment-level giant serpent chased fiercely behind her. Yuel gasped for breath as she fled desperately. Now at the 8th level of qi refinement, she was a full 5 minor realms higher than Wang Huitian, naturally possessing formidable strength. The battle between her and the serpent raged through the forest, sending vegetation flying and towering trees snapping. The green bamboo sword swept past, drawing a streak of blood as the giant serpent was slain beneath her. Thud! 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 A sudden clapping sound came from the forest as 2 foundation establishment cultivators emerged from the bushes. Little sister, you're truly a monster to slay a foundation establishment level demonic beast at the late qi refining stage. Impressive. The 2 had heard the commotion earlier and hidden nearby. Now that the beast was dead and Yuel was exhausted, it was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. Little sister, we are curious about what spiritual herb you stole from this beast. Why not show it to us? Yuel's face was cold, but her small hands flusteredly hid the red spiritual herb behind her back. She pulled out the bamboo sword stuck in the giant serpent's body and faced the 2 foundation establishment cultivators without a trace of fear. Well, what a full house. A bunch of trash actually dares to compete with me for the opportunity here. You must have a death wish. This was the first move her senior brother had taught her strike first to gain the upper hand. Not a single word was out of place, she had copied it exactly right. Seeing the little girl ready to fight to the death, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators cursed and left. What rotten luck! I thought it was some treasure, but it turned out to be just a century-old heartbreak grass. Exactly. What a complete waste of my anticipation. Seeing the disdainful expressions on their faces, Yu Yao frowned. Duan Chen Cao. The Duan as in forging. The older monk turned his head back. Silly girl, it's the Duan as in heartbroken. Watching the two leave without a hint of reluctance, Yu Yao felt somewhat defeated. She had gone to great lengths to seize this spiritual herb, only to have it rejected. No! I can't hold senior brother back. Gritting her teeth, Yu Yao continued her journey in search of opportunities. Emerging from the jungle, she spotted a thatched hut. Several foundation establishment cultivators were bombarding the hut's defensive formation. Yu Yao immediately dropped to the ground, her petite frame hidden in the grass with only a single stray hair picking out, swaying with the winds in the wind. Without using spiritual sense, spotting her would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. This time, she would be the fisherman, the ultimate hunter waiting to claim the prize. Bam! Under the relentless efforts of the 4 foundation establishment cultivators, the defensive formation of the thatched hut exploded. The power of the formation was immense. The 4 cultivators were immediately blasted away by the shockwave, and the hut was torn apart, shattered into fragments. Black and yellow mud was scattered everywhere, covering the 4 cultivators completely, and a foul stench spread through the air. Damn it, this is a latrine. Look what I found, a stepping stone for the saint's toilet. Seems to be made of glazed soft jade. Nonsense. Saints don't even need to use the toilet. This was probably used by their disciples. Several people got up and gathered around a slightly yellowish stone slab, discussing it, while Yu Yao lay nearby retching uncontrollably. Who's there? One of the monks glanced in this direction. His spiritual perception was extremely sharp, instantly detecting Yu Yao's hidden figure. Not good. Someone is trying to seize the opportunity here with us. Everyone, attack together. Yu Yao was greatly alarmed in her heart. She scrambled to her feet and fled backward while also speaking up to explain. Fellow cultivators, this young lady has no intention of snatching your stone tablet. As for Yu Yao's explanation, the group had no intention of listening. Her hiding in the bushes made her motives all too clear. The only reason they hadn't attacked was that the 4 of them were still at full strength. Had they been severely injured earlier, their opportunity would likely have been stolen by now. Surround her to prevent her from leaking news of our gained opportunity. A fierce battle was imminent. Foundation establishment cultivators could already control flying swords, making it effortless to chase down a chi refining stage cultivator. However, Yu Yao possessed the innate sword body, granting her exceptionally fierce offensive capabilities. After a prolonged struggle with no success, they had no choice but to retreat in frustration. Yu Yao spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned against an old tree to rest. The previous battle had exhausted her spiritual energy and left her injured. Now she needed to find a safe place to recuperate and recover. Taking a deep breath, she dug a hollow in the tree behind her and hid inside. Senior brother is right. The outside world is indeed fraught with danger. After sighing, Yu Yao activated her cultivation technique and took out 2 healing pills from her bosom to swallow, grateful for the gift of the Qinbai flower. Otherwise, she would have been in grave danger this time. As night approached, Wang Huitian yawned and stood up. Glancing at the eerie silent secret realm, he frowned slightly. How could a sage's secret realm be so tranquil? It was time to raise the difficulty for these young prodigies. The red gemstone behind him flickered as a scarlet longsword slashed fiercely into the jungle. Blazing flames instantly ignited the forest, and the fire, fueled by the wind, surged deeper into the secret realm. Countless ferocious beasts roared and fled in panic, throwing the entire realm into chaos. After delivering that strike, he lay back on the rocking chair once more. A small sparrow flew over and perched on his shoulder, chirping as if complaining about something. All right, go keep an eye on my junior sister. She's my precious treasure. Not a single hair on her head should be harmed. The little sparrow gave Wang Huitian a sharp peck before flapping its wings and taking off. Its figure darted straight toward the forest, attempting to cross the burning area. Flames surged around it, and thick smoke made it spin in circles, creating a perilous scene. Little one, don't be so afraid of fire. You have the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Maybe a couple of burns will awaken it. Go for it, I believe in you. The little sparrow chirped frantically, its feathers already singed and curled. One more burn and it'd be cooked. Awaken the vermilion bird bloodline. Yeah, right. Who are you trying to fool? At this moment, Yu Yao, hidden inside the tree hollow, slightly opened her eyes. Although her injuries were mostly healed, the sky in the secret realm had darkened. Night was the domain of fierce beasts, so she planned to stay hidden until dawn before venturing out to seek opportunities. The tuft of hair on her head twitched, and a gentle breeze swirled around her. This was the supreme sword intent bestowed by her senior brother. She had grasped a trace of its essence, and if she encountered those 4 foundation establishment cultivators again, she was confident she could repel them all. Just then, Yu Yao sniffed the air, sensing a scorching aura. That must be the burning fighting spirit in his heart. The tree hollow exploded, and Yu Yao rushed out, panting heavily. Her fair, delicate face was blackened by smoke, and strands of her hair were slightly singed. The fighting spirit ignited in Guppy's heart was like a forest ablaze. Countless beasts stampeded through the jungle, with towering flames rising behind them. Those who ran too slowly could only perish in the inferno, reduced to charred remains. A trace of panic flickered in Yu Yao's eyes. Having grown up sheltered, she had never witnessed such chaos. Incessant roars of beasts mingled with the furious curses of cultivators, all fleeing for their lives. Some cultivators, too slow, were trampled into the mud by the frenzied beasts and never rose again, painting a scene of hell on earth. Driven by instinct, Yu Yao sprinted in the same direction as the fleeing beasts. A second's delay meant either being crushed underfoot or swallowed by the sea of fire. Look, there are core formation cultivators battling fierce beasts in the sky. Run the other way, be careful not to get caught in the aftermath of their fight. Amid the chaos, Yu Yao saw a core formation cultivator torn in half by a beast, while a nascent soul cultivator stirred the winds and clouds, instantly annihilating a large group of beasts. It was too chaotic. She felt lost now, unsure of where to run, and could only go with the flow. Running beside her was a seemingly dopey-looking big bear, and Yu Yao decided to follow it after all. It was a local and might know a way out. The big bear kept its small eyes fixed on Yu Yao's fleeing direction as it ran for its life. Having just been bullied by a 2-legged creature earlier that day, it had a deep understanding of their cunning. Following this little girl was sure to save its bare hide. The fire raged on until dawn, and the light rain began to fall in the secret realm. No one knew how many beasts and cultivators perished in the chaos. After running all night, both Yu Yao and the big bear were utterly exhausted. The other fleeing cultivators and beasts had long since scattered. Yu Yao curled up under a giant banana leaf to shelter from the rain. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and she just felt so aggrieved. The outside world was far too treacherous without cultivating immortality. One could at least live to 70 or 80, but now that she had taken this path, she nearly didn't survive this great calamity at the age of 13. The big bear plopped down beside Yu Yao. It tore off a banana leaf to catch rainwater, but its clumsy paws could only manage a tiny sip each time. Stupid bear! Yu Yao snatched the banana leaf from its grasp, folding the leaf into a hood-like shape. Now it could catch half a bucket of water at once. Here, open your mouth. Ah! Pour water into the big clumsy bear's mouth, and its eyes brightened slightly. Today, it actually learned a very practical life hack from a human. This was a huge win. Watching the big bear fiddle with the banana leaves, Yu Yao sniffled and climbed up a taller tree to survey the surroundings. This is a canyon, surrounded by mountains that make it look somewhat gloomy. After scanning the area, her gaze settles on the depths of the canyon, where a faint crimson glow flickers. The light is deep, cold, and utterly mysterious. A look of delight crosses Yu Yao's face. Spiritual herbs. Definitely spiritual herbs. Without hesitation, she jumps down from the tree and heads toward the depths of the canyon. The big bear hesitates for a moment, glancing at Yu Yao before stuffing the entire banana leaf along with the water inside into its mouth and following after her. After a long while, she arrived at the spot where the red light flickered. It was a deep pool, and in the center stood a blooming lotus flower, proud and solitary. The red light seen from afar emanated from this very lotus. However, beside the lotus stood a figure at that moment. As he slowly turned his head, Yu Yao immediately felt as if she were being watched by a venomous snake. "You're that little girl by the side of the Prince of Shenbei." Yu Yao's pupils contracted, her hair standing on end. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. She truly hadn't expected to encounter Dark Knight here. Wang Huitian had previously offended him, and now running into him in this desolate place was simply asking for trouble. Another life and death crisis was deftly handled by her. Dark Knight curled his lips into a smirk and casually plucked the lotus from the pond, storing it in his spatial pouch. "Didn't expect this pleasant surprise. Ram, do you think you can escape?" His figure dissolved like ink in water, only to emerge again from the shadow behind Yu Yao. Yu Yao spun around with a sweeping kick, and the figure crawling out of the shadow instantly scattered. Gripping her bamboo sword tightly, she scanned her surroundings warily, bracing for a possible attack at any moment. "Little girl, you can't escape now. I want to crush you and throw you in front of the Northern Frontier King. I'm really curious what expression he'll make then." Boom! The shadows of the surrounding trees suddenly surged violently, like countless twisted giant hands slamming toward the ground. The gap in their cultivation levels was too vast, and the opponent wielded the most sinister dark attribute. Right now, he was merely toying with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted even a single move. Bam! A black shadow lashed out at Yu Yao, sending her small figure flying and snapping 7 or 8 large trees in the process. The wisp of breeze above her head swirled around, deflecting the sharp tree shadows that came attacking afterward. "It's the sword energy left by senior brother." Yuel struggled to get up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Ha ha ha, I hear the familiar sound of the wind. But so what? Even if Wang Huitian were standing here today, I would still kill without hesitation." The shadowy figure of the knight condensed once more, slowly advancing toward Yu Yao's position, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Roar! At that very moment, a sudden beastly roar erupted beside his ear. His body stiffened momentarily as he tried to dodge, but a massive bear paw swept toward him, its sharp claws crushing everything in its path. The dark figure was struck by the giant claw and smashed into the mountainside, while the massive bear leaped out, grabbed Yu Yao, and fled. "Damn it! Is this beast out of its mind? You'd better not let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive." This claw attack didn't cause much harm to Nightshade. His figure swept through the air as he once again pursued the fleeing duo of human and bear. This was destined to be a prolonged chase, though the giant bear wasn't fast. Its thick height and astonishing defense made it a tough target. Yu Yao lay trembling slightly in its massive paw, her bamboo sword still tightly gripped in hand. She still had a trump card, her senior brother's sword energy, not yet fully unleashed. She was reluctant to use it. This was sword energy gifted by her senior brother, something even her senior sister and master didn't possess. How could she already be resorting to this final trump card so soon after leaving her senior brother's side? "Whoa, I've embarrassed my senior brother. Stupid bear, let me go and save yourself. Actually, we're not even that close." In the square, Wang Huitian suddenly opened his eyes. "I can feel the surge of the wind. I also hear the lament of the sword." He stood up, slightly squinting his eyes to gaze into the distance. All he could see was charred remains, nothing clear at all. But that's not important. What matters is that in this secret realm, there is a sword he can control. He slightly raised his hand in a grasping motion, as if holding the hilt, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again helplessly. He couldn't sense what was happening around the sword. But that didn't matter much. Full screen coverage would do. Hopefully, no innocents would be harmed. There really aren't many kind-hearted people like me left. Wang Huitian sighed softly. Jian-san, wind rises. The giant bear fleeing while clutching Yuel suddenly felt a sharp pain in its palm. Its grip on Yuel involuntarily loosened, and blood dripped from its paw. Yuel, now released, did not fall to the ground but instead floated in mid-air, as if she had lost control of her body. What's happening to me? The pursuing Nightshade cared little for her condition. With a raised palm, he struck fiercely toward Yuel's forehead. The blow carried immense force, his hand shrouded in black energy that crawled up his arm. The veins on his arm bulged violently, and even before the strike landed, the sheer force of the palm wind shattered all the trees in its path. The big bear blocked with its arms in front of its body, curling into a ball of flesh as it was sent flying by the palm wind. "Little girl, where do you think you're running? Die!" With a sinister grin on his face, Dark Knight suddenly pressed his palm against Yuel's forehead, but the moment he touched her, his expression drastically changed. The sensation was off. Instead of the soft, springy feeling of hitting a little girl, it was more like striking a sharp blade. The black patterns covering his hand were instantly severed, half of his palm exploding into a mist of blood. Moreover, unable to dissipate the force, his body was now crashing toward Yuel. Sidestep. At the critical moment, he thrust a palm into the void, using the recoil to barely avoid colliding with Yuel's body. Even so, the tip of his nose was sliced off by half an inch. Staggering as he landed, he stared at Yuel in the air with terror in his eyes. Damn it! Damn! How could a living person turn into such a sharp divine sword? Could it be that you're a sword spirit who cultivated into human form? His doubts went unanswered, as his subsequent words were drowned out by the sword's hum, a sound like the roar of a tidal wave. Feeling the overwhelming sword energy, his soul nearly fled in terror. Such a divine sword paired with this sword energy could only be matched by the star-plucking realm. Any prodigy of the same age who dared face it would meet certain death. Shameless old thief! How dare you interfere in a battle between peers? Anya naturally didn't believe this was the work of someone from his own generation. It had to be an unscrupulous elder seizing this chance to eliminate him. While cursing aloud, he activated his escape technique. His figure faded like a shadow, gradually dissipating, as a cold voice echoed in the wind. Jiansan, wind rises. A sudden gale howled, peeling skin and scraping bone. Where the wind passed, forest leaves scattered and shattered, dissolving into wisps of green mist, followed by tree bark, trunks, withered grass on the ground, stones, and soil. At this moment, the wind took on color-carrying shades of green, pinkish-white, and pale yellow drifting through the air like ribbons. The gray fur on the belly of a grizzly bear lying in the distance was blown away, its fatty flesh rippling like waves to withstand the wind's force. Fortunately, it had been flung far by the night palm's tail, otherwise, it too would have turned into a crimson ribbon. But Dark Knight wasn't so fortunate. The figure hiding in the void was blown away, and before even hitting the ground, his clothes had already shattered and scattered. His skin was peeled away layer by layer, revealing red flesh beneath. By now, he had recognized the origin of that voice. The Northern Frontier King. Yet, the Northern Frontier King, who was clearly younger than himself, why was he so terrifying? Was there no logic to this? He was horrified and screamed with all his might. Wang Hutian, how dare you kill me? My father is the marshal of the nation, Gui Ji. The howling wind carried whispers, a voice woven from the wind itself, the final death proclamation of the Dark Knight. And my mother is the Empress of Great Qing. The wind stops. Colored dust slowly descended, shrouding this jungle in haze. Sword coming. With a casual beckon from Wang Huitian, Yu Yao's figure transforms into a streak of light, darting straight toward the square. A palace atop a mountain, where Qin Baiwo was exploring with her 4 maidservants. Their gains were substantial. Not only did they acquire powerful combat techniques, but they also discovered some precious elixirs. At that moment, the sword light transformed by Yu Yao flew right over the heads of the 5. Qin Baiwo shielded her brows with one hand and looked up at the sky. Oh, my celestial maiden, this seems to be well. How is she flying without even reaching foundation establishment? Sensing something amiss, she hurriedly led her people to chase after them. After all, this was a junior sister from the Myriad Paths Mountain, and she had gotten along quite well with Yu Yao on the flying boat earlier. Naturally, she wanted to see what was going on. On the square, Wang Huitian gazed at the sword light flying in from afar, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Truly worthy of being called the world's foremost divine sword. Even at the Qi refining stage, it already possessed such sharpness. If one day it were to reach the divine transformation stage and enter the Tao, wouldn't it be capable of splitting the heavens with a single strike? Clang! The sword light plummeted before Wang Huitian, its wielder's feet piercing straight into the square stone floor. Yu Yao was still utterly bewildered. What had just happened? How did I manage to counter-kill the knight, and why did I suddenly fly back to my senior brother's side? Se, Nair brother? Wang Huitian rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, carefully wiping Yu Yao's soot-covered little face, his eyes filled with heartache. What on earth has happened to tarnish the divine sword so? Little Yao, what's wrong with you? It breaks your senior brother's heart to see you like this. Feeling her senior brother's concern, Yu Yao's eyes welled up with tears again. After all, she was just a 13-year-old child, and her pent-up grievances burst forth, making her words come out between sobs. Senior brother, I was hiding in the tree hollow to recover from my injuries when I encountered a mountain fire. That mountain fire chased me all the way. The smoke was so thick I couldn't even open my eyes. After escaping, I ran into your enemy Anya. He tried to capture me to threaten you. A mountain fire. Wang Huitian's wiping movements paused slightly. Whoever set the mountain on fire deserves to die. And that dark night, daring to bully our junior sister, I will surely cut him down. After wiping Yu Yao's face clean, Wang Huitian gazed at the distant mountain range, where a massive palace had appeared. The fiercest battle had already begun, with countless prodigies vying relentlessly to reach the celestial palace. Who wouldn't covet the creation of a saint? Senior brother, aren't we going to join the fight? Yu Yao was eager to give it a try. As long as her senior brother was by her side, she wasn't afraid of anything. Wang Huitian shook his head. This sage's secret realm was, after all, a trap he had set himself. There was truly nothing worth fighting for. Yu Yao, it's time to go. The real challenge awaits us outside. Thinking of the hostility from Da Qin, he furrowed his brows deeply. There were unknown numbers of experts among them. Letting Wang Jinxian ascend the throne was a mistake from the start, bringing him too much trouble. Qin Baiwa hurried to the square with her 4 sword attendants and felt relieved to see Well unharmed. Junior brother Wang, are you leaving? Wang Huitian glanced at Qin Baiwa. Oh! He had almost forgotten this fellow disciple. It must be remembered that once he left, this place would be completely sealed off. Those so-called prodigies would be trapped inside forever, only to be released when he marched his troops northward, becoming the vanguard for his exit from the Xinyue Pass. Senior sister, shall we go together? Qin Baiwa glanced at the distant sage's palace with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Wang Huitian naturally understood what she was thinking. Senior sister, if you want the sage's legacy, you might have to wait a long time before leaving this place. What do you mean? It means I'm taking away the exit gate from here. Qin Baiwa was stunned. Then her expression changed dramatically. This was cutting off the retreat for everyone inside the secret realm. How dare he? To offend so many sects at once. Wang Huitian raised his finger and drew a vertical line in the air, creating a glowing door. He took Yu Yao's hand and walked through it. Seeing the glowing door slowly disappearing, Qin Baiwa hurriedly rushed forward. Wait for me. The light gate connected to the entry point, but she regretted stepping through it the moment she emerged. The sky and ground were swarming with cultivators. They held long swords, their murderous intent chilling as they surrounded the area completely. Wang Huitian, you used the sage's secret realm as bait, treated the world's prodigies as insects, and controlled the nurturing of good through the sage's legacy. Do you plead guilty? A gaunt man stood before the crowd of cultivators, immediately questioning Wang Huitian as soon as he stepped out of the secret realm. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the man. The other was extremely thin, but appeared to be around the same age as himself. His face seemed somewhat familiar, yet Wang Huitian couldn't quite recall. Sir, have we met before? The man noticed the puzzled expression on Wang Huitian's face, and his own demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. Ha ha ha! You don't recognize me? How dare you not recognize me? 8 years ago, yes, exactly 8 years ago, when you followed your father on the expedition to the northern plains, do you remember? It was me. It was I who personally killed your father. Tell me, where have you hidden my fortune? His last words were almost a roar, shaking the heavens, filled with extreme fury and venom. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized the man, but the transformation was too drastic. Once a graceful, scholarly figure in white robes, now so hideous he resembled a desiccated corpse. It was indeed difficult to compare the two. "Oh, so it's you." Listening to Wang Huitian's calm tone, the man was so angry it made his liver ache. He felt as if his fists had struck cotton. "Shouldn't you hate me? Why are you so calm?" Wang Huitian let out a mocking laugh. "My lineage, the northern suppressing king's bloodline, has fought countless battles throughout history, with many elders dying on the battlefield. The enemies outnumber the hairs on my head. What, do you expect me to remember each and every one? Who do you think you are?" The man was left speechless, his arms trembling violently beneath the black robe. At that moment, a burly man beside him stepped forward. He had long grown tired of listening to the two argue over an 8-year-old grudge and roared in anger. "Jinbei King, you schemed to harm the human race's prodigies. Your crime deserves death." Wang Huitian glanced at the speaker Li Qingtian, the right chancellor of Great Qing, a star-plucking cultivator skilled with the spear. This guy had once been a military general on the battlefield, but due to his lack of strategic acumen, he lost the army under his command and switched to civil service. 1 year, he was sent to handle a famine and starving refugees. To prevent the refugees from spreading to other regions, he slaughtered an entire province's population. Known as the Martial Prime. A quick glance around revealed that apart from Li Qingtian, there were 3 other star pluckers and 7 or 8 divine transformations present. Essentially, all the influential figures of Great Qing, aside from the 4 guardian marshals, had gathered. How many prodigies have those present here killed over the years? Spouting such high-sounding words, isn't it all just to secure Wang Jinshuang's throne? Wretched beast, we didn't come here today to reason with you. Zhangzhou Governor Su Shiji pointed 2 fingers at Wang Huitian and spoke coldly. He didn't understand why these people were blabbering nonsense about dealing with a mere qi-refining cultivator. Just suppress him barehanded and be done with it. Wang Hui narrowed his eyes at Su Shiji, a blood-red longsword materializing in his hand. "Then what the hell are you all still wasting words for?" His figure dispersed into countless clones, all simultaneously lunging at the crowd, while overwhelming sword light blazed like a scorching sun. Clang! Yuel drew her bamboo sword and charged towards a transcendent realm cultivator standing on the ground, but before she could get close, the opponent had already taken to the skies on their sword, joining the chaotic battle in the air. Holding her long sword, she paused for a moment before setting her sights on a nascent soul cultivator. "Kill!" With a loud shout, she swiftly turned around. A blue glow flickered on her bamboo sword, and a faint breeze beneath her feet added a burst of speed. Yet, just as she had dashed halfway, Kinbeiwa grabbed her by the collar from behind. "Silly girl, what are you waiting for if not to run?" Kinbeiwa's face had turned deathly pale by now. With so many powerful figures striking simultaneously, the surging spiritual energy could annihilate everything in its path. The slightest misstep would drag them into the aftermath, reducing them to ashes. She truly couldn't fathom what had given Yuel the courage to charge forward with nothing but a bamboo sword. "Senior sister, don't be afraid. With my senior brother here, how could I possibly suffer any loss?" No sooner had she spoken than a gust of wind swept over the mountain peak. The two were blown hundreds of meters away, their blue and white robes torn into countless shreds, their hair disheveled, and their faces scraped raw from the ground. "Damn it, this is your senior brother's sword energy." Qing Baiwa clenched her teeth tightly. The enemy hadn't laid a hand on us, yet it was our own people who left her covered in wounds. She knew that bastard man was unreliable. The sword attendant who had been right behind her was now blown away to who knows where. This trip was a total loss. Yu Yao stumbled out of a muddy pit. She had just bumped into a rock, and now her head was spinning. Shaking it vigorously, she looked around for the bamboo sword she had dropped somewhere, muttering to herself all the while. "Oh, everyone's here. What a bunch of trash, utterly clueless about their own doom." After searching for what felt like half the day, she finally pulled out a broken green bamboo sword from a crevice in the rocks. The moment she gripped the sword, her confidence surged again. Scanning her surroundings, she saw only Kinbeiwa rushing toward her in panic. All the enemies had already mounted their swords and joined the battle. Not a single person present was incapable of sword flight. She glared fiercely at the sky, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, then raised her sword and hurled it upward with all her might. Wang Huitian's white hair danced in the air, while crimson sword energy formed two massive wings on his back. Facing a crowd of powerful foes without the slightest fear, his voice carried a chilling edge of murderous intent. A bunch of trash who don't know the meaning of death. On the day I lay my foundation, I'll turn the great Qing imperial capital into a river of blood. His wings flapped as his figure streaked away like a beam of light, heading straight for the direction of the 100,000 mountains. Countless cultivators followed closely behind, unleashing a dazzling array of techniques. Rivers and mountains on the ground were blasted apart and collapsed. Wang Huitian flew while wielding his sword, specifically targeting those who dared to stand out. In her original position, Yu Yao's thrown green bamboo sword flew several dozen meters before falling to the ground. She activated her movement technique, pulled out the green bamboo sword, and chased forward. She had only run for a few minutes before stopping again. Her senior brother and those cultivators were simply too fast. She could no longer see them. Damn it, I actually lost them. Qing Baiwa, who had caught up from behind, rolled her eyes upon hearing this. This little girl was usually so well behaved. How could she have such a strong thirst for blood despite her low cultivation? Xiao Yo, your senior brother will definitely be fine. Let's return to the sect first. Hearing this, Yu Yao couldn't help but recall the miserable state Jianfeng was in now, and her heart trembled. She couldn't go back. This blame was too heavy to bear. Although it was indeed her who cut down Jianfeng's bamboo, and although it was indeed her who caused Tian Peak to collapse, how could a mere qi refining cultivator like her shoulder such immense karma? Boom! Wang Huitian was struck on the back by a hammer, the tremendous force slamming his body into a mountainside. The excessive use of sword energy had caused his face to partially collapse, with half of it revealing exposed bone. The 4-star pluckers were incredibly tenacious, and that drained son of fortune was no easy opponent either. These people were determined to wear him down to death. Surround him. This man's flesh and blood are gone. His entire body is formed from condensed sword energy. To kill him, we must either exhaust his sword energy or destroy his soul. Wang Huitian stood up, his left hand disintegrating like dust into swirling sword energy around him. These people had already seen through his true state. They intended to slowly consume him bit by bit. Li Qingtian remained airborne on his sword, maintaining distance from the main battlefield to prevent Wang Huitian from escaping with his soul enveloped in sword energy. The others arranged themselves in formation, with Zai Xin blocking the front while the rest continuously attacked from a distance. Hee, guess why I still dared to come down the mountain even though I knew I'd be ambushed. Wang Huitian's eyes were calm, and through the shattered skull, a swirling white mist could be seen in his brain. This was the divine soul of a cultivator, which carried memories, emotions, and will the very core of a person. Once damaged, it signified death. For cultivators above the nascent soul stage, their divine souls were protected within their nascent souls. But Wang Huitian was merely at the qi refining stage. No matter how formidable his killing prowess, his weaknesses were glaringly obvious. Prince of Shenbei, spare your words. Today, your death is certain. No one can save you. Su Shiji gripped a massive hammer, surrounded by an enormous shield. Wang Huitian's sword energy was relentless, yet it struggled to penetrate this colossal barrier. The thing was like a pokeball, utterly seamless. You've prepared quite thoroughly. Wang Huitian's gaze fell upon the thin, dark son of fortune, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Back then, I stole the fortune of the heavens, leaving you drained of luck. These years haven't been easy for you, have they? Wondering where all that fortune went? Come closer, and I'll whisper it to you. Oh, by the way, what was your name again? Li Changxing, right? What a great name. As Wang Huitian finished speaking, all the surrounding attacks immediately ceased. Not only did Li Changxing want to reclaim the fortune, but the cultivators present were also curious about how the heavenly fortune was stolen and where it was hidden. If one could obtain that thing, wouldn't they instantly soar to greatness? By then, what kind of opportunity couldn't they seize? Oh, you all want it too. A look of realization appeared on Wang Huitian's face. There's only one reward. What a dilemma. His face was contorted with madness, patches of his skin peeling off to reveal a crimson red beneath. A madman. This guy is a complete madman. Wang Huitian paid no heed to the crowd's judgment. What did it matter if he was a madman or a fool? How else could one survive without being mad or foolish? Born into the ceaselessly warring northern frontier prince's manor, yet lacking any spiritual roots, had his father and elder brother still been alive, they might have offered some protection. But both had fallen in battle. To survive, he had no choice but to do this. Grow stronger at any cost, even if it meant losing everything. Kill! White hair transformed into crimson will sword energy, shooting out and drifting through the air, weaving a vast net spanning 1,000 meters. The nascent soul cultivators trapped within found themselves unable to move an inch, while some were sliced into fragments and scattered, their nascent souls obliterated into nothingness by the sword energy. Crimson flash resonated with the hum of swords, peeling away layer by layer. The fleeing divine transformation cultivator barely had a moment to lose focus before a strike pierced through his brow. Wretched beast, still daring to act fiercely. Behind Li Qingtian, a demonic ape manifestation rose towering into the sky, its massive palm pressing down with overwhelming force, snapping and dissipating the countless sword energies. The few divine transformation cultivators who barely managed to escape the sword domain looked on in horror, their faces flashing with relief. This battle is no longer something we can take part in. Their faces were filled with fear. These individuals were all pillars of the great Qing, yet now they had been pushed to such a state by a mere child. After exchanging glances, they retreated another several thousand meters. The demonic ape's massive palm struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, while countless sword energies once again spread outward, enveloping the area within a radius of several miles. Under such a dense barrage of sword energies, even the 4-star pluckers dared not release their divine senses to probe the situation within the dust cloud. After all, among these sword energies was one specifically designed to target divine senses. A single misstep could spell their doom. Let me handle this. One of the star pluckers swung his sleeve, and billowing dust surged toward it, being drawn into the fabric. Ha ha! What a masterful cosmos in the sleeve technique! Faced with the crowd's praise, a smile appeared on the man's face. This was his signature move, on par with the Buddhist Buddha realm in the palm. Let's see where he can escape to this time. Just as everyone thought Wang Huitian had nowhere to escape, the man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his armpit. A long sword pierced through from his shoulder. The sword was extremely sharp, with several black vortexes on its blade frantically draining the spiritual energy from his body. Startled, he tried to retreat, but it was already too late. With an upward flick of the sword, his head was sent flying high into the air. Li Changsheng stood atop a distant hill, watching the scene unfold without the slightest hint of surprise. He had retreated the moment the sword domain was unleashed. Did you really think Wang Huitian would be so easy to kill? If that were the case, he would have died long ago on Tianlan Mountain. With a sigh, he continued to focus intently on the battle in the arena. As the dust settled, Wang Huitian's figure was nowhere to be seen, as if he had transformed into the overwhelming sword energy that filled the air. Was his soul annihilated? He frowned. The long sword, after slaying a star plucker, fell and embedded itself diagonally into the ground, seemingly out of control. Li Qingtian and the others stared in horror at the rolling head on the ground. The overwhelming attacks poured down once again, causing the long sword to tremble violently, yet it showed no unusual movement. It can be confirmed that there is no soul fluctuation on this sword. Su Shiji cautiously approached the wuxiang sword and reached out to pull it from the ground. It's a fine sword, but its spirit has been destroyed, leaving only half its former sharpness. With that, he tossed the wuxiang sword back. Though it lacked a sword spirit, it was still a divine weapon. However, since it had been wielded by Wang Huitian, he dared not keep it on his person. No one knew whether this sword prodigy had left any hidden traps on the blade. Li Qingtian and another Zai Xin circled the sword domain, but still failed to locate Wang Huitian's soul. Eventually, they too arrived beside the wuxiang sword. This sword is quite good. Pei Ming, Since you specialize in sword techniques, it suits you well. Upon hearing Li Qingtian's words, Pei Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the formless sword. The blade was inlaid with a dull yellow pearl, while the other 6 sockets emitted an eerie black glow. This was the very thing that had just slain a star plucker. He dared not take it. Li Qingtian's words were clearly meant to trap him. This fiend was slain by our combined efforts. I, Pei, dare not claim it for myself alone. The 3 of them exchanged glances, none daring to touch this formless sword. Even though they all believed Wang Huitian was already dead, they still felt an overwhelming dread toward the sword he had left behind. After all, no one had ever reached such heights in sword cultivation before, and no one knew how many more tricks he might have had up his sleeve. Seeing Pei Ming's apprehension, Li Qingtian kicked the broken clay pot on the ground and laughed on his sword. Forget it, let this sword stay here to accompany him in death. After the 3 star pluckers departed, the group of divine transformation cultivators cautiously approached. Though their eyes gleamed with greed at the sight of the long sword, none dared to step forward and claim it. After searching the area in vain, they eventually left in disappointment. As the sky darkened, Li Changsheng slowly walked into the sword domain. Ignoring the long sword, he went straight to the broken clay pot. Bending down, he picked it up and probed inside with his divine sense only to find hundreds of various flying vessels and 8 massive stone pillars stored within. That bastard really knows how to stir up trouble. If I take these flying boats, I'll probably be hunted down by all the major factions in the future. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the stone pillar and casually threw the clay pot on the ground. These flying boats are nothing but hot potatoes, unlike other magical artifacts that can be hidden away. Unless I plan to stay out of the Great Qing territory for good, they'll be discovered sooner or later. Several days after everyone had left, a sparrow flew over. He deftly dodged all the stray sword energies and finally landed on the head of that star plucker. Chirp, chirp! The star plucker's forehead split open, and a wisp of divine soul drifted out. The surrounding stray sword energies swiftly converged toward the divine soul. After a while, the sword energies condensed into a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The sword aura was damaged, and the shrinking of his body was inevitable. Wang Huitian reached out, and the formless sword automatically merged into his body. He picked up the clay pot from the ground and hung it at his waist. Sensing the state of his cultivation, his expression changed drastically. From the 3rd level of qi refining, it has now dropped to the 1st level. Damn it, why did this happen? An ordinary cultivator wouldn't experience a drop in cultivation level even after exhausting their spiritual energy in a major battle, yet he lost most of his cultivation in just one fight. This realm turned out to be a one-time boost. No! There must be another way. After pondering for a long time, he changed his approach. There was no need to go to the 100,000 mountains anymore. What use were more spirit stones and materials if they were worthless to him? He crossed numerous mountains and rivers and arrived at a small mountain village with a few dozen households. Most of the houses in the village were made of mud bricks, and many of the mud walls were smeared with cow dung and palm leaves to protect against the wind. The entire village had only one well, located under an old locust tree at the entrance. A woman who looked to be in her 30s was walking toward the village entrance carrying a wooden bucket. Her face bore traces of hardship, yet it couldn't conceal her delicate beauty, revealing that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Widow Zhang, fetching water again. Other villagers greeted her, their eyes burning with desire. Hao Shou just came back from the mountains. I'll fetch some water to give him a hot bath. The woman's face lit up with a smile, a touch of pride showing when she mentioned her son Hao Shou. She walked along the village's stone-paved road to the entrance, but the moment her eyes fell on the well at the village's edge, her smile vanished in an instant. Under the old locust tree beside the well, a boy of about 7 or 8 was squatting by the edge, staring intently and somewhat blankly at the water in the well. The woman froze for just a second before lifting her bucket and turning to leave. But as soon as she took a step, a childish voice called out from behind her. Sister-in-law, long time no see. The young boy was naturally Wang Huitian, and the woman was his sister-in-law, Zhang Yanru. You seem to be afraid of me. Wang Huitian's voice was icy as his figure instantly appeared beside Zhang Yanru, who shivered and averted her gaze. How many people in this world are not afraid of Wang Huitian? Every member of the Wang family is a battle maniac. Back then, after her husband died in battle, she hid here to protect her son, never expecting to be found after all this time. Huitian, I don't want Hoshou to die on the battlefield like his father. Wang Huitian snorted coldly. He naturally understood Zhang Yanru's thoughts. It could only be called the foolish kindness of a woman. Sister-in-law, what my Yi family has done is meritorious for the present age and beneficial for generations to come. You haven't been beyond the Star Moon Pass, so you don't know that demonic cultivators feed on human blood and malevolent energy. Nor were you born in the 100,000 mountains, unaware of the savagery of demonic beasts. Take me to see Hoshou. Zhang Yanru didn't dare to speak, only carrying the bucket as she walked ahead, while Wang Huitian leisurely followed, continuously surveying the village surroundings. Oh, Widow Zhang, did you pick up a child while fetching water? Ha, is this your secret love child with old Wang from the village? Why don't you have one for me too? Some young villagers began to tease, their gazes at Zhang Yanru brimming with audacity. It seemed the mother and child, living alone in the village, had endured no small amount of bullying. Wang Huitian's eyes turned icy cold. A red sword aura flickered in his hand as he prepared to strike, but Zhang Yanru quickly threw aside the bucket and scooped him up into her arms. Huitian, that's just how the village is. Everyone's just joking around, don't take it seriously. If you kill them, how will Hoshou and I survive here afterward? Wang Huitian's finger sword energy coiled around Zhang Yanru's neck. Better not be real. Zhang Yanru pushed open the courtyard gate. Inside was rather simple, a dirt-enclosed yard planted with some cabbage, while clothes were drying nearby. A youth of about 17 or 18 was arranging clothes under the drying rack. Hearing the sound of the gate opening, he turned his head. Mom, you're back so soon. Whose child is this? So adorable. Yi Hoshou walked over and took Wang Huitian from Zhang Yanru's hands. He pinched Wang Huitian's cheek, only to feel a slight pain in his fingers. This kid was surprisingly tough. Kid, what's your name? Wang Huitian looked at the young man's face, which bore some resemblance to his elder brother's. However, the young man's aura was completely empty, clearly indicating he had never cultivated. It seemed Zhang Yanru wanted this child to live an ordinary life. Considering his own current physical condition devoid of any bloodline, even if he found a dual companion in the future, he likely wouldn't be able to have children. His gaze toward the boy softened involuntarily. After all, this was the last remaining heir of the Northern Frontier Prince's estate. You don't remember me? Wang Huitian spoke softly. In truth, there was much of an age gap between them. Back then, they had practically grown up together in the estate. However, Wang Huitian had been mature for his age and naturally disdained playing with these little brats. Little one, have we met before? Beside them, Zhang Yanru saw her son treating Wang Huitian like an ordinary child and quickly snatched the latter back, placing him on the ground. After all, the lineage of the Prince of Northern Garrison was known for their fiery tempers. It had been years since she last saw Wang Huitian, and she had no idea what kind of temperament this little ancestor had developed now. For dinner, Zhang Yanru stewed some rabbit meat, which Yi Hoshou had hunted in the mountains. However, Wang Huitian merely glanced at it before heading inside. He didn't need food, his body lacked the digestive function for it. After standing in deep thought for a long while, he walked to the window and beckoned. A small sparrow flew over and perched on the windowsill. Chirp, chirp. Take it out. The previous path won't work. The little sparrow froze for a moment, then spread its wings and lowered its head to rummage through the feathers on its chest. Soon, 5 books fell out from its breast feathers. Wang Huitian picked up the books and laid them on the ground. The first one was titled The Way of Killing, the Origin of All His Sword Techniques. Sword energy was also derived from this foundation, primarily focusing on form and intent. But now this path has reached its end, not because there are no mightier sword realms beyond, but because his soul is constrained. Everything he has achieved now marks the limit of what a mortal can deduce. The second book is the Heavenly Scripture, which serves as the foundation for nearly all cultivation techniques across the continent today. Sensing his cultivation level, which had dropped to the first layer of qi refining, Wang Huitian's face twisted with fury. His previous third layer of qi refining had been an illusion, merely a falsehood brought about by spiritual energy. Once the energy was depleted, his realm would inevitably decline. Worthless technique. He kicked the book of heaven away, barely managing to contain the sword energy surging within him. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the final 3 cultivation manuals. They were respectively titled Demonic Delusion, Path of Return, and Buddha's Heart. The 3 manuals corresponded to demonic cultivation, ghost cultivation, and Buddhist cultivation. Disdainfully stuffing Buddha's heart back into the little sparrow's embrace, his gaze wandered over the other 2 cultivation manuals. To cultivate demonic arts or ghostly arts, that is the question. After a long glance toward the northern plains, it seemed he no longer had a choice. Go tell him, this time I might not make it. The debt he owes me, he doesn't need to repay it. Chirp, chirp. The little sparrow spread its wings and flew up, turning into a black dot in the sky until it disappeared from sight. The method of ghost cultivation undoubtedly requires first dying to be reborn. A cultivator's soul contains vitality, while a ghostly form harbors spectral energy. Yet, when the soul is obliterated and vitality fades, it does not necessarily give rise to spectral energy. It may also dissipate into the vastness of the world, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, most ghosts are muddle-headed, struggling to find their true selves, and are easily worn down by time, their true spirits dissipating. Wang Huitian gazed at the path of return with flickering eyes. The road ahead was severed, and a new path was hard to find. He truly envied those cultivators with spiritual roots. Even the most useless mixed spiritual roots would suffice. Among them, the one he envied the most was Luo Wuji. That guy was practically enviable to the point of madness, effortlessly mastering any spell, excelling in wind, fire, thunder, and lightning alike. Leaning against the window, he sat on the ground with his head buried in his hands, clutching the path of return like a wretched stray dog fighting for survival. Perhaps the starving ghost's lair can find a way out in desperate straits. The night passed without incident, and Wang Huitian sat like this until dawn. Perhaps Zhang Yanru had given Yi Hozhou some instructions, as neither of them came in to disturb him. Bathed in the first rays of morning light, he stepped out of the room to find Yi Hozhou standing awkwardly in the courtyard. Seeing the youthful face before him, with its faintly resolute expression between the brows, Wang Huitian smiled a smile of utter relief. What is there to fear when our northern frontier prince's manor still has heirs? Ha ha ha, this is truly unnecessary worry. Laughing heartily, he walked out, leaving the book Heavenly Scriptures in the room. Whether Yi Hozhou could embark on the path of cultivation was entirely up to his own choice. After walking a long distance, Yi Hozhou rushed out of the courtyard and shouted towards that somewhat lonely and slender figure. Uncle! Wang Huitian turned his head, his smile growing even more wanton. Ha ha ha! Uncle, where are you going? What foolish talk is this, you silly boy? As the Prince of Shenbei, of course I'm returning to my fiefdom. Will you come back then? Wang Huitian's smile faded, and his tone grew solemn. I won't be returning. Remember this: the tradition of the Prince of Shenbei lineage is that all lands not yet incorporated into Great Qing's territory belong to the Prince of Shenbei's domain. If you wish to find me, seek me in the Prince of Shenbei's fiefdom. After speaking, he turned and left without looking back. Zhang Yanru walked out of the courtyard and gazed at the receding figure, which gradually overlapped with the silhouette of her husband's departure years ago. Back then, Yi Angxin was followed by a million mighty soldiers, but now, Wang Huitian was all alone. In the Qianquan Hall of the Great Qing Imperial City, Wang Jingxian sat majestically on the dragon throne, clad in resplendent imperial robes. Boundless dragon aura swirled around her, exuding an air of solemn authority. Your Majesty, Prince Shenbei was assassinated at the border between Zhangzhou and Huanxiu. Your Majesty is hereby requested to appoint a new crown prince. Wang Jingxian frowned slightly. She couldn't care less about who the crown prince was. The entire lower realm was far too insignificant. It was merely a stepping stone for her return to the Immortal Realm. She also didn't care about Wang Huitian's fate. At the peak of her power, she could create millions of lives with a mere wave of her hand. Why would she bother with this so-called son of hers? Since the prince of Shenbei is dead, let us appoint a new crown prince. You ministers may discuss and decide among yourselves, then report to me. The officials in the hall exchanged glances. This emperor truly couldn't be bothered with anything. Wang Jinxian returned to her palace, her ever-changing color longsword pinning a golden dragon shadow to the ground as she slowly approached, her eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, it wouldn't be long before she could ascend with the aid of dragon qi. For lower realm cultivators, normal cultivation required achieving the great emperor realm to break through the barrier to the immortal world. However, as the ruler of a dynasty, she didn't need to. Dragon qi, a form of heavenly destiny's fortune, could easily bridge the connection between this realm and the immortal world by carrying the fortune of this realm. Just as hope arose in her heart, the numerous gemstones swirling around the longsword suddenly stuttered. What's going on? Frowning deeply, she focused intently on inspecting the rotating gemstones. Moments later, her expression changed dramatically. Damn it! How could 7 be missing? These 7 gemstones are but a drop in the bucket compared to the many on the longsword, yet they are an indispensable key to the operation of the formation. After repeatedly confirming that 7 were missing, she swiftly headed toward the Eternal Life Forest. If anyone could have stolen the gemstones from her, it could only be one-yuan. At the border of Cangzhou, a flying vessel cut through the clouds. Fly a bit lower. That bastard Wang Huitian actually dared to take Yueyao down the mountain. Yueyao has only reached a few levels of qi refinement. If my precious disciple loses even a single hair, I'll skin him alive. This is absolutely infuriating. Mu Qinshi's face was livid, while Huaxiang stood by her side, trying to calm her down. Calm down, calm down. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might faint from shock when you return to Jianfeng. Ha! Mu Qinshi frowned and looked at Huaxiang. She had come directly to Cangzhou from Huifeng Sacred Land and hadn't returned to Jianfeng. Huaxiang's words seemed to suggest something had happened at Jianfeng. Xiang, are you hiding something from me? Huaxiang turned her head to the side, her lips trembling incessantly. It was clear she was struggling to hold back her laughter. Master Qing, what kind of talk is this? With our centuries-long friendship, what could I possibly hide from you? Beside them, Bai Xin's eyes also held a trace of suspicion. Huaxiang's tilted face happened to be facing her, and the other's distorted expression was clearly quite unusual. Senior aunt, are you really alright? It's really nothing. Hee, it's really nothing. Hee. As she spoke, Huaxiang's body trembled, laughing with the sound of a hand clucking. Master Muqing and her disciples' faces darkened, their emotions were no longer restrained. This person must know something. Both of them grabbed Huaxiang at the same time to interrogate her, and after some roughhousing, Huaxiang could only confess partially. Ha ha ha, stop tickling, stop. I'll talk. Uncle Master gave your second disciple a manual on artifact forging, but in order to make pottery jars, he instructed your precious Yueyao to dig up Tianfeng Peak until it collapsed. Ha ha, you should have seen its senior brother Qinshang was so furious his face turned green. And what's more, the two of them fled afterward. Senior brother personally led a team to Jianfeng to arrest them, only to find they'd already escaped. Huaxiang mimicked Lu Qinshang's furious expression as she spoke, even performing a bit of helpless rage, acting it out vividly. Mu Qinshi also listened with amusement, recalling Lu Qinshang's expression at the time. She leaned on Huaxiang, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Yes, just like that. Senior brother Qinshang's mouth was twitching exactly like that back then. Bai Xin frowned slightly as she watched the two laughing uproariously. She always felt that Huaxiang was still hiding something. She knew all too well the mischievous nature of this martial uncle, who would love nothing more than to see the world in chaos just for her own amusement. Atop a mountain peak in Cangzhou, Yueyao stood with her hands on her hips, staring straight at the sky. Qin Baiwa and her 4 sword maidens sat on a rock with dejected expressions. After losing track of Wang Huitian and the others, they had originally planned to return to Qin Mountain, only to find their flying boat missing in the end. That flying boat had been painstakingly crafted by Qin Baiwa at great expense, with even the railings sprayed with perfume. No one could truly understand the heartache she felt at that moment. She felt as though her soul had flown away the moment the flying boat was lost. Just then, Yu Yao said she had a solution, and so the group was led by her to this small mountaintop. Yu Yao, what are we doing here? Yu Yao's lips curled up, her face wearing a confident smile. Waiting for a destined one. Just as Qin Baiwa and the others were puzzled, a flying boat drifted down from the sky. The flying boat moved extremely slowly and flew very low, but its direction was neither back to Green Mountain nor toward the 100,000 mountains where Yu Yao intended to go. Instead, it was coming from the 100,000 mountains toward Cangzhou. However, this was important. She believed that after stopping the flying boat, the other party would be more than willing to change their destination. Halt the flying vessel above. This area is off limits. Yu Yao roared in fury, her face filled with killing intent as she held the green bamboo sword. She shot a glance at Qin Baiwa, who was standing dumbly beside her. Seeing Qin Baiwa remain utterly unresponsive, Yu Yao's expression darkened with frustration at his incompetence. Senior sister, what are you waiting for? Go up and take control of their main force first. Or you could use your flying sword to send me up there. Qin Baiwa was dumbfounded. So your solution is to rob them on the road. What exactly did your senior brother give you the confidence for? At the late Qi refining stage, you dare to block the road and rob? Senior sister, don't be afraid. Senior brother left me a sword strike, enough to let the winds of Cangzhou reach Green Mountain. Yu Yao's face was full of confidence, while Qin Baiwa wore a look of despair. She, a dignified celestial maiden, had actually ended up as a bandit. Seeing the flying boat halt in the sky, Qin Baiwa's expression turned grave. Naturally, she couldn't let Yu Yao take the risk. As the senior sister, she also had her responsibilities. Having already failed to stop her, there was no turning back now. Gritting her teeth, she soared on her sword toward the flying boat. The 4 sword attendants followed closely behind, their demeanor fierce and menacing. But as soon as their flying swords leveled with the boat, they froze in astonishment. Qin Baiwa turned her head with a grim expression to look at Yu Yao below. Junior sister, ah. This time, your senior sister can't save you. May the heavenly maiden bless you. On the flying boat, Mu Qin's face darkened as she stared at Qin Baiwa and the others. Naturally, she was aware of this disciple of the sword Immortal Realm. Huaxiang stood to the side, covering her mouth. Her face flushed crimson. Haha, Qin Shi, you've been waylaid. It seems your precious disciple is the one leading the charge. Look at how eager she is daring to hijack a flying vessel before even mastering sword flight. If she ever learns to soar, she'll probably try to rob the Immortal Realm itself. Ouch, my poor back. She couldn't hold it in any longer, laughing heartily while patting by Xian's shoulder, nearly causing the latter to stumble and fall. Qin Baiwa noticed something amiss with Mu Qinshi's expression and quickly stepped onto the flying boat to offer a deep bow. Disciple Baiwa pays respects to Uncle Master. May Uncle Master's fortune be as vast as the Eastern Sea, longevity as enduring as the Green Mountains, eternal beauty year after year, monthly surplus of spirit stones, and daily joy and laughter. Stop! A cold sweat dripped from Qin Baiwa onto the flying boat. She knew full well what this martial uncle was capable of, someone who would draw his sword to confront the sect leader head-on, a figure even her master Li Shuo treated with caution. Mu Qinshi flicked his sleeve, and Yu Yao from the mountaintop was swept aboard. Dizzy, she spun twice on the deck before stumbling and collapsing at Mu Qinshi's feet. Ouch, where's my sword? She got up to pick up the green bamboo sword but happened to see Mu Qinshi, which startled her. Her first thought was that her master must have come to settle accounts with her. Master, why are you here? Mu Qinshi looked at her beloved disciple before her. Yu Yao's hair was disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, and her clothes were full of holes, many areas covered in soot as if she had just crawled out of a coal mine. Back then, when Yu Kun had just sent Yu Yao up the mountain, her clothes were spotless, and she was plump and fair, just like a little princess. Oh dear, how am I supposed to explain this to your uncle? All the anger in her instantly dissipated as she looked at Wu Yao with deep concern, gently smoothing her hair. She knew nothing good would come from following that wretched disciple Wang Huitian. Just look at how she turned into a little beggar in just a few days. With fingers forming a seal, a gentle breeze arose, carrying away the dust on Yu Yao's clothes. By Xian stepped forward and carefully combed Yu Yao's hair. Mu Qinshi's divine sense swept the surroundings as she frowned and asked, "Where is your senior brother?" Yu Yao paid it no mind. "Oh, senior brother, you're out walking the dog." Qin Baiwa tugged at Yu Yao's sleeve and recounted the events that had taken place in Zhangzhou to Mu Qinshi. Both Mu Qinshi and her disciple, along with Hu Xiang, immediately darkened their expressions. 4 star pluckers and a group of nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators in pursuit. Such a lineup was extremely dangerous even for someone who had attained the Tao, let alone Wang Huitian, who was merely a mortal with sword skills. Mu Qinshi immediately turned the boat around and chased in the direction Wang Huitian had fled, though everyone present knew it was likely already too late. Several days had passed since the battle in Zhangzhou, and with Xinxin flying at full speed, no one knew how far they had gone. This time, Huitian may not escape calamity. Mu Qinshi's face darkened, and the mood among the group grew somber. Their divine senses continuously scanned the terrain below. Along the way, mountains and rivers lay shattered, and the ground was split with countless fissures, clear evidence of the ferocity of the battle that had taken place. Hu Xiang spoke up angrily. "If that kid is gone, we'll go kill those star pluckers to avenge him. I refuse to believe the great Qin would dare to wage war against our myriad Pass Mountain. That damn cold young master, strutting around the border all day. I've long been sick of his arrogance." Wang Huitian was naturally unaware of the concerns Mu Qinshi and the others harbored. By now, he had already arrived at the starving ghost cave. There seems to be no change here from before. He selected a high-quality coffin from the mountain path, inside of which lay a hideous, blackened corpse. "Old man, find another spot. I've taken a liking to this coffin." After replacing the corpse inside with a straw mat, he carried the coffin toward the forbidden area. The sky in the forbidden area was extremely gloomy, with layers upon layers of fallen leaves covering the ground. The air carried a putrid stench, and one could occasionally step on blackened bones. The faint wind whistled through the treetops, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. After walking for most of an hour, Wang Huitian came to a halt. Not far ahead, a gaunt old man lay on the ground, chewing something. Hearing the noise, he turned his head, his twisted face appearing quite ferocious as he stuffed handfuls of dirt into his mouth. "Hungry? I'm starving. Do you have any food?" As he asked, he grabbed rotting leaves and shoved them into his mouth. Wang Huitian frowned, his gaze lingering on the old man's bloated belly. This nascent soul cultivator must have eaten an unimaginable amount to swell his stomach to such a state. Ignoring the old man, Wang Huitian continued carrying the coffin deeper into the forest. But not far ahead, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted behind him, and countless dark, filthy objects scattered everywhere like a grotesque shower of petals. The belly of that nascent soul cultivator had burst open from consuming too much. His body split in two, yet the upper half still crawled desperately, grasping at the rotting leaves on the ground. Truly worthy of being called humanity's forbidden zone. As Wang Huitian gazed upon the shattered flesh and blood, he too began to feel a gnawing hunger. This hunger seemed to stem from his very soul's craving for sustenance. Even though his body had long since transformed into something inhuman, he could now distinctly feel the spasms of starvation twisting in his abdomen. Suppressing this feeling forcefully, he advanced deeper once more. The energy here was too weak. Dying here would only mean vanishing without a trace. After walking several more miles, faint spirits gradually appeared around him. These spirits, their eyes filled with greed and drool dripping from their mouths, followed closely behind him. "Hungry, so hungry. Little brother, can I eat you?" Wang Huitian clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot, as he kept his head down and continued walking forward. Upon hearing these reasonable demands from the spirits, he suddenly halted his steps and slowly raised his lowered head. "I am also very hungry." His voice dripped with greed, saliva stretching into silvery threads that drooped to the ground. The surrounding starving ghosts recoiled in fear, taking a few steps back. Wang Huitian's gaze at them was as if he were looking at food. Fellow Taoist, guard your mind and do not be driven by desire. A furious shout echoed in Wang Huitian's heart, temporarily suppressing his restless desires. At the far end of his vision stood an ancient, inverted giant bell. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he truly hadn't expected to encounter a living cultivator deep within this forbidden land. However, judging by the voice, the other party was already on the verge of exhaustion, barely clinging to life thanks to that giant bell. Carrying the coffin to the side of the giant bell, a smile appeared on Wang Huitian's face. Ha ha, my path is not lonely. May I ask how you are addressed, fellow Taoist? The cultivator inside the giant bell did not respond, as if the earlier warning to Wang Huitian had exhausted all his strength. Wang Huitian didn't mind and sat down nearby, speaking slowly. My name is Wang Huitian, the foremost in sword Dao in this world. Yet heaven envies and denies me a spiritual route, leaving all methods futile to enter the immortal gate. Now I forsake divinity and abandon immortality to cultivate the soul, entering the ghost path. After a long while, a voice finally came from the giant bell. I am Zhao Jinshao, a celestial master of the Taoist sect, skilled in capturing ghosts, exorcising demons, and vanquishing evil. Fellow cultivator, have you thought this through? Wang Huitian glanced at the large bell. Good heavens, a celestial master of the Taoist sect. These were the natural enemies of ghostly paths. This sect remained hidden in the martial world, without a dedicated sacred cultivation site, instead scattered across the world. Their true strength was unfathomable. As the saying goes, destroying Qing Mountain is easy, but eradicating the Taoist sect is hard. No one knew how many disciples the Taoist sect had. They acted independently without interfering with each other, forming an incredibly powerful and enduring force. In response to the Heavenly Master's slightly threatening question, Wang Huitian could only prove it to him with action. Think carefully. He stood up, took out a shovel, and began digging into the earth. Beneath the decaying leaves lay black soil, streaked with faint crimson, as if stained with blood. Excellent. This is the place he was looking for. What a pity. It seems you can't come out, otherwise someone would be feeling dirt for me. Do you know how much determination it took for me to reach this point? I've truly let down my beloved Will Maiden. I wonder how she's doing now. Let me tell you, that Will Maiden was truly beautiful, and she definitely liked me. But alas, as a mere mortal, how could I dare to mislead such a beauty? Wang Huitian muttered to himself as he dug, taking a full half-hour to finish a hole neither too big nor too small. His limbs, cursed by the forbidden land, were slowly withering away. It was worth noting that this was a body constructed from sword energy. If it were made of real flesh and blood, it likely would have lasted even a moment here. Really hungry, this damned place. This soul deep hunger was terrifying, enough to drive even the most resolute individuals mad. Wang Huitian licked his cracked lips, placed the coffin into the hole, and then lay down inside it himself. Well then, Master Celestial, see you tomorrow. Sword energy surged as the excavated soil tumbled before the giant bell, forming a grave mound. Inside the giant bell, the Celestial Master sat cross-legged. A yellow talisman was pasted between his eyebrows, extending all the way to his neck. Below his head, his torso was now merely skin and bones, presenting a horrifying and pitiful sight. I fear I cannot escape this damned hungry ghost's lair. His gaze was complex, able to see the neighboring grave mound through the bronze bell. Phew! This Taoist has never seen someone so eager to seek death before. After witnessing Wang Huitian burying himself in the ground, the malevolent spirits that had gathered nearby gradually dispersed. Driven solely by their instinct to feed, they wandered aimlessly through this forbidden land, lost in a perpetual haze. The place fell into complete silence, broken only by the sound of the wind and the occasional eerie chewing noises, sending chills down one's spine. During this time, a gray sparrow hovered outside the forbidden area for several days but ultimately dared not enter and had to fly away. All people and events continue along their original trajectories, as the continent never lacks for unfolding stories such as Wang Jinshan barging into the eternal forest to demand gemstones, only to be thrown out. For instance, the fourth prince of Great Qing led troops to break through the Star Moon Pass, slaughtering 1,000,000 beings of the northern plains before suffering heavy losses and being forced to withdraw. Or the time a cultivator in Liangzhou witnessed a strange mountain wind wherever it passed, clouds scattered and trees bent, all stirred by nothing more than a single bamboo leaf. Then there was the jar on Sword Peak that sprouted sharp bamboo shoots, covering the mountains like swords thrusting toward the heavens, while a little girl often waited for her senior brother atop a boulder at the mountain's entrance. The path of cultivation is long, and time passes slowly. Celestial Maiden beat this despicable man to death. Ugh, and he calls himself the senior brother of the main peak. What kind of skill is it to bully a woman? On the Tianshu Square, Qin Baiwa, dressed in a magnificent white gown and wearing a crystal veil, was engaged in a duel with Luo Wuji. Both had long shed their youthful naivety, now exuding an air of authority. Junior sister, if you can't beat me, there's no need to have your followers personally attack me, is there? Luo Wuji wore a helpless expression. In this peak master selection, no one from the 10,000 Paths Mountain was his match, but when it came to Qin Baiwa, this charlatan, he truly had no solution. The other side had no martial ethics. Unable to compete in strength, they incited the so-called Celestial Maiden sect to cyberbully him. He never expected to encounter such an absurd situation even after transmigrating. Senior brother Wuji, it's not my fault either. Women are inherently disadvantaged from birth, can't you, as a man, just give us a break? That actually makes a lot of sense. But what do you mean but? You're a grown man with zero chivalry. I heard you even split expenses evenly when going on missions with your junior sisters. How utterly disappointing. Luo Wuji was speechless. Despite his formidable skills and mastery of countless techniques, none of them were of any use in this situation. Around the square, spectators from various sects were stifling their laughter. Luo Wuji, who usually stole the limelight in Qinsheng and was hailed as the top talent among the younger generation, never expected to be humiliated like this. Hong Lu sat in the spectator stands, her gaze icy. The surrounding cultivators dared not get too close to her, with only her younger brother Hong Luo by her side. From a distance, one could already catch the strong scent of blood emanating from her, as if her crimson robes had been dyed in blood. Let's go, take a stroll to Sword Peak. Seeing Hong Lu leave, Hong Luo hurriedly stood up and followed her. The sword's edge remains emerald green, the bamboo sways gently, only the person sitting on the large rock at the mountain pass has changed. Sister Red Willow, you're here. Seeing the newcomer, Yuel happily stood up. Her figure was delicate, with radiant sword aura flowing on her green robe, and a clay pot hung at her waist. She had grown into a graceful young woman. Has he still not returned? Yuel naturally knew who Hong Lu was referring to. Not yet, but I can sense the sword's chi filled with joy and trembling. Delighted, she summoned a wisp of gentle breeze from the clay pot, which swirled playfully around Yuel's fingers. Just as Yuel was about to withdraw the breeze back into the clay pot, the wisp suddenly dissipated. From the depths of the hungry ghost's lair, an abrupt toll of a bell rang out, accompanied by the wails and roars of countless malevolent spirits. This was followed by the helpless sigh of a Taoist heavenly master. Fellow Taoist, I told you this bell is beyond your ability to chew. If you're truly starving, you might as well try gnawing on your own coffin planks. Outside the colossal bell, dark mist churned as a ferocious ghost with blood-red fangs tore at the massive bronze bell. His expression was frenzied, and on his forehead were 9 pitch-black sword-shaped marks arranged in a circle, appearing utterly sinister. The malevolent spirit paid no heed to Master Zhong Neitian's advice, stubbornly continuing its relentless assault on the bronze bell. Damn it, ever since this bastard showed up, I haven't had a moment's peace. The master cursed under his breath, thoroughly vexed. Trapped inside with no way out, his very life depended on this bell. Yet this damned nuisance came every day without fail to strike it, disrupting his focus in resisting the curse of the starving ghost cavern. 5, 4. The celestial master counted down 5 numbers, and sure enough, there was no more sound from outside. He had already grown accustomed to this creature's routine ringing the bell every morning without fail, more punctual than the sun, and then going off to search for food. The malevolent ghost abandoned the giant bell and returned to the burial mound, lifting the coffin lid. Inside was rather empty, with only a broken clay pot and 3 gemstones lying lonely in the corner. He then picked up one and popped it into his mouth, crunching and swallowing the hard gemstone as if it were a candy bean. After sealing the coffin lid, he walked deeper into the darkness. It was hunting time. Tearing apart and devouring the other vengeful spirits wandering here could ease his hunger. But in recent years, there had been little left to eat. To find food, he had to venture even deeper. Ugh! Raised a real monster. The Taoist priest sighed repeatedly. The talisman pasted on his forehead had already faded, as if time was running out. If he died, he would likely face the fate of being torn apart and devoured alive. What a sin! Infinite Heavenly Lord, this old Taoist has truly hit the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Half a day later, the ferocious evil spirit returned once more. After eating and drinking his fill, he struck the bell and lay down in the coffin. The Taoist priest, who had just settled his mind, was rudely awakened again. This can't go on. I must restore his consciousness. Otherwise, I'll be worn to death sooner or later. This was the solution the Taoist priest had pondered for a long time, yet he hesitated inwardly. The other's current state was unclear, and even if consciousness were restored, his temperament might drastically change. When that time came, the one to suffer would still be himself. Foolish thief, this Taoist master has truly met his match. He forced himself to gather his spirits and began reciting Taoist scriptures. After several repetitions, he still felt uneasy, so he switched to Buddhist sutras, thinking that since Buddhism emphasizes compassion, it might awaken some kindness in the thief. A successful Taoist master naturally knows a bit of everything. After reciting Buddhist sutras a few times, he switched to the doctrines of the Holy Temple. Although he had never practiced these teachings, memorizing them was no problem for him. The Hungry Ghost Cave has always been shrouded in mist, with no sense of time. The tolling of a bell marks the passing of a day. The Taoist master could only feel blisters forming on his lips from constant recitation, and his stock of supplies was running low. It seemed all that remained was a single copy of the Celestial Maiden's sacred text. Heaven and earth divide into yin and yang, with women as yin, for yin can give birth to yang, as only women can bear children. The first woman in the world was the Heavenly Maiden, and when a man was born head first and damaged his brain upon hitting the ground, the Heavenly Maiden called him a lowly man. The Celestial Master's chanting grew fainter and fainter until he finally lost his composure. Damn it! What kind of bullshit scripture is this? It's utterly preposterous. If this old Taoist can escape this damn place, I'll definitely capture those Heavenly Maiden sect members and make them debate with those so-called compassionate monks. Thud! The bell rang, and Wang Huitian's vengeful spirit woke him up right on time. After ringing the bell, he returned to the burial mound and swallowed the last gemstone, even devouring the broken clay pot in one gulp. By then, the entire coffin was completely empty. With crimson eyes, he strode deeper into the forbidden land. No malevolent spirits crossed his path, for over countless years, no being, not even ghosts, had ever reached the core of the eerie cavern. The closer they drew to the core, the more intense their hunger became, until they began devouring themselves, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of shadowy energy in this place. Though Wang Huitian became a fierce malevolent spirit after his transformation, he was merely more vicious than the mindless wraiths. In the starvation cavern, he remained as insignificant as a grain of sand. He had no idea how far he had walked when he began gnawing on his own fingers. Nothing could withstand such hunger, but fortunately, he had eaten enough before. Hungry, so hungry. The throat growls low, the stomach burns. The backup plan he left earlier seems to have failed, leaving him to wander aimlessly. Outside the starvation ghost cave, Wang Jinxian in her crimson gold dragon robe walked slowly forward. The scepter in her hand dimmed, its 7-colored gemstones flickering with increasing sluggishness. Divine calculator, are you certain what I seek lies within? Behind her followed a disheveled old man clutching a broken bowl, half a roast chicken dangling from his mouth. This old man never errs in his calculations. But the starvation ghost cave is a forbidden land even sages dare not enter. Is your majesty truly determined to risk your life? A mocking smile appeared on Wang Jinshuang's face. Her vision was beyond comparison with mere mortals even in the Immortal Realm. She could go anywhere she pleased. This tiny, gloomy corner of the lower world was nothing in her eyes. Humph, if he's taken my things, unless he can escape into the void, hiding anywhere is useless. Then I wish your majesty a smooth journey. This old man fears hunger, so I won't interfere further. The divine calculator stopped in his tracks, unwilling to proceed any further. Wang Jingxian didn't mind either. Since the destination had been found, the old man was of no more use to her. She soared into the air, entering the range of the blackened land, her divine sense recklessly scouring the starvation ghost cave. There's actually something eerie devouring my divine sense. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she didn't pay it much mind. Let it devour. Her divine sense was vast as the sea. Even given 10 years, this eerie thing couldn't finish it. After flying some distance, she stopped atop a rubble-strewn hill and took out some fasting pills from her storage ring. She was feeling a bit hungry. After swallowing a few pills, she continued walking forward. The dense fog ahead was thick enough to block spiritual sense detection, so for safety's sake, she chose to proceed on foot. The starving ghost cave is nothing more than this. She took out a few more fasting pills and tossed them into her mouth, feeling as though the elixirs she consumed today were somewhat expired and not very effective. Not long after Wang Jingxian entered the starving ghost cave, another person arrived outside this forbidden area. Dressed in flowing white robes like an exiled immortal, he carried a 3-foot-long sword slung at his waist, exuding an ethereal aura. The divine calculator gnawed on a roast chicken, squinting his eyes. Yi Bai, the sword immortal. Yi Bai turned his head to glance at the divine calculator, his gaze calm. Even if this person recognized him, it couldn't stir the slightest interest in him. Far too many in this world knew of him. His eyes grew distant as he stared into the depths of the forbidden land, murmuring softly, "Master, the breeze has scattered. Your disciples Severing Thought's sword and Bloodslaughter's sword have reached perfection, though the Windrise technique still lacks refinement. Yet, I feared you might not hold on, so I came ahead of time." As he spoke, he drew the long sword from his waist and retrieved a drop of blood from his storage ring. This drop of blood was stolen by Wang Huitian from Luo Wuji. Wang Huitian had always believed that Luo Wuji harbored a great secret not just in his soul, but also in his bloodline. Since Luo Wuji's spiritual root was also artificially cultivated, if he could do it, why couldn't Wang Huitian? If Wang Huitian couldn't, there must be a reason why he couldn't. So, he intended to reshape his body using Luo Wuji's bloodline. Yi Bai mobilized all his cultivation. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the star-plucking realm. With a flick of his finger, that drop of essence blood transformed into a crimson sword aura that shot forth. The cold light of the long sword flashed as the Severing Thought's sword chi moved alongside the ever-present Windrise. Severing Thoughts could cut through the soul, capable of annihilating the malevolent spirits that coveted blood, while Windrise ceaseless, unpredictable, and formless allowed the Bloodslaughter sword chi to fly even farther. After unleashing 3 sword strikes simultaneously, his face turned pale as he sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the 3 sword auras disappearing into the forbidden land. "Yo, Yi Bai, why is your face so pale?" The divine calculator leaned in close, curiously examining this renowned sword immortal. "What did you just do in the forbidden area?" Seeing that the other party ignored him, the divine calculator wiped his greasy hands on Yi Bai's clothes, instantly leaving several black paw prints on the latter's white robe. Yi Bai was instantly enraged. This old turtle was deliberately picking a fight. Who didn't know that Yi Bai had a cleanliness obsession? Seeing Yi Bai's fury, the divine calculator hastily retreated. "Hee, this old man must take his leave now. Wishing you all a pleasant time." Yi Bai's sword gleamed as the blade slashed across the divine calculator's arm. His hand dissipated like smoke and dust. The half-eaten roast chicken he was holding fell to the ground, transforming into a severed infant's arm. Demon cultivator. Yi Bai was both shocked and furious. He never expected demon cultivators to dare cross the Star Moon Pass. When he raised his sword again, the divine calculator's figure had already vanished. The opponent's speed was astonishingly fast, their movements erratic and bizarre. "Hee, Your great Qin's emperor, I sent him into the starvation wasteland. Surprised? Shocked? Ha ha ha! The sound gradually faded away, and Yi Bai's expression turned extremely grim. The demonic cultivators of the northern plains refined humans into pills and practiced blood-based techniques, stopping at nothing to achieve immortality, treating mortals as mere food and ants. The most terrifying aspect of demonic cultivators isn't the practitioners themselves, but the spread of their doctrines. Once a single villager succumbs to the temptation of power, the entire village is essentially doomed. It spreads like a virus, relentlessly corroding human order. Damn it, I need to go check on the Star Moon Pass. With this thought, Yi Bai stood up. He bowed in the direction of the Forbidden Grounds before turning to leave. In the Forbidden Land, the blindly wandering malevolent spirit suddenly turned its head, sensing a familiar presence. Something incredibly sharp seemed to be aimed directly at its brow. In the boundless darkness, the sinking consciousness suddenly opened its eyes, and he saw that streak of blood red. Has Yi Bai arrived? Wang Huitian activated the homeward path technique. He had to seize this opportunity to strengthen his soul, or else his consciousness would eventually sink into oblivion. As the fierce ghost outside recklessly devoured other spirits, the cultivation of the technique proceeded extremely smoothly, as if everything was falling into place. Cultivating as a ghost was different from immortal cultivation. There were not as many realm divisions. Once the amount of ghostly energy reached a certain level, the realm would naturally advance. After absorbing all the accumulated ghostly energy from these years in one go, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The dull, malevolent gaze in the ghost's eyes suddenly became lively, and the surrounding mist was drawn back into its body. An overwhelming sense of hunger instantly surged through it. Damn it, this godforsaken place! He glanced around. This was a dilapidated little village. At the village entrance, a man was sharpening a sickle. The sound of children playing could be heard from within the village, and while specters wandered about, they paid no attention to the small settlement. Everything appeared bizarre and absurd. Oh, looks like a pig has woken up. The man sharpening his knife raised his head and glanced at Wang Huitian, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Say that again. Who's the pig? Wang Huitian's voice was icy. The fact that the other could remain conscious in the depths of this forbidden land, leisurely sharpening his sickle, clearly marked him as no ordinary person. At the very least, the Taoist sect's heavenly master, who had reached the Tao realm, couldn't have managed it. But Wang Huitian wasn't one to be easily intimidated. Though his sword energy had dissipated, it wouldn't take him long to gather it again. I've been here for many years, and wandering spirits who regain consciousness are few and far between. You have exceptional talent. Wang Huitian was quite flattered by the man's exaggerated praise. After all, it was the first time since birth that someone had complimented his potential, and the other party was a stranger. What reason would they have to deceive him? You have excellent judgment. With that, Wang Huitian turned and left. He didn't dare stay there for too long. Every second, he could feel his stomach convulsing as if it were on fire. Young man, since you're here, why not stay? There's no way out from this place. Wang Huitian glanced at the man, thinking he might be some extraordinary figure, but it turned out he was just a prisoner. If I can come in, I can surely get out. Just because you can't leave doesn't mean I can't. Watching the resolute departing figure, the man smiled bitterly. There was a time when he, too, had been just as spirited. But after hitting walls too many times, one eventually stops. After walking only a few dozen meters, Wang Huitian stopped again. The hunger in his stomach had become unbearable, and it seemed that staying in the village could somehow alleviate it. He immediately retreated to the village without a second thought. The man was somewhat surprised to see Wang Huitian return so soon. Giving up already? Giving up? I'm just hungry, that's all. The man chuckled, instantly understanding the reason. I can suppress the curse in the village, so the hunger will be much weaker. With your current cultivation level, you won't last long outside the village. Wang Huitian's face darkened. If that's the case, wouldn't they be trapped here? He found a stool and sat down, frowning as he pondered a solution. Days passed as he thought, while the man sharpened his sickle, then his chopper, then his hoe, as if he would never stop. The village was small, and apart from the knife-sharpening man, it was also home to a few little ghosts. They had regained consciousness because the curse was suppressed by the village's influence. "Brother Bench Ghost, here's a sweet potato for you to eat." A scruffy little girl placed a sweet potato in front of Wang Huitian. Wang Huitian picked up the sweet potato. The pitch-black tuber emitted dark fumes, resembling a lump of coal, a very peculiar variety indeed. "Xiao Yi, why do you call me Bench Ghost?" Big brother has been sitting on the bench in the days all along, so of course he's called the Bench Ghost, just like the wall-licking ghost grandpa, who's been licking the wall non-stop. Hearing this, Wang Huitian couldn't help but laugh. Turns out there's another oddball in the village. Why does he lick the wall? Xiao Yi pouted her little mouth, looking utterly adorable. Because the ghost grandpa often disturbed Uncle while he was sharpening his knife, so Uncle poured honey on the wall. Upon hearing this, Wang Huitian froze for a moment, his expression slightly furrowing as he looked at Digua. Suddenly, he thought of an extremely crucial question. Is hunger truly a curse? Mortals feed on grains, beasts on grass and meat. Cultivators on spiritual energy. Hunger is the body's craving to sustain its own function. This longing may be to replenish current losses and sustain daily operations, or perhaps it yearns for something to ensure longer-term functioning. Hunger that cannot be satisfied by food has only one possible explanation: longevity. This hunger stems from the soul's yearning for eternal life. At this thought, Wang Huitian's expression suddenly changed. His gaze swept past the small mountain village, fixing on the deep darkness within the starvation-forbidden zone. Here! There is a treasure that can grant immortality. Ha, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Wang Huitian burst into laughter, startling Xiao Yi, who shrank back in fear. The knife-sharpening man glared at Wang Huitian with displeasure. Ever since returning last time, this guy had been sitting there in a daze as if he had lost his mind, and now he was laughing maniacally, disturbing his knife sharpening. "Shut up, or I'll make you lick the wall like that old man." Wang Huitian squinted at the man lick the wall. What a joke! He had already unraveled the mystery of the starving ghost cave. As long as he separated the body's hunger from the soul's desires, he was invincible here. "Knife-grinding ghost, I suggest you lower your voice when speaking to me. Otherwise, I'll smash your whetstone. Playing all day long, do you think I'm not annoyed by you?" The knife-sharpening man stopped his movements and looked up at Wang Huitian in disbelief. How had this guy suddenly become so arrogant? Judging by his expression, it seemed as though he had a subtle sense of control over the entire situation. Tentatively, he took out a jar of bees from his storage ring. Plop! The honey jar shattered against the bark of an old willow tree beside Wang Huitian, its golden contents oozing down the rough surface as the sweet aroma instantly filled the air. Wang Huitian, who had been sitting calmly on a small stool moments before, suddenly lunged at the tree with bloodshot eyes. He tore off chunks of the rough bark and devoured them, then extended a crimson tongue to lick the tree clean. TCH, and here I thought he'd figured out some way to resist the curse. So you were just trying to scam me out of my honey. The man disdainfully averted his gaze and resumed clanging his knife against the whetstone. Xiao Yi nervously pinched her nose, her expression full of pity. "Ah, Bench Ghost brother, why did you have to go and provoke Uncle for no reason?" Thud! A tremendous bell toll rang out, its echoes faintly audible even in this small mountain village. The knife-sharpening man stopped and looked into the distance. The Heavenly Master's bronze bell, what a pity. If it could ring once every hour, perhaps I could find my way out. The bell had rung before, but only once a day, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Dong, dong, dong. Before he could finish speaking, several more bell tolls sounded, and this time the ringing was continuous, as if some beast were pounding on the giant bell. Within the small hill's bronze bell, the Celestial Master's forehead talisman dimmed as its divine glow was shaken away. Clutching his ears with both hands, his face bore utter despair. Damn it! Who's banging my bell again? Can't a man live in peace? Outside the bell, Wang Jinxian rhythmically struck the massive bell with her staff. Having finished her small candy-like fasting pills, her hair was now disheveled, her demeanor bordering on madness. The trail of the gemstone had gone cold upon reaching this point, leading her to strongly suspect that the scoundrel who stole her gem was hiding inside the bell. Come out! How dare you steal this Emperor's Starstone? I'll have your life. Hey, where did this crazy woman come from? Get lost now, or this heavenly master will take you down even if it costs me my life. The Taoist heavenly master roared fiercely but was actually cowardly, only cursing from inside the bell, stubbornly refusing to come out. He was already at the end of his strength. Stepping out would mean certain death. Filth! We Taoist cultivators follow the principle of acting from the heart, or else inner demons may arise. Crazy woman, don't push your luck. After pounding on it for a while, Wang Jingxian was panting heavily. The giant bell was as hard as a turtle's shell, unbreakable no matter what she tried. Feeling her strength draining away, she raised her head, wanting to leave the starvation ghost cave first to catch her breath. This place was too eerie, and the overwhelming sense of hunger was impossible to suppress. Fingers forming a sword seal, the golden longsword clattered to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. How could this be? I can't control my weapon. Shaking her head to force herself to stay conscious, she tried to rely on her cultivation to fly away. But the moment she took half a step, a sharp spasm twisted her stomach, and her entire body collapsed, tumbling into a nearby pit with a thud. At the bottom of the pit lay a dilapidated coffin, its surface covered in dense sword marks as if it might fall apart at any moment. Weakness flooded her body, and even the effort to stand felt exhausting. Oh no, I underestimated this forbidden land. A mocking voice of a young Taoist priest came from the giant bell. Ha! You wretched woman, bullying me, what sweet karma. Wang Jingxian, who had fallen into the grave pit, had no time for bickering. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a water blue spellbook, which enlarged and covered the coffin like a makeshift tent, barely resisting the terrifying rules. Sensing her surroundings, she found only drifting ghostly energy. Not a trace of spiritual energy meant no recovery. The little spiritual energy left in her body had to be conserved for activating her magical artifacts. A gloating voice came from the nearby bell. Ha ha, yes, that's exactly how I got trapped back then. Oh dear, I'm dying of laughter, old Taoist here. Little sister, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. As the Forbidden Land's curse seeps in, you'll only get hungrier. We monks originally do not need to eat, but here our bodies are deceived by hunger, constantly consuming fat to counteract it. Wang Jingxian, hiding in the pit, shuddered as if she had already seen herself reduced to nothing but skin and bones. The bell stopped ringing. The knife-grinding man sat back down by the whetstone with little interest, sighing that another unlucky fellow had arrived. Ag! Wang Huitian spat out a piece of bark fiercely, his eyes gloomy as he glared at the man sharpening his knife. This time, he had lost face in a big way. The other party's honey was no ordinary product. It was at least a century-old spiritual medicine, offering immense nourishing effects for both cultivation and the soul. But in Wang Huitian's heart, face was more important than anything else. He represents the face of the prince of Shenbei's mansion. Grime-blade ghost, are you ready to face my wrath? As the yin energy surged, the heavens and earth changed colors. A fierce wind arose, carrying with it the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Sword clouds gathered in the sky, and the sword energy, now fueled by yin energy, was no longer rootless and adrift. Instead, it revealed its full sharpness. A black lightning bolt flashed within the sword clouds, and countless sword energies roared down like rain. At this moment, the small mountain village was showered in a storm of swords. The knife-sharpening man raised his hand with a gesture, and the sword clouds dispersed, the sword rain turning into real raindrops that pattered noisily onto the ground. He threw another jar of honey, spilling it onto the willow tree, instantly immobilizing Wang Huitian once again. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Huitian, who had gnawed through the willow tree, took light steps and retreated far away. This guy's cultivation level seemed a bit too high. Even if it were an enlightened master, I could hold my own against them, yet in the hands of this knife sharpener, I couldn't even make a ripple. Could it be you're a sage? Humph, no wonder sages are absent from the world. Turns out they're all too reckless and got themselves trapped in forbidden lands. Faced with Wang Huitian's taunts, the knife sharpener remained unfazed. He at least waited until becoming a sage before acting recklessly, but Wang Huitian started showing off as soon as he mastered a sword technique. And he still has the nerve to talk about himself truly laughable for a mere qi refining cultivator. After standing still for a long time, Wang Huitian turned and left. He intended to explore the Forbidden Zone, where the dance in energy made it a paradise for ghost cultivators. Once this in-god cultivation bears fruit, I'll come back to reclaim my dignity. The knife-sharpening man spat and said, "What big talk from a little brat. Just turned into a ghost and already daring to call yourself a nether god. Aren't you afraid your tongue might slip from such boastful words?" Leaving the small village, the intense hunger struck again, but Wang Huitian already had a way to deal with it. He formed a sword seal with his fingers, and several severing thought sword chi began to block the soul's sensory perception. A body like flowing water, a will like forged iron, this thing truly never lets him down. Wahao, doesn't this mean the starving ghost's lair is mine to explore as I please? Just as he was rejoicing, a flash of red suddenly appeared on the distant gray-white land. As soon as the red figure appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. White frost sprouted like bean sprouts on the damp ground, and a sharp pain shot through the soles of his feet. Wang Huitian hastily retracted his ghostly aura and hid behind a withered tree. This thing was too terrifying. Just the aura it emitted nearly froze his ghostly body to shards. The red-clad figure wandered aimlessly across the blackened earth, like a dandelion lost at sea, severely limiting Wang Huitian's exploration of this forbidden land. He had only left the small mountain village for 5 days when he encountered this red-clad figure 3 times. She seems to be following me. After spotting the red-clad figure from afar for the 4th time, Wang Huitian reached this conclusion. In such a vast forbidden land, 1 or 2 encounters could be considered coincidental, but 3 was clearly abnormal. This time, Wang Huitian no longer hid. He gazed in the direction the red-clad figure had departed and followed. The other moved erratically, occasionally stopping to swirl their red robe and dance a few steps, their graceful figure sending the crimson silk ribbons fluttering among the withered trees. "My lord, why do you shun my face? Why do you take that blood-stained coin?" Her voice was ethereal and mournful, singing a story of a wedding dress stained with blood, a cliched tale that kept repeating, with Wang Huitian occasionally humming along. "I never thought a trip to the starving ghost cave would teach me how to sing opera. Master, you no longer have to worry about me starving to death." Wang Huitian, amusing himself, was just about to follow again when the crimson figure vanished from his sight. The other person suddenly disappeared from his view. "Oh! Did that little lady escape?" Frowning, he wanted to look around, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw an extremely pale face. The face was only a few centimeters away from his, and with that turn, he nearly kissed it. The crimson-clothed vengeful ghost exhaled towards Wang Huitian in one breath, and its originally pitch-black ghostly form began to spread red from its head downward. "She's trying to assimilate me." Wang Huitian was startled, and countless sword energies surged from his palms, instantly flattening the area within several miles. However, the damage inflicted by the sword energy on the crimson-clothed ghost was minimal. His sword energy seemed to pass through emptiness, with only the severing thought strike landing on her, yet it couldn't kill her. Ultimately, the gap in their ranks was too vast. Facing her, this insignificant vengeful ghost of mine felt as weak as a qi-refining cultivator confronting a sage. In the end, I was too careless this time. But Wang Huitian never compromises. Even if there was the slightest chance of survival, he would cling to it desperately. His hanging left hand suddenly formed a claw and thrust upward. This move, fishing the moon from the bottom of the sea, struck directly at the heart of the matter, hooking onto the edge of the opponent's abyss. "Ah!" The piercing wails of ghosts echoed across the wilderness, sending out ripples of crimson waves one after another. Wang Huitian was flung an unknown distance, his entire ghostly form left dizzy and disoriented. He scrambled to his feet, shaking the water stains off his hands, and fled swiftly toward the small mountain village. At this moment, perhaps only that saintly figure could save him. In terms of strength, he was no match for this red-clad entity, but when it came to speed, Damn it! How the hell are you so fast? The figure of the opponent flickered unpredictably, their silhouette appearing to teleport instantly wherever the red veil fluttered in the wind. Sword free, wind rise. Blow her back for this deity. The clash between the guilds ended in utter defeat, as the violent sword energy exploded across the blackened earth, awakening countless unknown entities. Who dares disturb my slumber? It was I, the deity. Got a problem with that? The ghost, just awakened and still dazed, had half its head instantly shaved off by the sword energy. More and more spectral creatures were chasing from behind, yet that flash of red remained far ahead, leaving them in the dust. Damn it! Turns out all the ghosts here were hiding on the ground, sleeping. No wonder we hardly saw any. Wang Huitian pushed his speed to the limit, sonic booms erupting layer by layer. When small hills blocked his path, he simply blasted them apart with sword energy to clear the way. Just as the red-clad figure was about to catch up, he finally spotted the small mountain village. The man sharpening his knife at the village entrance now looked incredibly kind and welcoming. Senior, save me! The knife-sharpening man looked up in astonishment and saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Before him, tens of thousands of vengeful spirits surged forward like a rolling tide, dark clouds pressing down overhead. Amidst them, a streak of crimson stood out, and even he felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from that bloody hue. In the moment he was stunned, Wang Huitian had already rushed into the small mountain village. Xiao-yi, hurry home. The little girl standing dazed in the middle of the path was effortlessly scooped up by him, and without hesitation, he dashed into a small thatched hut. Uncle Bench Ghost, what are you doing? You little girls shouldn't be so nosy. Wang Huitian, still shaken, crept to the window of the hut and peeked out with half her head, ready to make plans if the knife-sharpening man couldn't hold his own. Boom! The knife-sharpening man hadn't even reacted before he was engulfed in battle with tens of thousands of vengeful spirits. Countless spirits were shattered into scattered ghostly energy. With a single palm strike from him, the might of a sage was beyond description. With a mere gesture, the principles of the great dao flowed, and mysterious runes flickered across the sky, holding back the horde of ghosts outside the small mountain village. However, he didn't fare well either. After exchanging a palm strike with the woman in red, his arm was stained crimson, blood dripping from his fingertips. Blades come! He roared in anger as countless sharp sickles and hoes transformed into streaks of light, slashing through the horde of ghosts. The battle raged fiercely, darkening the heavens and shaking the earth, until only the red-clad figure and the knife-sharpening man remained locked in combat on the battlefield, while the other cannon fodder had already dissipated into nourishing mist. Wang Huitian finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. One can only say that as expected of a sage, he didn't disappoint. This kid might barely qualify to follow him in treading the Immortal Realm in the future. Quite the talent. Xiao-yi, is there any food left at home? Get a couple of sweet potatoes. We'll eat while we watch. The little girl reluctantly took out 2 blackened sweet potatoes from the cupboard. She had been saving them for a long time. After all, in the starving ghost cave, a single bite of food is incredibly scarce. Wang Huitian snatched the sweet potato away. Don't worry, by eating your sweet potato, I'll owe you a favor. In the future, your uncle won't forget your kindness. Once there was a girl who carried her brother for a stretch. Do you know what I promised her? To help her ascend to immortality. Your uncle is a man who knows how to be grateful. He ate sweet potatoes while painting a grand future for Xiao-yi, casually observing the battle outside. From this fight, he gained many insights. After all, it had been a long time since a saint had taken action on this continent. The last time he saw a saint make a move was when he was 8 years old. Outside the village, the red-clad figure and the knife-sharpening man clashed in one final exchange before both stopped simultaneously. The red figure drifted away but did not leave, instead guarding the village entrance, while the knife-sharpening man retreated into the village. His face was pale, and traces of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, as if he had suffered some injuries. Who would have thought such a being existed deep within this den of starving ghosts? The knife-sharpening man's eyes were gloomy. Just resisting the curse of the Forbidden Land had already drained all his strength, and now he was trapped in the village by the red-clad figure. It could be said that the chance of escaping had become even slimmer. "You little brat, get out here." "Senior, I've already gone to bed. Let's talk about it tomorrow, alright?" Wang Huitian knew better than to stir up trouble. Now stepping out would only invite suffering. The best course of action was to temporarily avoid the confrontation. He pulled Xiao Yi into his arms, shielding her against his chest, while the entire ghost huddled awkwardly in the corner. As for how to withstand the wrath of a sage, the answer was simple: bet on his mercy, hoping he wouldn't have the heart to harm an adorable little girl. Unfortunately, the knife-sharpening man was buying it. He kicked the door open, scooped Xiao Yi up and set her aside, then dragged Wang Huitian out of the room. This beating was thoroughly deserved. Seeing the tattered clothes on the other person, Wang Huitian couldn't bring himself to fight back. After all, he was the one who had wronged him in the first place, so letting him vent his anger was only fair. After finishing the beating, the man sat back down in front of the whetstone, his face dark with gloom as he stared at the red-clad figure guarding the village entrance. "What exactly did you do to her? Her resentment is so intense." Wang Huitian didn't like hearing that at all. He pointed at his own blood-red long robe, his face full of grievance. Look. What do you mean, what did I do to her? She smeared red all over me. What's wrong with me teasing her? How did you pick it?" Wang Huitian reached out with a rather strange expression, making a grabbing motion upwards in front of the knife-sharpening man, who took a step back with a look of disgust. "Where exactly did you grab?" "Where else? The root of all evil." For a moment, both fell into silence. After all, the matter was exactly honorable. But back then, survival had demanded it. Who could blame them when the red robe was nothing more than a thin layer of gauze, offering such pitiful defense? The knife-sharpening man glanced at Wang Huitian as red robe. Originally, his ghostly aura had manifested as a black cloak, but now it was a glaring shade of red. "His energy has already seeped into your ghostly form. I'm afraid it'll haunt you for the rest of your life." Phew! A virtuous woman fears a persistent suitor, but I've never heard of a virtuous man fearing a persistent ghost. The knife-sharpening man extended his hand and gave Wang Huitian a thumbs up. Damn impressive. That red-clothed figure was someone even he feared, yet this guy remained completely unfazed. Who knows if he was this bold when alive or only after death? Wang Huitian gazed worriedly toward the village outskirts. With the enemy guarding like this, he could no longer go out to explore. "Hey, girl, since we're just sitting around, how about a dance?" The fierce gaze of the red-clothed vengeful ghost glared relentlessly at Wang Huitian, its crimson killing intent as dense as mist. Unfazed, Wang Huitian turned his attention to the man who had begun sharpening his blade. After watching for a long while, he seemed to gain some insight. He fetched another whetstone from the village and sat down beside the blade-sharpening man. The formless sword materialized in his hand. While others sharpened blades, he sharpened a sword. A sharp sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold, so that's how it is. I've been contemplating the sword, yet never sharpened it. With a sigh, the formless sword sparked slightly as it was drawn across the whetstone. You do have a fine sword. Of course, this is the spiritual route I personally selected during my immortal cultivation. The two chatted idly, with Xiao Yi often coming around to play. Wang Huitian also got to know the other ghosts in the village besides Xiao Yi. There was another little boy named Xiao Xiao, an old man who loved licking walls, and a woman who wandered around all day. But when it came to close relationships, Xiao Yi was still the best. Those sweet potatoes were delivered quite frequently. "Xiao Yi, become my disciple. I'll teach you cultivation, and you'll be able to roam this starving ghost cave with ease. Don't be fooled by how skilled that knife sharpener is. He can teach you anything." Xiao Yi naturally didn't believe Wang Huitian's trick of coaxing children. Walking sideways, they were already blocked at the door. "You look down on me?" Wang Huitian frowned and threw the cultivation manual the path home to her. "Trading this manual for a few sweet potatoes, I'm the one taking a huge loss here." As he spoke, he snatched the half-eaten sweet potato from Shao Yi's hand. It had taken him considerable effort to gather the techniques for all the paths. This little girl is too young to understand the value of things. She got a good deal but still cried over it. The knife-sharpening man nearby shook his head at the sight. A grown man bullying a little girl, even the sweet potato she had halfway in her mouth was forcibly taken away. Truly, the world is unpredictable, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. This kid is wicked at heart. With a grave expression, he looked up toward the village entrance. The figure in red was drawing closer. Fighting on their home turf, the ghostly energy seemed endless. Yet he had no spiritual energy to replenish himself, relying solely on the great Tao to resist. If this continued, the enemy would inevitably break into the village. Now, he was considering whether to throw this kid out to appease their wrath. Wang Huitian clearly saw this too, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. After all, what storms hadn't he weathered before? Senior, is there any way to make her leave? The knife-sharpening man pondered for a long while before finally speaking slowly. Yes, by throwing you out. Wang Huitian curled his lips. If he were thrown out, he would surely be torn to pieces. Instead, he threw out the sweet potato in his hand. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sweet potato was blown apart by the red-clothed-in energy, scattering into fragments all over the sky. Shao Yi cried even harder. Only a ghost would know how difficult it had been for her to find a sweet potato in this starving ghost's eerie cave. The knife-sharpening man withdrew his gaze, pausing briefly on Wang Huitian's face. He always felt that the other had a way to escape from here. It was just that he didn't want to leave yet. Day by day passed, and Shao Yi also began to practice the path of return. But children will always be children if you don't give them a couple of whacks. They'll always slack off, thinking only about food all day. The knife grinder also secretly came to Shao Yi to borrow the path home, but he gave up after just one glance. It was a cultivation manual specifically for wandering spirits. Watching Wang Huitian flirting with the woman in red at the village entrance, his expression grew increasingly somber. He had studied the other's physiognomy, a face born to be dust, destined never to tread the path of immortality. Could it be that he annihilated himself for the sake of cultivation? At this thought, he shook his head, dismissing the idea. How could there possibly be such a madman in this world, someone who would choose to be reborn just because of an unfortunate birth? That would take an unimaginable amount of courage. At the village entrance, Wang Huitian kept throwing stones at the figure in red. Though the stones turned to dust before they could even get close, he persisted relentlessly. How about I give you a ghost cultivation manual, and you let me go? I'm not discussing this with you, I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. All right, woman, you've successfully caught my attention. The woman in red stared fixedly at Wang Huitian, refusing to retreat even half a step no matter what he said. Half a day. In just half a day, once her injuries heal, she will storm the village and reduce the one who insulted her to ashes. So she pays no mind to these provocations, they are merely the death throes of an ant. Another brick came flying from the opposite side. The black brick gradually shattered and dissolved, and as the breeze scattered the fragments, a glint of cold light was revealed. Sword 1, Severing Thoughts. With a whoosh, the cold light pierced through the crimson mist and, catching her off guard, shot straight into her forehead. A piercing, agonized scream rang out. At the same time, 3 sword auras came swiftly from behind the red-clad figure. Severance, Bloodlayer, and Windrise intertwined as they advanced, their speed like a thunderbolt arriving in an instant. These were Yi Bai's sword auras. Wang Huitian's sword was concealed within a brick. Amidst the continuous barrage of thrown objects, the red-clad figure was caught off guard and fell for the trick. However, this strike was merely meant to divert the opponent's attention. The true killing blow was Yi Bai's sword energy. Back then, as a mere mortal, he could slay a nascent soul cultivator with a single sword strike. Now, at the peak of the star-plucking realm, the power of Yi Bai's 3 sword strikes was unimaginable. After all, unleashing these 3 strikes had nearly cost Yi Bai half his life. The Severing Thought sword chi and Windrise sword chi dissipated directly upon piercing the red-clad figure's body, while the Blood Slaughter sword chi transformed into a drop of crimson essence blood, which Wang Huitian drew into his palm. He stepped out of the small mountain village's formation and abruptly pressed his palm toward the red-clad figure's forehead, seizing the opportunity to devour as much of her in energy as possible. Before his hand could even touch her, it was frozen solid. As his technique circulated, a massive influx of in energy flowed into his body, causing his entire spirit form to rapidly swell like a balloon on the verge of bursting. His ghostly body began to crack inch by inch, but he was no stranger to this. The red willow sword chi stitched him back together, and only when he felt the sword chi was about to snap did he withdraw his hand and retreat. Phew, every time feels like it's taking half my life. Taking a deep breath, Wang Huitian slumped to the ground. The entire sequence of movements was so fast that the knife-sharpening man only realized what had happened after it was all over. He rushed to the village entrance and looked at the red-clad figure, who had already descended into madness, his eyes filled with shock. What have you done? Wang Huitian had no time to deal with him. He swallowed the drop of Luo Wuji's essence blood in one gulp. A surge of in-energy swirled around the drop within his body, eventually condensing into a crimson flesh peel. At that moment, an almost imperceptible thread of vitality from the formless sword merged into the flesh peel. Suddenly, a vertical eye opened on the crimson peel, resembling a divine sword of awe-inspiring power. In that instant, he finally understood Luo Wuji's constitution. Chaos body. Embracing all things, no wonder it can learn myriad techniques, mastering everything without exception. Senior, give me a drop of your essence blood, and I'll take you away from here. Wang Huitian gritted his teeth and spoke. Having now rebuilt his body with Luo Wuji's essence blood, obtaining even more powerful essence blood for nourishment might just allow his chaos body to undergo another transformation. The knife-grinding man hesitated only for a moment before flicking a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. He had been trapped here for far too long. Even the slightest possibility was something he had to seize. From the first moment he met Wang Huitian, he sensed something extraordinary about her. Despite having turned into an undead, she harbored a faint trace of vitality utterly unbelievable. Wang Huitian took the essence blood and swallowed it, merging it into her flesh core. The powerful laws of the sacred path circulated and evolved within the core. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky, as endless dark clouds rolled in. Countless bolts of lightning struck down upon this cursed land. This is divine retribution. The knife-sharpening man stared in astonishment at the churning dark clouds. It had been a long time since divine retribution had descended upon this continent. Everyone had come to believe that this was a benevolent and kind heavenly order in simpler terms, one that was easy to bully. But now, even this easily bullied heavenly Tao has grown furious. Wang Huitian raised his head, a playful glint in his eyes. Go ahead, strike me down if you dare. Not like I care anyway. Worst case, I'll just reincarnate and start over. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, but to the knife-grinding man, his words struck harder than a skyful of thunder. Is this a threat to the heavenly Tao? How dare he? Born in this realm, no matter how high your cultivation, you are ultimately constrained by it. How dare he threaten the heavenly Tao? What left him dumbfounded next was that the skyful of thunderbolts suddenly ceased, and then the dark clouds slowly dispersed. He actually managed to persuade the heavenly punishment to retreat. The heavenly Tao has actually developed consciousness. The knife-grinding man swallowed hard. This was a big deal. The heavenly Tao gaining awareness meant there was a being in this realm who had merged with the Tao, or perhaps a creature of the great Tao. Whatever the reason, it was not good news for the beings of this world. TCH, what a coward! Wang Huitian snorted coldly. I snatched Xiu's sweet potato and she even dared to splash me. You're only capable of this much. Isn't it a bit too harsh to curse the heavens like this? Wang Huitian glanced at the trembling knife-sharpening man, who was so frightened he resembled a little quail, hiding at the edge of the village's formation as if ready to flee at any moment. What's wrong with it? If it hadn't denied me a spiritual root, would I have had to go through all this trouble? Is my demand too high? I just need the trashiest 5 elements spiritual root. But there isn't any, not even a trace. So, it owes me. Ho! It sounds quite reasonable when you put it that way. After the dark clouds dispersed, the gloomy energy once again shrouded the heavens and earth. The knife-sharpening man let out a sigh of relief. The howling of the eerie wind gave him an inexplicable sense of security. Couldn't he provide an answer to Wang Huitian's questioning? After all, spiritual roots were purely a matter of luck. If one didn't have them, they simply didn't, and there was no forcing it. This had always been an accepted truth in the cultivation world. It was the first time he heard someone blame the heavenly Tao for lacking spiritual roots. How do you plan to get me out of here? This is what he cared about the most, leaving. Wang Huitian slowly stood up, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he felt the pulsation of the spiritual appeal within him, brimming with an indescribable confidence. You can't get out simply because this starving ghost cave is ever-changing, making it impossible to find the way out. But I'm different. I have a sword named Yu, and I can sense her presence even from 1,000 miles away. The knife-sharpening man furrowed his brows. Coordinates. Wang Huitian walked towards the village with his hands behind his back. If he were to leave, he still needed to settle Xiao Yi's matter. After all, she was his first disciple. At that moment, Xiao Yi was trembling as she hid under the bed in the room. The lightning earlier had terrified her. Born in the starving ghost cave, she had never witnessed the might of the heavens before. She had always believed the world was shrouded in endless gloom. Wang Huitian entered the room and pulled her out from under the bed. "Oh! Help! Help!" The little girl closed her eyes, her small hands covered in charcoal dust flailing helplessly in the air. Wang Huitian shook her a few times, and several sweet potatoes tumbled out from her clothes. "Where's the technique I gave you?" Hearing Wang Huitian's voice, Xiao Yi finally calmed down. She cautiously pointed to the wooden table, where the book The Return Journey was being used as a prop under one of its legs. She timidly raised her head to glance at Wang Huitian's expression. Recently, he had been forcing her to practice cultivation, often hitting her with a small stick. But this time, she didn't see anger on the other's face. Instead, it was eerily calm. Wang Huitian placed Xiao Yi on the bed and picked up a few sweet potatoes from the ground, placing them in her arms. These were likely the only possessions this little ghost girl had in this starving ghost cave. "Xiao Yi, it's not that I'm forcing you to cultivate. The knife grinder and I are leaving this place soon. The formation he left behind will eventually fade, and we can't protect you forever." Wang Huitian patted Xiao Yi's head. In truth, he could have taken the little girl with him, but the path he walked was far too perilous, and he might inadvertently drag her into the whirlpool. As for the knife grinder, being a sage, why would he care about the life or death of a little ghost girl? Taking them in was merely a casual act on his part. With that, Wang Huitian walked to the table and pulled out the cultivation manual. "We can't protect you forever, but this can." He placed the cultivation manual on the table, turned, and walked toward the door. The path was laid out for her. Whether to live or die was her own choice. The little girl hugged the sweet potato, staring blankly at the figure gradually blurred by the encroaching mist. "Moss! Master!" Her voice was so soft that even Wang Huitian, with his keen hearing, didn't catch it. A drop of bright red split open between her eyebrows, as if it were about to spread and expand throughout her entire body. Even the pitch-black sweet potato in her arms began to glow with a red light. All taken care of. The knife-sharpening man looked at Wang Huitian, his eyes brimming with impatience. "What should we do about the guy at the village entrance?" Wang Huitian looked toward the village entrance and saw that after being severely wounded by the sword energy, the woman in red had grown increasingly frenzied. She stirred up dark energy, wildly attacking everything in sight. From time to time, bursts of energy struck the village's defensive formation, sending ripples cascading outward. After absorbing a massive amount of energy, Wang Huitian's crimson robes appeared somewhat dimmed. "No matter, my sword is faster than she can react. Make sure to keep up when the time comes. If you get lost, I won't be responsible." Although the knife-sharpening man nodded lightly in agreement, he was somewhat dismissive in his heart. "It's just a sword. How fast could it possibly be? Can it be faster than the Great Tao's laws? You must understand, he is a sage, one who has mastered the Great Tao. What is the Great Tao? It transcends all things. Wang Huitian walked to the village entrance. He closed his eyes and extended a hand to caress the void, seeking to feel the sharpness of that supreme sword's edge. Can you feel it? Don't rush me. The sword is too far, it's not that easy. Right, I'm being too impatient. The two stood at the village entrance in silence until the knife sharpener felt spiderwebs forming on his eyebrows. Wang Huitian suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. By the way, what do you want to do after you go out? For this question, the knife sharpening man answered without hesitation. Of course, it's to prove the Tao and become the great emperor, then ascend to the Immortal Realm. What about you? Of course, it's to trample the Immortal Realm with my steed. Ha ha ha! Wang Huitian suddenly burst into laughter, his tone brimming with arrogance and unrestraint, creating a stark contrast to his previously dull demeanor. It was as if this was the real him, the true inclination of his heart. Sword, come! He shouted loudly. At the same time, atop the sword-like peak of Myriad Paths Mountain, she was staring blankly at the bamboo shoots among the grove when her body suddenly swayed, pulled by a powerful force drawing her northward, just like that day in the sage's secret realm. It's senior brother's summons. As she was about to follow the pulling force and soar into the air, a sparrow swooped down from the sky. It moved with incredible speed, stirring up a gust of wind before landing steadily on Yue's shoulder, instantly rooting her to the spot. This is senior brother's sparrow. Senior brother, are you not here to save me, but to return to Green Mountain? At the same moment Yue's figure was immobilized, Wang Huitian's body in the starving ghost cave shot out like an arrow, so fast it left afterimages. A small hill ahead was instantly pierced through. Rip! The faded red envelope of the crimson-clothed fierce ghost was swept away by the gale, shattering into countless strips of cloth before dissolving into red mist. She abruptly turned her head, the red mist churning as it pursued Wang Huitian. The knife-sharpening man was pondering the words Wang Huitian had just spoken. Damn it! I said I wanted to become immortal, and you said you wanted to trample the Immortal Realm with your horse. This is truly determined to make life difficult for yourself. He was just about to mock him when he saw the afterimage left by Wang Huitian dissipate before his eyes. Damn, where'd he go? By the time he realized what had happened, all he saw was the black smoke rising from the pierced mound and the trailing red of a rope. Damn! It's really this fast? He channeled the power of the Great Tao, swiftly heading in the direction where Wang Huitian and the red-clothed vengeful ghost had departed. But even after exerting all his strength, he still couldn't catch up to those two figures, barely managing to follow the traces they left behind. Wang Huitian felt as if he had become a sword, now a free and unrestrained sword. The vertical eye on the flesh peel within his body opened, its gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the dense miasma of yin energy. He looked in the opposite direction, toward the core of the starvation ghost cave. Through the boundless yin energy, he saw a crimson land squirming, where everything that approached was being devoured by the undulating earth. An enormous black spear stood erect on this crimson land, its endless demonic aura corrupting all that drew near. This seems like a massive stomach sealed here. Wang Huitian's expression turned grave. Initially, he had thought it was a treasure related to immortality that had appeared here. Little did he expect that the source of the curse was a stomach radiating ravenous desire. He struggled to comprehend just how powerful a creature must be to pollute an entire forbidden land with its stomach alone. At the very least, the knife-sharpening sage couldn't do it. His stomach, if dropped on the ground, would only attract a swarm of ants. I think I've grasped the origin of hunger. He gazed at the crimson land, personally experiencing the so-called power of the curse, attempting to comprehend, to decipher. But he moved too swiftly, soon traversing countless distances, and the crimson earth in his vision was obscured and vanished by the yin energy. The blackness of the land ahead had noticeably faded, and he was fleeing this cursed place, but a crimson figure was already closing in from the side. Die, you won't escape. Wang Huitian frowned. He truly hadn't expected to be chased down by this nuisance even after fleeing so far. Is this what they mean by a woman chasing a man is as easy as tearing through gauze? 100%. The damn thing is way too clingy. Do you really think I have no temper? Rise, wind, and blow her away for me. A fierce gale, carrying sword energy, poured down like a torrent. Along its path, hills and withered trees were uprooted, and the earth was plowed into a trench several meters deep. The red-clad figure flickered and dodged, with Wang Huitian's sword energy barely slowing her down far from enough to harm her. Little brat, if you've got the guts, chase me to Green Mountain. Let's see if my master won't finish you off. He hurled taunts while unleashing sword energy to block her, having already exhausted all his tricks. If she disrupted his connection with Will, he'd surely be devoured by the red-clad figure when they crashed. Far behind, the knife-grinding man halted his steps, surrounded by a rolling tide of sinister energy, with occasional ferocious spirits wandering across the land. He looked around in confusion, his face extremely grim. He couldn't find the way. The space of the starving ghost's lair has long been distorted. What may appear to be a straight path might not actually be straight, and losing your bearings will inevitably lead to getting lost again. Damn your uncle! Can't you just wait for me? Just as he was sinking deeper into despair, a massive chasm appeared on the ground ahead, with lingering sword energy still drifting around its edges. Ha ha ha! Good lad, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Nothing could articulate his feelings at this moment snatched from the jaws of death. The highs and lows of life were playing out in their fullest drama here. For every joy in this world, there is sorrow. Wang Huitian's face was grim at this moment, as a wisp of red silk from the scarlet vengeful ghost had unknowingly coiled around his ankle, and he had already exhausted all his means. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Why is it so relentless? At this moment, Wang Huitian spotted a massive bronze bell atop a small mound ahead. The bell exuded an understated, ancient aura, lying inverted on the hillock-like discarded cultivation trash casually tossed aside by a rogue cultivator, showing no trace of the extraordinary. Beside the giant bell was an excavated grave mound, with a water-blue book placed upside down on the coffin lid. Without time to ponder why the grave he had dug now held an extra book, he reached out to grasp the enormous bronze bell. The Celestial Master Bell, ha ha, Taoist priest, we meet again. Wang Huitian's loud laughter echoed, causing the young Celestial Master hidden inside the Celestial Master Bell to slightly furrow his brow. The next second, the sky that had been dark for countless years suddenly brightened.